Hey y'all, I'm coming. I had a small medical emergency. Um, I was supposed to get my nails done last week, but the Russian lady who does my nails, I only get Russian manicures. She wasn't available until Sunday, which is tomorrow. And because these are my natural nails, if I wait too long to get them done while I'm working in the candle shop, they start to break. So as I was clipping on my strobe light on my laptop, this entire nail peeled all the way back. I am in extreme pain right now. I don't want to hear shit about Blue was late. Blue had a medical emergency and still showed up to work. Okay. So 10 minutes ago, I was in the shower. This live was supposed to start at 9:46. I'm sorry, 9:45 Pacific time. I jumped out the shower at 9:46. So when the live was supposed to start, I was in the shower. Oh, this hurts. Oh, this nail's about to fall off. Y'all, even the sticky part of the Band-Aid's about to rip it off. This is gnarly, guys. This is about to be the second nail bed that I'm about to lose because I hand pour all my candles. The reason why I know for a fact I will never be a billionaire is I don't believe in cash grabs. If I'm selling spiritual candles that say that they are hand poured by Blue Telusma, they actually have to be hand poured by Blue Telusma. Which is why I keep like this nail right here. This nail, I lost this nail 3 months ago. It just grew back. I'm about to lose another one for y'all. I hope y'all appreciate this. For those of you who have not been watching my lives or dealing in the community tab where I do all my updates, we are shutting down the candle shop. Not forever, but for an undisclosed amount of time next Wednesday, the 14th. So 11:59 Pacific Standard Time. Or should I do it at midnight? East Coast time. I don't know. Let's do 11:59. At 11:59 Pacific Standard Time, I will be shutting down my entire website's abilities to book with me or order from me or do anything engaging with Blue Telusma, which means that y'all got less than a week. Okay? Shit like this is why I'm not going to be greedy and be like, oh my God, Blue, you can't shut down your website for a month or so or even a month or two, because you're going to lose all this money. Scared money don't make money. If there are any entrepreneurs out there who can hear the sound of my voice, I'm still wet from the shower, mind you. Like literally, I'm sitting on a towel right now. But if there's any of you who are entrepreneurs or who are looking to be entrepreneurs or content creators or anything that involves self-employment in the year 2026 and beyond, please understand it is better to do it right and make a moderate amount of money and build up to wealth than to keep on doing it the wrong way and driving yourself crazy just to get fast money. People who chase fast money and who are not willing to step back and recalibrate and come back better are the very people who burn out and never actually enjoy the money. I adore y'all. I love y'all. I'm incredibly, incredibly humbled by how much you guys believe in me. I'm incredibly humbled that so many of you are repeat clients. There are some names that we see so much when we're packing orders. We send them an extra bit of love. Like, oh, Melissa's back. Oh, Keiko's back. Oh, so-and-so is back. We actually recognize our repeat customers. We love you. We adore y'all. And because of that, I knew I had to stop. I knew that if I continued the way I was continuing, I would be burnt out by my birthday and probably going to quit altogether. So I'm actually taking this step back because I'm investing in longevity, if that makes sense, guys. Like this business, me and Bridget joke about this all the time. We could never be full capitalists because we care too fucking much. And rather than acting like caring too much is a detriment, because when you live in Hollywood, because I literally live in Hollywood, right? And Bridget's very much in the industry, has a Grammy, all that stuff. Shout out to my friend. When you live in this industry, there is a perception of lack. There's a perception of lack that people use to motivate you. You need to audition for everything because there might not be another role. You need to be catty to this other singer, rapper, actress, content creator because you might lose your audience. There's always this thing about lack. There's not going to be enough. And so you got to grab everything that you have, right? I refuse to subscribe to that. The fact that I care and I'm 20 plus years into my career and I still have not been embittered enough to stop caring, even though every bad thing that you can think of has either happened to me or right next to me. Anything bad that you can think that could happen in the industry or in the public limelight has happened to me or to the person sitting right next to me, right? And I still believe in good humans. I still believe that me being a good human, even if I'm the last one left, matters. This is not virtue signaling. It's saying that integrity, by definition, means to be incorruptible. And so, in the vein of being, because I got so many DMs from y'all saying, Blue, why are you doing this? This is why I'm starting off the live like this, guys. So many of you are saying, Blue, why are you shutting down the shop? I was saving up to buy candles. I was saving up to book a thing with you. I was saving up to do one of your workshops. Number one, the workshops have been sold out for 2 months, so that was never going to happen. But the reason why I'm doing this, and I want to answer this one good time and not never answer it again. The reason why January 14th is when we're shutting down my Black business, my successful Black. Do you know how hard it is to shut down a business when it's at the height of its success? I have never in my adult life been more successful than I am today. And I'm still hitting the pause button to recalibrate. I have never in my adult life made this much money while being self-employed. And I am still willing to give up 50% of my income. I want y'all to hear the numbers. I'm still willing to give up 50% of my income because I could not sleep at night if I wasn't doing it the way that I know that you guys deserve and the way that I deserve. Okay? So if you wanted to buy candles from me, you have until January 14th. When will we be back? We'll be back when it's right. Somebody said you're shocked by this news. Baby, I'm shocked by this. I shock myself all the time. Shout out to the Gemini risings. Y'all think Geminis and Gemini risings are unpredictable? I'm a Taurus sun, but I'm a Gemini rising. And your rising sign, I always say your rising sign makes all the other placements its bitch. It's the most important part of your zodiac. The thing about being a Gemini rising is, y'all be talking about y'all surprised. I'd be surprised too. Oh, for the person saying nice kitchen, the candle shop paid for this kitchen. YouTube paid for this kitchen. The kitchen does not look like an influencer kitchen. It looks like I actually live here. It looks like I cleaned my countertop, washed my dishes, but still have the pot from when I boiled my eggs and my tea kettle. I'm not finna do the fake influencer looking like nobody lives here bullshit. If y'all ever see my house, you're gonna see my actual house. Thank you, Flo, for putting up the thing. If you want to buy candles or book. Oh, by the way, for people who want to book with me, I have so many repeat clients who have been coming to me every single month for the last 3 to 6 years. Many of you, because 6 years ago is when I opened up my public calendar, right? Before 6 years ago, I was only doing private clients, word of mouth. But in 2019-ish, I opened up my calendar. And some of you have been coming to me since 2019 for monthly check-ins, quarterly check-ins, annual check-ins, and you've been freaking out. I need y'all to breathe. First of all, breathe in through your nose. Breathe out through your mouth. Breathe in through your nose. Breathe out through your mouth. Breathe. Again, we don't believe in lack here. There is an option when you scroll down my booking page that says 3-pack. It's a 3-pack for 30-minute sessions and a 3-pack for 60-minute sessions. Those 3-packs mean you book the first session with me, and the other 2 sessions I manually book you for you because they've already been prepaid, right? So if you buy a 3-pack this week, you will still be able to talk to me during the entire hiatus. Because I thought about everything. I'm not abandoning anybody. I don't believe in giving people abandonment issues, right? So the 3-pack means that whatever you book for your first session, it's on the books before we close them down. And I, Bluecentric, because you've already prepaid me, will manually add the other 2. One of my faves, Nadia, shout out to Nadia if she sees this. I love you, girl. I'm so proud of you. So fucking proud of you. Nadia was like, Blue, I booked the 3-pack. We good, right? I was like, girl, according to the 3-pack, you're going to talk to me in February. We're going to talk in March, and we're going to talk again in April, regardless of the hiatus. So this hiatus is not me abandoning anybody. It's me saying, hey, y'all had 2 weeks to stock up on candles. And hey, y'all had 2 weeks to stock up on client sessions. And then I have to hit the pause button, right? Because one of the things I want you to understand is the older you get as somebody who's really good at pivoting, and this is actually related to the main topic today, because y'all know I love me a segue, right? As a bitch who knows how to pivot, I always make sure that as I'm getting older, I'm finding ways to pivot that mitigate damage. I'm finding ways to pivot that don't cause shrapnel to hit everybody else in the face. Me pivoting at 20 is very different than me pivoting in my late 30s, right? When I pivot, and I've been pivoting like this for a while, I make sure that I bubble wrap everything around me within reason. When I pivot, I make sure that my able to flip the script because shit's not working for me does not cause unnecessary damage. Some of you pivot and are reckless, self-indulgent, and completely maniacal when you do it. I am not that girl. If I pivot, there's going to be a reasonable level of intentionality based on how much bandwidth I have left. Okay? So guys, I'm not abandoning you. I've seen the DMs. I've seen the text, because some of you have been my clients for so long. You have my private number and you're all like, Blue, we know that we're not supposed to use this number, but what the fuck? I've been getting a lot of those texts recently. Again, breathe. Okay. I'm not leaving. I'm pausing. Make sense? Now, somebody said, is humanized coming back? You know what's so fun? Somebody said, Blue, your kitchen is really, this messy kitchen is your dream? Well, I'll take it. Thank you. I'm learning how to take compliments better. Somebody said, is humanized returning? Now, this is so funny. You guys, we are going to get to the main topic in a second. We always do about 15 or 20 minutes of catching up with real life before we get into the pop culture conversations. But I am on the Humanized podcast. For those of you who don't know, you've been talking about how you've been binging my videos. You could go to see Humanized on Apple or Spotify. My podcast, all 80-something episodes of my podcast are on my Apple and Spotify. So look up Humanized with Blue Toulousema on Apple and Spotify, and you can listen throughout the day through all the old episodes that we've done over the last 5 years, guys. I've had a podcast for like 5 years. Granted, I only do about 15 episodes a year, but still, okay? Give me some slack. The thing about the Humanized podcast is several years ago, a successful producer, shout out to him if he sees this. A very successful producer hit me up and said, I keep on seeing you showing up on other people's podcasts. I know you have a podcast that you pay for out of pocket that's making no profit, and it's a passion project. I want to platform you. Now, let me explain to you what platforming is, because part of what 2026 is going to be about is me sharing what I've learned from all my years of being in the industry, and also my first full year of being a content creator. We're going to do a whole video about this probably sometime this month, but on January 9th, 2025, yesterday was my 1-year anniversary of this happening. On January 9th, 2025, I made a video about the LA fires. I did research, I cut up some clips, I made some explanations about what was happening, I gave a hypothesis about what I thought was going on, and I posted it. Now, I've been doing videos casually as a fun hobby on top of my job as a writer. That video, for some reason, when it did numbers and I saw how many people thanked me for clarifying what was happening, I said to myself, Blue, when you worked at the Griot, when you were doing work at CNN, when you were being published in all these art magazines and stuff, you always did this because you considered it work. And the number one complaint you get is, Blue, we wish you posted more videos. What if for the next 12 months, you started treating content creation like a job and not a hobby? I asked myself that question on January 9th, 2025. Okay. It is now, what's today's date? It is now January 10th, 2026. And I said, Blue, let's do a little experiment, because I love to do little social experiments to myself. Let's be consistent and intentional about content creation for the next 12 months and see where it goes. First 6 months, I made like $100. I made no money. But I had made a commitment to myself that I was going to invest in seeing what it really takes to take content creation seriously, because, and here's the reason, guys, when on those days when I was like, oop, I made 30 cents on YouTube today, that's cute. On those days when I made no money, the thing that kept me going is that other bigger content creators were making a lot of money stealing my content. And I was like, okay, so I know the content is marketable because this bitch she bought her house off of my shit. I know it's marketable because this nigga I don't even talk to no more, and who claimed I was obsessed with him, is stalking my page and co-opting my content. I know it's valuable because people keep quoting me without quoting me. And yes, for those who are asking me if I saw Crystal Bryant try to co-opt my relationship hierarchy statements that I've been making for over a decade and is now a big part of my book. Yes, I saw the videos. Now, do I think she stole from me? Maybe not. But somebody who stole from me probably talked to her if she didn't, because I'm the only one. I promise you, I checked. I'm the only one who has been preaching about the relationship hierarchy for the last 15 plus years, right? So when you are constantly being stole from people who are making money off of content, and every podcast you go to, your clips go viral for other people, I was like, bitch, I know I'm marketable because other people are marketing me. Keep going. So January, no money. February, no money. March, no money. April, still no money, but I'm going viral. We're going to talk about this. That episode, guys, about how much money I made as my first year as a full-time content creator, that video is going to take a lot of research. I think I might start doing this thing where videos that are really important to me, I might only go live in the members only area, and then later push them out to other people after the members have gotten first dibs for at least 48 hours. I'm thinking that might be my, somebody said Crystal Bryan or Cheyenne Bryan. I think her name, I don't want to say what, don't worry about it. Okay. Don't worry about it. She said something that she's getting credit for that I've been saying for 15 years. That's all that matters. Right. I think what I'm going to do is when I have content that's evergreen, like what it's like to be a content creator for a full year and how much I made. Yes, I will be talking about money. I will be talking about money, guys, because I think it's important as a community that we talk about money. Also, I have 5 streams of income. So me telling you how much I make from YouTube does not mean you know how much I make, right? But I will be talking about money. I think that video is going to come out first as a members only video, and maybe even a members only live, depending on what kind of content I need to make the video pop. And then a couple of days, if not weeks later, it'll come out to the Gen Pop. I think that's going to be one of the tweaks I make. Because one of the things about content creation I love is you constantly have to tweak. If something works, you do it. Yes, guys, please like the live. If something works, you do it while it's working for you and the audience. It has to be mutually beneficial. When it stops working for either one of you, you need to re-examine, do I want to continue? Yes, guys. By the way, the 5 streams of income is not a flex. It's something I recommend that you at least have more than 1 stream of income. I tell every person I know, particularly Black people, especially Black women, never have 1 stream of income if you can help it. I've had so many people, some of y'all's faves, show off on me, try to financially abuse me, play in my face, and disrespect me because they assumed they were my only source of income. And they were all told to suck my dick, respectfully. Even if you have a side hustle that only makes you a couple $100 extra every such and such, I'm begging you to keep your main income. When my ex-friend financially abused me because he was paying me $15K a month and thought that that was enough for him to be Diddy, I'm not even gonna hold you. He has some Diddy type tendencies. When I was working for a friend who ended up being a maniacal mastermind, he thought to himself, well, Blue just told me that she left her job at the Griot. She ain't got no fucking money. I could do this. What he didn't know is I was doing client readings for a small group of people. I was only making maybe $1,500, $1,800 a month tops because I had a very limited client window where I was only doing client calls once a week on a very specific timeline, right? So he's thinking this $15,000 is going to buy my silence. What he didn't know was the little $1,500 to $2,000 tops that I was making doing client calls as a side gig was enough for me to bet on myself. Now, if you're good at math, 1,500 is only a tenth of 15,000. And yet, what do they say in the Bible? Yes, I'm Buddhist, but I was raised in the church. What do they say in the Bible? All you need is the faith of a mustard seed. All I needed was 10% of my income for me to say, fuck you, I'm out. All I needed was 10% of my income to say, fuck you, I'm out. And so even if you say my job is exhausting, please invest in your business. It takes 10 years to become an overnight success. A lot of the shit that y'all think I'm doing now, like, oh my God, Blue, where have you been my whole life? I just found you 4 months ago, 3 months ago, 2 minutes ago. Okay, I've been doing this for about 20 years. Right? So I'm not an overnight success who you found through Love Island or Carlos King or Jesse Wu or Jason Lee or Melissa Ford. I'm not, none of them made me. I've been doing this for 20 years. So when people come across me, I already have a full cachet in my satchel, right? I'm self-made like a motherfucker. And so part of 2026 is me finally sharing with you what I've learned, because numerology speaking, this is a year 1 globally, right? A year 1 is when you count up all the numbers in the year. 2026 is 2 plus 2 is 4, plus 6 is 10. 1 plus 0 is 1. This is a year 1 for the globe. This is a universal year 1. 1 is a year of new beginnings. Because last year was my personal year 1, right? In numerology, we have personal numbers and then we have global numbers. My personal year 1 was last year. Everything y'all about to do this year, I did in 2025. Y'all thought 2025 sucked because it was the end. My 2025 was prosperous because it was the beginning for me. The beauty about being a year ahead of the fray is that I can now, from a place of understanding, give you some retrospective advice that I hope will be valuable and will stop you from making the same mistakes that I made. Right? Yes, I'm in my personal year 2 as well. I'm in the personal year 2. The world is in a global year 1. And so 2026 is going to be all about choosing what to share to help, but still gatekeeping. Y'all weren't expecting the last part. I will still be gatekeeping. I do not believe that you have to be a girl's girl or a boy's boy or people's person and share all your fucking business because I don't gatekeep. I don't gatekeep. Some things need to be gatekept. You will never see my altar on camera. My altar is where I have veneration for my ancestors who watch my back and keep me safe from some of y'all. I'm not showing that on camera. Blue, I want to do an altar. Can you show your altar? I'm never showing you my altar. That's sacred. So this whole I don't gatekeep bullshit, I think it is bullshit because here's the thing. When you're gatekeeping something that is sacred, that is nobody else's fucking business, that's just called discernment. Some of this gatekeeping y'all talk about is just good old-fashioned fucking discernment. There are some things that no matter how much you watch my lives, how much you stalk my page, you will never know. The fact that me and Mike have been friends for 6 years and he did not see my candle shop for the first time until about 4 days ago. I've had a candle shop for the entire time I've known Mike. He did not see it until 4 days ago, right before I was about to shut it down. That's not by coincidence. And I love Mike. He is my play cousin. We are family. I'm still not fucking showing you my candle shop unless you are someone I vetted and my ancestors have told me is safe. Yes? So I am going to gatekeep. I'm not going to tell you all my fucking business. However, the things that are safe to share, the things that can help with other people's bounty, the things that are abundant and will not cause me harm, because for those of you who are taking the class, please stop emailing me. The class literally says in the sign up, we don't send you the email until the week before because we don't want to spam you and we don't want you to forget the dates. I didn't forget y'all. If you signed up for my January class, you will be getting an email next week, which is written in the directions. So y'all freaking out means you didn't read the directions, which is okay. I'm not scolding. I'm just pointing out that there was other options, right? The directions that were 5 paragraphs when y'all signed up literally say at the bottom, you won't hear from me until the week before. So if there's anybody else who's about to write me an email like, oh my God, it's the 10th. I haven't heard about class. That's on purpose. And I already told you 4 months ago that was going to happen. Maybe read everything. Yeah. I love y'all so much. Heart hands. So one of the things we teach in class, and I'm so excited that class is starting in 2 weeks, is that you never set yourself on fire to keep other people warm. You never set yourself on fire to keep other warm. If I love you and you love me, you are never going to make me feel bad for giving you something I don't have to give. Because that's fucked up that you're using love as a reason to set me on fire. You want me to set myself on fire to keep you warm. That's not love. That's manipulation and control. Maybe even attachment. That's not love. As a friend, it is impossible to guilt trip me because the mere action of trying to guilt trip me makes me look at you crazy. If I ain't got it, why do you keep asking? Oh, you want me to suffer to help you? Yeah, we're not doing that. Shout out to Tokyo. Tokyo is the country that I've always said that I want to go with Bridget. I feel like Blue and Bridget hit up Tokyo. Mel might come too. She's a school teacher, but she might come too. Blue and Bridget hit up Tokyo is like on my dream list. I don't know why. I just feel like me and Bridget in Tokyo would be a vibe. Anyways, shout out to Tokyo, y'all. So yeah, so I have this thing where in this season of my life, there's a Jim Carrey quote that says you have to put yourself first for a year to set yourself up for the rest of your life. 2025/2026 is that year for me. And so a lot of my friends and family have not been hearing from me as much. I don't feel guilty. A lot of people I love have to pick and choose and plan way in advance to get access to me. I don't feel guilty. You know why? Because I've been pouring into everybody there's not a single person who Blue to Lucima has ever loved who I have not poured into. It doesn't exist. If I've ever loved you or even mildly liked you, I probably poured into you more than you technically earned before you earned it. Yes? So when the bitch who's constantly pouring into people decides to put herself first, I don't want to hear shit about from nobody. Somebody in here, and actually, no, a lot of people in here need to hear this. I can feel it. You guys, a lot of times my intros are based on the energy in the room. A lot of y'all need to hear this. When the most abundant bitch you know, when the girl who claps for everybody without being salty, when the friend who's never jealous of you, always has your back, but will tell you when you're full of shit, even when you're mad at her. When that person who's always pouring into you says, hey, I gotta put me first for a little bit. I'll be back. Don't you even think of trying to, I don't give a fuck what you're going through. The fact that you're trying to use what you're going to rob me of getting from myself what I already gave to you, it's never gonna fucking work. And I'm not gonna feel bad. And feel free to talk all the shit you want. I don't care. You got it before I got it, so why are you mad? You got it before I got it. So why are you upset? There's a selfishness in that I can't unsee and untaste, right? And so what's happened is I'm in a phase of life now where unless you are directly working with me and are supporting me in putting myself first, you're probably not going to hear from me because I'm being centered, and that's not going to change. That's not selfish, that's self-worth, right? Why don't I get to enjoy me as much as the rest of y'all do? And so I'm in this interesting season where friends who are going through stuff and need me to pour into them, I love them, I'm not bitter at them, I'm not mad at them, they're not going to hear from me. I ain't got it. The only way you're going to get access to Blue Telusma in 2026 is if you're pouring into Blue Telusma. Because if you knew Blue Telusma before 2026, she already poured into you. It's math, guys. It's not me being an asshole. It's not me being cold. It's math. And several of my friends have hit me up in the last week like, I miss you. I'm like, I miss you too. We still can't hang out next week though. I miss you too. I'm not available for that function. I miss you too. Because here's the thing. If you're not hitting me up to congratulate me on all the epic life upgrades I've made over the last 6 months, and yet you're quick to hit me up because you need something, what do you think that signals to an emotional intelligence coach? Mind you, there's zero beef. I'm not judging, just perceiving. My entire life has changed in the last 6 months because I committed to putting myself first, which means it worked, by the way. This kitchen was paid for by YouTube and the candle shop. This 4-bathroom, 3-bedroom house was paid for in the last 6 months by me putting myself first. Every dream that my friends have, every dream that I've had, that we've talked about ad nauseum, about 75% of them came true for me in only 6 months by putting myself first, by calling my power back to me. So if calling my power back to me is making my dreams come true, why are you mad? So all that motivational speaking I was doing when I was trying to make your dreams come true was dope. But now that I'm doing it for myself, we have an issue. Mind you, this is not a subtweet. Dozens of people have hit me up. If you are a friend of mine and you are watching this and you feel away, you already felt away because this is not about anybody in particular. I love when people act as if I'm speaking to only them, as if I don't have a million friends. Sorry, a million associates, not friends. I have a million associates. I know a shit ton of people, a shit ton of people. And yet when I say something universal and someone thinks it applies to them, rather than asking, why do I think it applies to me? Their first thought is Blue is subtweeting. I'm the most confrontational bitch I know. So if I really had to say something to you, I wouldn't be subtweeting. Yeah. So for this entire fucking year, I'm putting me first, and anybody who has a problem with that is allowed to have a problem with that from outside. And what's interesting is me having this epiphany, because there was 3 friends, not 1, not 2, but 3 friends who I had to hit up recently and say, I love you, but you need to respect the space I'm in right now. 3 of them, 3 of my favorite people have had to get the chin check of, I know you see me on social media because strangers see me all over their social media. I know you know how busy I am. Why are you pretending like nothing's changed? Why are you expecting the same from me from when I had nothing going on now that I have everything going on? That's bizarre. I wouldn't expect a friend who's up to be as available, right? So 3 different friends who I love, adore, have zero beef with, and plan to have in my life for many, many more years, right? All had to be reminded, can you pan the fuck out and think about me for a second? Can you pan the fuck back and actually center me in my own fucking life? Because you're centering yourself in my business. And I told them all this lovingly because I actually felt love. I felt love, heart-centered. My ego is annoyed, though. My ego is annoyed that you think that you're the only thing I have going on when you clearly see I have a lot going on. And I'm being verbal about it, guys. I'm telling everybody I'm working 6 or 7 days a week. I'm telling everybody I'm flying to Boston once a month to check on my mother because I'm still fighting with the insurance company. You all know what I'm going through, and you still didn't factor that in when you made up a story that we have beef because I'm not available anymore. 3 people, not 1, not 2, but 3. Also, I've announced that my house is discreet now. Everybody and their mother ran through my old house, sat on my couch, came to 11/11 ceremonies, new moon ceremonies, ate my food, kikied with me, partook in my shrooms, legally obtained shrooms. had the best time with me. None of those people checked on me when I was going through my hardest times, even when I was being vocal about it. And yet, when I say, hey guys, this new house is sacred. If you even know my new address, please be discreet about it. I don't want people knowing where I live anymore. This is no longer the party house. I'm taking my life too seriously for that to be the case. People are hitting me up saying, can I come? No, you can't come over right now. Unless I invite you until further notice, unless I invite you, you can't come over. Again, this is not to any one person. Several of you have done this. We're only in the first 10 days of the year. Several people have tried to invite themselves to my new home that I just moved into a week ago when they know I work 6 or 7 days a week. And it never occurred to them, maybe not now. Maybe she's overwhelmed because she's telling us. I'm telling you, I'm overwhelmed every day on Threads. When the person who is constantly giving to you says they're giving to themselves and they're overstimulated and they need a timeout, and your first thought is, what can I get from them? And if I don't get it from them, I'm going to take it personal. Respectfully look inward about how selfish, entitled, and spoiled that is. And I say all those words because that's exactly what it is. The autism in me won't unsee it. And guess what? It's possible for me to tell you you're being selfish without disliking you, loving you any less, or not wanting to see you later. Exactly. They're so used to receiving. My mother was just like me for 60 plus years. Since she was 16 years old, she's now 79. Do the math. When my grandmother died, my mother was 16 years old. My mother became the parent of her 5 younger siblings. And since 16, she's always put everybody first, me included. She spoiled all of us. When she had kidney failure, nobody was there for her but me, the child that she had made in her image. And guess why they weren't there? They weren't there because they were toxic. Well, some of them are toxic. My family's toxic. They weren't there because they were manipulative. They weren't there because they were mean-spirited. They weren't not there because they meant her harm. They weren't there because they had never learned how to give to her. They had never learned how to center her. They had never learned that she was a person, not just a resource. Oh, I'm going through this thing. Let me reach for Blue. I'm going through this thing. Let me call Blue. I'm going through this thing. Let me text Blue. Okay, but you liked and saw all the tweets, Instagram messages, text messages to you directly, and videos where Blue is saying, I'm putting me first. I'm exhausted. I'm not sleeping. I'm living my dreams, though. I need to figure out work-life balance. You saw all those things where Blue was telling you she didn't have it. And it never occurred to you to not take from her in that moment. It never occurred to you, this is the last person I need to be taking from because she's generous, and even the generous person sometimes doesn't have it. Never occurred to you. The fact that I had to be so explicit to so many people that I ain't got it, when I've been saying I ain't got it for 6 months. I sent Bridget and my sister a voicemail last night saying, I am not a victim because I actually enjoy giving. I enjoy being there for people I love. I enjoy when someone's going through something at 2 o'clock in the morning and I happen to be up and I have the capacity, because if I don't have the capacity, I'm not picking up. I'm not a martyr. I like that when you're going through something vulnerable, you trust me enough and respect me enough to know that I will be there to hold space with you and also keep you safe. I enjoy that. So I have zero regrets. I'm not one of those, oh my God, my problem is I'm an overgiver. I love too much. I give too much. I don't love or give too much. There's no such thing as, you're not Jesus fucking Christ. I don't love or give too much. If you set boundaries, that doesn't exist. Anytime, if you're out there watching and you say, I love and I give too much, that's bullshit. That is your ego lying to you. The truth is you suck at setting fucking boundaries. The reason why I don't regret a single thing that I've given to anybody that I love is because I still set boundaries. If I pick up at 2 a.m., it's because I can. If I can't, I will text you, hey girl, I'm exhausted. Call me tomorrow. But if you need to vent, blow up my text messages and I'll see it in the morning when I wake up, but I ain't got it right now. Because I've been saying yes when I mean it and no when I mean it for so long, now that my friends are being a little bit selfish and not reading the fucking room, I don't regret giving to them because I only gave what I had. So I wasn't a victim, right? I don't regret anybody that I've poured into. But for the last fucking 6 months, I've been telling y'all that I'm pouring into me. I've been telling y'all that I'm being more discreet. I've been telling y'all that I'm centering myself and my business. So it's not that you didn't know, it's that you didn't take it fucking seriously until I looked at you and told you no very specifically. There's an ego in that I need to die. There's an ego in that needs to die to continue engaging with me. I'm an ego death coach. There's no fucking way in hell that you are going to approach me with a selfish ego and still get access to me. That is not me being petty. It is not me being distant. It is not me feeling away. Because I'm not passive aggressive. Whatever you're doing to annoy me, I already told you proactively, you still did it. So there's no Scooby-Doo mystery here. What it is a reflection of your actions. People who are actually willing to say, let's support Blue. Let's center her in her own life because she's blatantly fucking asking for it. People who support me and are there for me are going to keep getting access from me because they're pouring into the vision and they're walking with me as I'm heading where I'm going. People who feel a way that they can't pull the old Blue out of the new Blue because the old Blue serves them better, they're going to be treated accordingly with zero beef. That is not beef. It is not an issue. It's an accurate depiction of your actions. The beautiful thing about being a coach is I'm really good at reflecting back at people. Whatever you're getting from me is reflecting of how you're acting towards me. That is not ego on my part. That is autism, pattern recognition. Yeah? So if anybody who knows me and loves me is watching this video and feels away, and instead of saying, fuck, I fucked up, I failed my friend. Let me do better. If you're saying anything other than I failed my friend, let me do better. If you're making yourself a victim after you've realized that you were being selfish and not reciprocating what you keep taking from me, I'm okay with whatever comes of that. If the fact that I'm up and I'm centering myself while I'm up rather than playing free therapist to you upsets you, and you think that upset is about me and not about your entitlement, I'm okay with whatever comes from that. And if you ask me, Blue, because I had not 3, I think it was 4 actually. Fuck, it's been more than I thought. Y'all, I don't hold on to shit that doesn't belong to me, so I have to always remind myself. It's not 3, 4 different people actually. Damn, it's been 4. 4 different people have hit me up in the last 10 days saying, are we good? Simply because I didn't censor them. Not because I was shady to them, not because I was mean to them, not because I was an asshole to them, not even because I was unkind to them, simply because they weren't centered. Simply because they couldn't treat me as an afterthought and still be treated like a priority in return. And guess what? I've told all of them, no, I don't have beef. I'm busy and completely depleted. And I've been saying it for 6 months. Why? Please don't take it personal. It's not about you. What? That wasn't me being fake, guys. That was the truth. The truth is, I've been saying that I'm working 6 to 7 days a week and that I'm spread thin for months. Why was that not factored into your hypothesis? You sat around making up a story in your head and never once did you factor in me and my actual lived experience that I've been vocal about. Yeah? So you played victim when your abundant friend wasn't there for you because she said she wouldn't be, because she can't be. And you're confused. You can only be confused if you never factored me in. If you factor me into my own fucking life, nothing is confusing. Yes, unbeefed and busy. So to anybody who I've corresponded with in the last 10 days, and there's many of you, so this is not a subtweet. To any of you who are thinking of sending me any more are we good texts, because they're starting to fucking annoy me now. I love y'all and they're annoying. Both can coexist. Get the fuck over yourself a little bit. And guess what? Whatever you're going through does not make this okay. Because guess what? I've been going through stuff the entire time and I was still a safe friend. I don't have a lot of friends who have it worse than me. I don't have many friends who have mothers who almost died, a family who abandoned them, and tens of thousands of dollars in debt that they have to pay to keep their parents in their family home. I don't have a lot of friends who are dealing with endometriosis without health insurance. I don't have a lot of friends. If we were going to play Oppression Olympics, I don't know many people who could beat me. And yet I've never made it anybody's problem. I've shared with them, I've vented to them, but I've never made my friends suffer for what I'm going through. So if me going through just as much, if not more than you're going through, has never compromised my ability to be there for you, I want that shit back. So respectfully, don't tell me what you're going through, because I've been going through stuff too and I was still there for you. And by the way, the attempt to do that is a guilt trip, which is a manipulation tactic. Again, I'm an emotional intelligence coach. Read the room. You know it's bad when an autistic person is telling you to read the room. an autistic person who has a neurological disability that makes it hard for them to read nonverbal social cues. You were so selfish, even I'm telling you to read the room. It's selfish. By the way, guys, you can love people, have no beef with them, and still say they're being selfish. They don't have to be a villain. You don't have to be a villain for me to think you're selfish. I don't have to be mad at you for me to say you're selfish. I just know what words mean, right? Nadia said, join the live late. How much I miss. Happy Saturday, Blue. Hey, love. We're doing a course correction on expectation management. By the way, this video, guys, which I might clip up, is expectation management. I love being the go-to friend. And when I couldn't be the go-to friend anymore, I announced it to everybody. And 7 months in, it's been about 7 months now. 7 months in, people are still acting confused. You're not confused. You just don't like what you know. You're not confused. You're just hoping to play victim enough to guilt me into dishonoring myself, into setting myself on fire to keep you warm after I already told you I ain't fucking got it. Once I tell you I ain't got it and you keep asking, that's no longer friendship. That's manipulation. I don't fucking have it. And you know how I don't have it? Because when I did have it, I gave it to you plentifully. I gave it to you more than most. So if I was telling the truth when I did have it, I'm also telling the truth when I don't have it, right? But only one of those truths behooves you. So only one of those truths doesn't confuse you. Yeah, you're not confused. You just don't like what you know. And to anybody out there who is leveling up or recalibrating or healing or going through therapy or dark night of the soul, just know this. Do not play victim. You co-created those experiences to some degree within reason. Outside of abuse, you co-created most of the situation that you're in, right? So don't play victim. Again, don't feel like a fucking victim, right? Do not play victim. First part of free game. By the way, we always do free game right before class starts, and class starts in 2 weeks, so there's going to be a lot of free game. Do not play victim in situations that you co-created. That's the first thing. Number 2, love yourself enough to be vocal up front. To be vocal up front when you ain't got it. The reason why me and Jeff and Lulu are not friends is because I spent a year and a half setting boundaries with them, and they disrespected my boundaries for the entire year and a half. So when we stopped being friends, the reasons that I stopped being friends with them were all the things they had a year and a half to fix and chose not to. So it's not that they didn't hear me. They just didn't take me seriously. Yeah? So second rule of being an abundant bitch is be proactive. Tell everybody before it happens. Already think about how you're changing so everybody else knows we're doing new choreography. Yeah? If I was up here pretending that I was everybody's fucking bestie and fully available and busting my ass working 6 days a week, and then in January woke up bitter because people couldn't read my mind, I'd be a basic bitch. That's a basic bitch. So some of you are basic bitches who have been saying, yes, Blue, preach, when I'm not talking about you. That's basic bitch behavior. Not telling people what you need. Not being honest about your capacity. And then being mad at other people for not reading your mind is basic bitch behavior. That's not what I did. What I did is I spent the better part of a year telling everybody in real time, proactively, how I was changing and so were my priorities and my availabilities. They spent that entire time ignoring what I was saying and then got their own feelings hurt because they were hard-headed. Very different. Yeah? Nuance. You don't get to complain if you didn't explain first. I'm never mad at somebody for not reading my mind. I'm mad at somebody for hearing me over and over again, but not listening. Difference, right? There's a big difference. All right, guys. Now, as an abundant woman who has to deal with the pitfalls of being an abundant woman who actually likes herself in a world that is quite literally systemically built for that not to happen, right? Any woman out there, particularly a Black woman or a BIPOC woman in general, who likes herself and calls all her power back to her and takes up all the space that she fucking earned, doesn't shrink. There is a list of pitfalls that are inevitable when you are securely attached woman. Inevitable, right? And I say this all the time. If you have a bright light, please respect physics. Oh, I see Tony in here. I love you, Tony. Capricorn up. It's Capricorn season. Happy birthday, Tony. I don't even care what your birthday is. It's Capricorn season. It's your birthday the whole time. If somebody is really, really, really trying to be a better person, you're going to have to realize that a large light, right? When you have a big light, you have to respect physics, because in physics, in science, a big light always casts a long shadow. That's not even spiritual shit. That's just understanding how light works, right? A big light will always cast a shadow the minute it touches any kind of darkness. If I am making the best money I've made in my life, completely self-employed, all over people's algorithms, in a new fucking house with more bathrooms than I can use. You guys, of the 4 bathrooms we have, I only use 1.5 of them. Right? If I'm in this abundant space, but I'm still not being mean, I'm still responding kindly to folks, I'm still providing clarity, I don't take shit personal. I always respond with a state of curiosity. Mind you, if you look at me and Bridget and Mel's group chats, I'll be like, hey, this person said this thing to me, and you know I'm autistic. And on the surface, it looks good, but something about it feels off. What am I missing? They'll be like, hey, you're overreacting. They're just having a bad day. Remember that thing they told you? I'm like, oh, you're right. They are having a moody day. They're probably PMSing. I'm not going to take it personal. Or more often, it's, Blue, this is worse than you're saying, right? Because my mind naturally wants to assume the best until I have a reason not to. And they'll be like, no, this is actually really fucked up and selfish. And I'll be like, let me sit with that hypothesis and I'll process it and be like, oh, I can see merit that it was a little bit selfish. And guess what? Even if it was selfish, I'm still going to respond with love because I still love you. If I love you and you do something fucked up, I'm going to respond with love, not because I'm being a fake bitch, but because I still love you and I'm securely attached. I don't have to be mean to you just because you're fallible, because all humans are fallible. Me being nice to you doesn't mean you didn't do something fucked up. It just means that I care about you enough not to weaponize cruelty while holding you accountable. That's all. The people were like, Blue, you're so fake. I didn't know you were upset about this thing because you seem so cool. I told you I wasn't cool with it. Go read the text back. I said, hey, pan the fuck out. You're being selfish. I love you, though. It's not personal, X, Y, and Z. I kept it a stack. So you're not upset that I wasn't transparent. In your mind, though, you're allowed to keep doing it until somebody is mad and mean to you. There are people in this world where you can lovingly tell them the truth over and over again, but until you're mad or mean to them or they're inconvenienced, they won't listen to you. In this season, I pray for all of us on this chat, whether you are watching this live with me in the chat room or you are watching a replay, I pray for all of us that we don't just learn how to self-advocate for ourselves, but that we also, and that we also attract people who are open to listen. Not listening to rebuttal, not listening to be defensive, not listening to build a case against us, but listening with curiosity to learn about our lived experience. If you are someone who does not know how to listen because you think you're the only person going through anything, right? You're probably not going to hear from me much this year. And again, no beef. No beef, no distance, no pettiness, no passive aggressiveness, just a reflection. Right? In 2026, I hope for all of us that the way that we treat people is a reflection of what they've earned, not how much we love them. Because a lot of people try to use the fact that I love deep. If a friend that I care about walks into the room, you can tell because I turn into a golden fucking retriever. I love deep. Please stop thinking that love makes me stupid. Make it a reflection. Okay? Now, this is the perfect segue to Kristy and Desmon. For those of you who don't know who Kristy and Desmon are, don't worry. You guys know I always level set. The timestamp is 49:25 is what we're going to start talking about Kristy and Desmon because I have a confession to make. I find Kristy annoying because she reminds me too much of myself. I'm still a triple Virgo, guys, okay? And of all the earth signs, the Virgos are the most neurotic. I'm a Taurus sun who always feels safe around Capricorns because Capricorns are the oldest of the earth signs. So I'm like, oh, you extra safe, right? Look at Tony in here. I got excited. Tony's in here. Estelle's one of my Capricorn friends. My friend Jordan was my first Capricorn friends. I love earth signs. And though, right? If you want to have good sex and good food and a good time, you go to a Taurus. If you want to be in VIP with a balanced checkbook, you go to a Capricorn. If you want to fact check, but also take anxiety medication. If you want to have your facts straight, but you might have a little bubble guts and need to go sniff on some lavender, you go to a Virgo. I'm a triple Virgo. So this is friendly fight. I'm shooting at self. Pew, 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 pew. Okay? So in the same way, I love Virgos because I love myself, but they annoy the fuck out of me because I annoy the fuck out of me sometimes. God's still working on me. I do consider being a triple Virgo placements a fucking disability as much as my autism. Being one Virgo placement is rough. 3 is God had plans for me, child. So yeah, I get annoyed around Virgos because I'm like, yo, too much like me. This is the shit that I'm working to not do. When a Virgo says, well, actually, I'm like, I'm trying to beat the well, actually out of me. And here you come, you well, actually ass bitch, right? This is me being self-aware, guys. The parts of you that you don't make peace with, you find annoying in others. Kristy is the same way. I sometimes cringe at how much I don't give a fuck. I'm like, Blue, can we find like maybe 2 or 3 fucks for the week? Can we just find us some fucks? Is there any fucks in the room, bitch? Just find you a half a fuck even. Yeah? I don't give a fuck. And it's sincere. Good luck to anybody who tries to scare me. It's not going to fucking end well, right? Either you're going to walk away embarrassed and frustrated. No, you're going to walk away embarrassed and frustrated regardless. Because even if you kill me, I'm going to make sure that it's the most unsatisfying kill shot you ever took in your life. And then I'm going to haunt you when I'm dead. Okay? Just leave me the fuck alone, right? So as a bitch who, for many reasons, just was born with a lack of fucks and who can't be scared. I'm not scared of other people. I'm only scared of weapons of mass destruction, weapons in general, because a gun is a gun, child. A gun don't care about me. I'm scared of weapons, natural disasters, and health issues. But like other niggas, y'all don't fucking scare me, right? And so I know when I'm in a relationship, every man I've ever been in a relationship with has always been like, yo, she loves the dog shit out of me, but I can't intimidate this bitch. And if I tried to, she would probably clown me to my face and laugh like, nigga, do you not know what this was? Stop playing. Right? I could be madly in love with a man, be sucking his dick, making him a plate of food every day, giving him the big piece of chicken, washing his dirty drawers. Baby, you're not going to scare me though. I'm doing that because I want to and I like you. Yeah? A lot of masculine energy does not know how to process a woman who is accommodating and loving and abundant, but not scared. Because most women are socialized to do all that stuff from a place of fear. So the fact that I can run circles around your favorite pick me, but I will leave you in a heartbeat if you got me fucked up, scares a lot of men. But what it's saying is, I wasn't doing it because I had to. I'm doing it because I want to. You were a choice that I keep making, which, by the way, I think is romantic. I think it's more romantic that a bitch with options keeps choosing you every morning than a bitch with no options clinging to you out of necessity. I personally think my way is more romantic. Unfortunately, the male contingent be scared. I can smell fear on men these days. It's the weirdest thing. I met a man the other day who I could tell he was attracted to me. I could also smell fear on him. He was a little scared, right? My friend Carlos Fit Buddha once called me wild. He's like, you're a wild woman. I'm like, okay, but I'm thinking about doing a t-shirt line. I'm not going to tell you what it's called. But actually, no, I can tell you what it's called because if somebody steals it, I have this as a timestamp. I want to do a line called Domesticated Wild Thing because I'm a domesticated wild thing. I'm like if somebody found a liger, a cheetah, some other mystical creature, and domesticated it and brought it into the house, and the cat or the liger or whatever loved it, kissed on its face, said, baby, I love you so much. But if you got me fucked up, I might eat your face. Like, I'm still a liger. Yeah? Like, I'm domesticated, but I still belong to the wild, honey. This is all a choice. And Kristy has always presented like a domesticated wild thing. I really need to talk to my team about those shirts because there's a whole line of shirts I want to make. And I think domesticated wild thing, DWT. Look at me having epiphanies. Look at me having epiphanies. So as a domesticated wild thing, Kristy to me, for those who don't know who she is, don't worry. I will be sharing videos because, I love to level set to the 40% of y'all who come here with no idea what I'm talking about and just want to kiki with me, right? The other 60% who saw this already on TikTok, please don't do spoilers to show how much you know in the chat. Let people enjoy the process the way you got to. But Kristy is probably the most viral, domesticated, wild thing that I have ever seen on social media. And so she immediately annoyed me. I was like, oh God, if I had married any of those men who proposed to me when I was in my early 20s, and actually got into a relationship with them and showed up for the wedding and then gave them babies, I would act exactly like this girl. Oh my God. Bitch, this is, oh God, I'm too much, you too much. It's a lot, bitch. So I love Kristy. I enjoy her. It's just sometimes I don't want to see myself so loudly on the screen. You know what I'm saying? Y'all get it? Okay. So I don't follow Kristy for that reason, even though I'm a big supporter of hers, right? I'm like, I see on my timeline, I'm like, yeah, I would do that to my husband. I love me a theme. I love me a costume. One of my relationship goals, one of my couples goals is to find a nigga goofy enough to do a couples costume with me one Halloween. I'm one of them bitches. I don't give a fuck. If you see my room, you would not know how old I am. My room, somebody mentioned this the other day. My room looks like the room of a 28-year-old girl who hasn't had her heart broken yet. And that is not me. My brain still goes to the whimsical, yeah? And so Kristy is very beloved because she's fun and goofy. People also find her annoying because she's fun and goofy. But it's not that fake Jenna McCarthy, yuck, yuck, yuck. I think I'm hot, so I'm trying to be goofy to offset how hot I think I am. And the whole time, I'm really not that fucking hot, so I could have calmed the fuck down. It's not that, right? Because Jenna McCarthy annoys me because she's just fucking annoying. She's the kind of goofy where you could tell, you're a goofy bitch who just happens to be pretty. Right? You're a goofy bitch who just happens to be pretty. And it's sincere. It's sincere. And so I've always rooted for her and her husband, even though I feared he might be more gay than straight. I will say this. One of my fiancés who I broke up with, he was an exotic dancer. You guys, when we hit 1,000 members, I think we're still in the 800s, but when we hit 1,000 members, I'm going to do a live about why my 2 engagements didn't work. It's real ghetto. It's real ghetto. So one of the men I was engaged to was bisexual. He didn't know it, but I was clear because he wore panties to bed. They were glittery. He was also an exotic dancer. Yes, Blue to Loose got engaged to an exotic dancer. This is why this is going to be a members only live. Okay. This is before. How you doing? Turned out both of us were a little gay. Had we both clocked each other, we could have us a little Candy and Todd, Iman and Tiana situation. But I was in my 20s and hadn't sexually explored that side of me yet. So we're both a little gay, right? And as somebody who's been engaged to a man who I knew was bisexual, and by the way, him being bi is why we broke up. Him not exploring that is why we broke up. Because I was like, if you got some bisexuality in you, and I think I might be a bisexual as well, we're going to have to fuck around without each other because at some point, we're going to want to touch on something that we ain't got, right? I believe that when you are somebody who is on the under the rainbow, when you are someone who has sexual desires that not have been explored, I think it's a horrible idea to get in a long-term committed relationship before you explore them. Because at some point, that's just going to want to come out. At some point, the freakiness is going to want to come out. You're going to wake up just hungry from some strange. What do they call it, strange? I think they used to call it strange back in the day. Yes, I was hungry for some strange. He was hungry for some strange. I was like, we need to break up, child. We both about to do some whole shit. I can feel it. Let's do a single, not married. Yeah. So when I saw Desmon and Kristy, as a goofy bitch who doesn't give a fuck, who has been engaged to a bisexual man, whether he knew it or not, I've later confirmed that he's not even bisexual, child. He's just gay. I looked at them like, this feels like what my life would be like if me and Rodeo, yes, my ex's stage name was Rodeo because he was an exotic dancer. Shut up, y'all. Shut up. I can hear the joke. Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. I was like, if me and Rodeo had stayed together and just said, let's pretend we're not a little freaky and just be with each other and not explore the obvious. wait, Tony, why are you leaving? Why do Capricorns always judging me? Tony, remember me different, okay? But I was like, if me and Rodeo had stayed together, it's giving Kristy and Desmon. And so this entire time, the reason why I refused to follow Kristy and Desmon, despite the fact that I was rooting for them, not lore alert. Y'all need to, y'all. Okay, to me, that was a regular story. But again, the rest will be in the story time. If you're not a member, please join and be a member because we're waiting to have 1,000 members to get in the sexy story times. And child, we still in the 800s. I got too many stories now. We're going to be story timing for fucking months after we finally hit the 1,000. And yes, I'm not doing it until we hit 1,000, guys. Although, sponsored by ADHD, we are having a members only live today. Because I want to talk about that CPS teacher, that white lady whose black husband went on TV to say, baby, come home. And we all think he did it. We're doing a members only live after I leave the candle shop tonight about that. So yes, become a member because If you know the video I'm talking about, that black man with the chap lips, baby, come home. Please come home, baby. You're like, honey, Tyler Perry's calling. What is happening? But you know what? I'm going to keep an open mind. Maybe he didn't do it. So that's later tonight. When I come back from the candle shop, I'm going to probably do about 6 or 7 hours in the candle shop because we have a lot of orders. And Bridget's coming into town next week. And here's the thing. I make all the candles on my own, which is the first step of the process. Bridget helps me with labeling because I can't label, y'all. I'm double jointed in my fingers. I can't. So Bridget helps me with labeling and shipping, and Mel helps with shipping and the post office runs. So we all have a job. I have to do my job this week before Bridget gets here. So I'm gonna be in the candle shop for a while. It's gonna be a late night members only live tonight. But yeah, I don't follow them because I was worried about Desmond being rodeo. I already knew Kristy was me. But I was rooting for them because I was like, oh my God, if me and rodeo had found a way to not be hoes and had stayed together and had some, because rodeo, I will say this, I've dated men and women. Rodeo to this day is the prettiest bitch I've ever been with. Okay. Girl, are you hiring? Actually, I am. If you want to work in the shop when we come back, there will be a call for Los Angeles natives. And guess what? You're not going to get hired on experience, although that helps. You're going to get hired on energy and scheduling, obviously. We will be hiring in the spring. That's another reason why we have to close the shop down. So I wake up yesterday and I was in a very interesting mood yesterday because yesterday was supposed to be a day off, but work kept fighting me. Like I took 2 hours off in the morning to watch TV and then found myself doing admin. Me and Bridget had a great conversation about how we're getting burnt out. We both need to take a break. Did 3 hours of admin right afterwards, as if the conversation had never fucking happened, right? So I tried to take a day off yesterday. It did not work. And I'm realizing I'm probably not going to have a real day off until February, which is fine. And I'm having a long day at work. 2 different friends, not one, but 2 different friends sent me one of those, "Are we good?" texts. And I had to be like, yes, babe. Not only are we good, have you not been seeing me on social media? I'm just busy. It's not personal. 2 of my friends, not just one. Love them both, so zero shade to them. And I'm like, okay, well, if I'm losing my social life because of all this shmoney and all this business shit, let me do some research about what's happening on the TikTokies because I owe my members a live tomorrow, right? If I don't go live on Friday, you know I'm going live on Saturday. If I don't go live on Saturday, you know I'm going live on Sunday. If I don't go live Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, I'm either on a vacation with a nigga you don't know about or something bad happened, right? Choose your own adventure. So I was like, okay, I didn't go live yesterday because it was supposed to be a day off that wasn't a day off. I have to go live in the morning. What do I want to talk about? I'm not talking about Cardi and Jesse because I don't need to, and it's mess. And my branding is not just talking about every bit of mess that happens. There has to be a lesson that I can attach to it. I can't attach a lesson to what's happening with Cardi and Jesse. That's why we're not talking about it. Social media, YouTube especially, is full of people who only talk about pop culture. And they're amazing at it. And I respect them enough to let them do that. I'm an emotional intelligence coach who uses pop culture and politics as a launch pad to talk about emotional intelligence. If I can't attach an emotional intelligence to it, I'm minding my fucking business. Yeah? Well, I'm happy they canceled Love Island All Stars. I love that. So I'm like, okay, I don't want to talk about the Cardi and Jesse things. It's all on my timeline, but I don't give a fuck. Like, I'm sending my friends some love. I'm sending Cardi some chill and discernment, but that's about all I got. Yeah. So I was like, what else do I talk about? Well, like, what else? And I go on my timeline, and suddenly I see Desmon and Kristy are getting divorced. I said, did she find out that he's rodeo? That was my first thought. I'm not even gonna hold you. Now, granted, if this young man is a heterosexual, cishet man who just has ways that we think are homosexual, then let's hold space for that. If he tells us he's straight after this divorce, be who you are. If he tells us he is straight, because I'm the kind of person, I don't believe in outing people. I don't believe in calling people out. I believe in calling people in, right? As somebody who was a closeted pansexual in the church, who was constantly judging gays until I found out, oh, bitch, you a little gay yourself. I'm always advocating for people to live in their truth. That's why I'm always singing the Be Who You Are song. I'm not being facetious. Be who you are, bitch. Because guess what? If you're not who you are, you going to end up doing some whole shit and break up with your fiance before you even told your mother you were engaged. Oop, not too much of my story. Sorry. Right? In the rodeo story, I might be the bad guy. Again, members only. So I was like, fuck, is this him being who he is? I actually got excited that maybe Desmond decided to explore who he is. Instead, they said the nigga cheated. You want to talk about annoyed? Why do y'all think he's gay? Seriously asking. He has very beta energy and laughs like a Disney hyena. And his main job on her page is to hold her purse. And but honestly, it's a beta energy in a straight man who laughs like a hyena, but doesn't seem like he is supporting her in a hyper masculine cis het way. He feels like her gay best friend. So that's the answer. He acts in a way that many people are used to only seeing in gay best friends. That's not homophobia. That's pattern recognition, guys. There's a difference. I'm not saying that straight men can't be soft. I like soft straight men, unless they're hard. Sorry. Couldn't help myself. I love a sweet guy. I love the niggas that y'all call corny. My new type is the Russell Wilson type who is going to just, help me braid my hair and be a good man. Okay, he's a good man, Savannah, right? So as somebody who actually likes the kind of niggas that y'all make fun of, it's not because he's soft and kind. It's not because he's not toxic. It's because he literally presents the way a gay best friend usually presents. And 60% of the audience, if not more, I'm being kind by saying 60. Most of the audience, when they first saw their videos years ago, thought it was a beautiful girl and her gay best friend, because we're used to seeing Ari and her gay best friend. We're used to seeing Megan and her gay best friend, right? We're used to seeing Cardi with her gay best friends. They literally present at first like a gay best friend and his baddie homegirl. It wasn't until she was like, this is my husband. I've been with him for 14, 15, 100 years. We're like, oh, that's your husband? Oh. Okay, girl. We're going to go with that. So I don't believe that women thinking that Desmon is gay is homophobia. Are there homophobic women who do think that? Sure, right? There's always going to be those outliers. Most of us have no problem with gays, might even be a little gay ourselves, and just thought that he was her good Judy. All right, so let's level set. For those of you who are like, who the fuck are Desmon and Kristy? Let's watch a video. And do I need to drink water? By the way, guys, I'm trying to be more healthy and have more energy support. And the girls on TikTok told me that I need to start drinking Geritol. I thought Geritol was for elderly people. But there's a 30-day Geritol. Is this an ad? This is not an ad. Geritol's not paying me shit, although I should find them and tag them on this video. I'm going to be doing a 30-day Geritol. Actually, I'm going to do that. If Geritol is on YouTube Shop, I would like to get compensated for the recommendation. Because I'm losing 50% of my income next week. So mother has to make the money somehow. Geritol, I've been told, is great for energy boosting. So I'm going to do the 30-day Geritol challenge where you drink Geritol 30 days. For those who are saying, what is that? It is a high-potency vitamin B1, B2, and B3, and iron. I'm an anemic girly. I'm always cold. My house is on 80 degrees right now, and I'm still a little cold. So I'm going to do this for 30 days and let y'all know how it works. This is not an endorsement because this is day 1 of 30. But I'll let you know how it works, and I'll tag it in the video so I can get a kickback. All right, guys, let's watch this video about what we all woke up to this morning and last night, and why it shocked so many of us while not shocking us. I'm shocked, but not shocked. And I think I've already outlined why. All right, let's watch this.
You up? 2026 just started like yesterday. And Desmon what the fuck did I just woke up to? Please tell me this is a lie. Desmon, you did not cheat on Kristy, did you? This has to be a lie, right? This is a prank, right? Right? Right?
It's not a prank.
Desmon! Is this a lie? Please come and tell me these people are lying. But then she already filed for divorce. And she said there's no coming back. Bitch, what the fuck did you do? Because we don't play about Kristy over here. 2026 literally just started. This is supposed to be the year of peace. And you know what? I think I'm just gonna go back to sleep. I can't. This is the year of peace. I cannot go through it.
By the way, I chose this guy to start the video because that was literally my reaction yesterday. I woke up from a nap, saw they got divorced, and went back to sleep. I said, I'm not doing this with y'all. So far, 2026 has been just a week of Mondays. Y'all tell me today's Saturday, allegedly. Today feels like Monday 3.5. Okay? So because this has been a year of Mondays, I was like, nope, I'm not doing this. Me and Rodeo broke up on social media. I'm not doing this. But apparently it's true, child.
We're going on a date, and the theme is...
This is the level setting. For those of you who have never heard of them, I'm going to give you a 5-minute catch-up on who she is. And if you know me, you're going to see why I find her triggering, because she's so much like me. Of who she is, who he is, and what they built together as a couple before we go into the divorce and why people are so stunned. I'm also, because again, I'm an EQ coach, we're going to go into why do men who are good dudes, we know why fuck niggas cheat, But why do good men cheat? We're gonna get into that.
Flowers, his and hers, fragrances. The Valentino Beauty Born in Roma, Uomo, and Donna. I love this fragrance because it's so feminine. It's giving like jasmine.
Ooh. Oh, that's nice.
Very warm and spicy.
I'm about to scuff up my floor. Yeah, girl, I'm about to take you out.
Tell me what you think of my final fit.
I think you look like a garden that got burnt, but was beautiful. Does that make sense?
A garden that got burnt?
It's black.
Do you guys see how people thought that they were gay besties? This is not about masculinity being myopic and thinking he has to be hyper masculine, but do you see, based on the way that they're engaging, even in this very benign video, why people thought they were besties? She's gorgeous. She has main character energy. She's flittering around in a beautiful dress. And rather than being, yeah, baby, you look the fuck good, right? Rather than being like, damn, you know, that desirable way that you want your man to make you feel when you're dressed up all the fucking time. He tends to be playful, take a little jab, a little playful jab, and then she gives him a funny look, and then they laugh. That is bestie behavior. If I was wearing this dress with my big old bitties shifted up under my neck, smelling the fuck good in Valentino, in our marble fucking bathroom that I helped us get through my social media content, nigga, you better look like you want to put another baby in me. What you mean I look like burnt flowers? And by the way, it's not the joke itself. It's the fact of there's a certain level of desire that I've never seen him really show her, even when he's being kind and compassionate and lovely to her. Tony said, to each his own. Look, if this was a consensual lavender marriage, I wouldn't be mad at it, right? If you said, look, I know my childhood sweetheart's a little gay. I don't give a fuck. We still have a beautiful life, a beautiful family. I don't judge him. We might even make arrangements. I actually don't have an issue with mutually consented lavender marriages. This is not that, though. She thought that she had a man who she's known. She was 14 years old, who she was going to do life with forever. She built a whole business around it with him, and then he cheated. That's very different.
Anyway.
Whoa. You gifted 5 Bluecentric memberships? Ice macchiato, which by the way is one of my favorite Starbucks drinks. Funny. Ice macchiato, thank you. Oh my God. That is so, wow. By the way, guys, I'm realizing, I think just like the gym, I need to start doing my lives in the morning whenever possible. I have more energy in the morning. I usually come to y'all when I'm already tired. I kind of love this. All right, let's go back to watching the video.
We're off date night. Desmon's taking me out on a date tonight, and we're going to an Italian restaurant. So
now here's the thing. If I was Kristy and I was going to an Italian restaurant, I would do everything she's about to do. Some of y'all gonna find it annoying. I'm annoying. This video shows how much, these next couple of videos, I want to start off with the sweet one. Like, oh, they're a couple, but he comes off like a gay best friend. I'm gonna do that first. These next couple of videos show you why I find Kristy annoying and why we're the same person, right? I'm a goofy bitch who, if you give me a theme, I'm going to take it too far. I am.
Getting in theme, he's blowing up my pizza floaty. And he's taking his job seriously, obviously. So I'm packing my bag for our date night. And this is the iconic Dolce & Gabbana My Sicily bag. It's like this cute little charm.
By the way, Ice Macchiato, if you're already giving them out, feel free to give them to Germiology because very, very awesome member of the community. If I see anybody else in here that I recognize, I'm going to yell that out too. But please make sure that Germ gets one if you haven't given them all out yet.
Man, that's too much.
Babe, get to blowing.
Guys, no spoilers.
Stop complaining, get to blowing. It's re-image from 2009. And look how much space for storage. Like, look, you can fit that floaty in here. Yeah, you can. First things first, babe, are we drinking tonight?
Are we drinking?
I'm making a glass of wine at the Italian restaurant tonight. So I'm gonna bring my favorite wine glass.
Where are you gonna put that?
You can hold it for me.
I'm not holding that.
But actually I have options. I also have this. So if you just get the wine by the bottle, I just screw this on top of the wine glass and just drink it from the glass.
You know what? On second thought, you stay home.
No. I also have these pasta heels that I'm gonna take with me. And I actually got these from the
Pasta
store.
heels. Now, sis, you guys know I do this thing where I'll find a video, scan it really quickly, but not watch every part because I want to enjoy it with y'all. I didn't see the pasta. I mean, I probably wear pasta heels.
Pantry. And just glued them on, going in the bag. Oh, I lost some pasta shell. I'm also gonna be packing a change of clothes, my Dolce & Gabbana jeans and then Dolce & Gabbana tank top.
Kristy packing a backup outfit in her purse to go to an Italian restaurant because she knows she's about to eat her way out of that dress. is hilarious to me. They're ugly as fuck, but it's hilarious to me. The pasta heels, hilarious. Do you guys see why I find her annoying but relatable?
I respect it so much. Okay. If I get cold, I also have this blanket.
Why am I blowing this up then?
I don't know why I'm blowing that up, honestly. You don't have to, because I'm not taking it. You guys, how cute.
I'm not gonna leave you alone.
No, you're not. Stuff that in here.
The back is bursted.
No, it's not. I just played Tetris, and it basically fits. What do you think?
That makes no sense.
Anyway, ready for
Wait,
it?
Chris is a Taurus? No, hold on. Is she? No. Is she? Because that would be a little bit too much on the nose. Not you derailing the live. Kristy, Scott, Zodiac. Now divorce came up first. Yikes. She's a Taurus. Oh my God. I am Kristy. That is embarrassing. I did not know she was a Taurus. Well, that tracks. Well, if you ever wonder what would Bluetooth would be like in a marriage, just watch Kristy's videos, y'all. Like, it's actually, I had to watch her whole page today for this live. It got so on the nose, I felt uncomfortable. Like, am I not original? And then I reminded myself that I'm older than her. So I was first, Kristy. I'm older. But yeah, no, this is me in a relationship. Good or bad. If you don't like her, you don't like me. It's okay.
No.
Rough.
Desmon just had 11 years married. It's our 11-year anniversary.
So in true Taurus fashion, apparently, Kristy found out that her man liked Pokemon cards. And so for their 11-year anniversary, she said, oh, nigga, you like Pokemon? I'm about to become a Pokemon, which is what I would do for my nigga, okay? I dated somebody one time who didn't like green M&Ms. I once spent a whole afternoon removing all the green M&Ms from the bag. I'm one of them bitches, okay? I will trick on you because I enjoy it. I'm doing as much for me as I am for you, nigga, okay? I want your face to light up like I'm the daddy who didn't raise you. So when Kristy found out that Desmon liked Pokemon cards, she didn't know shit about no Pokemon, okay? Could barely spell Pokemon, had to call different people to say, what the fuck is a Pokemon? Because she's only 30. And when she found out, she took it too far. In the exact same way that I would. I love this bitch.
I'm hiding in the room because we're about to exchange gifts. And I'm not even gonna lie, after 11 years, I had no idea what to get this man. Like, we've gotten each other all the gifts already. So, I'm gonna show you guys what I got. So I started going down this list of hobbies, and I'm like, okay, we've already gotten this, that, whatever. Then finally, you guys may know he has an obsession with Pokemon. An obsession.
He has an obsession with Pokemon, yep.
So, I didn't even know where to start with that, but I know he loves cookies, and I do too. So if you love Pokemon, tell me if I did good. And I kept hearing him say stuff about shiny Pokemon, so I contacted our cookie lady and asked her if she could make shiny Pokemon card cookies. I don't know.
Wait, she's a Taurus, she's a Sag. Girl, congratulations. He's a Sag? Girl, you gave 15 plus years of your life to a Sagittarius? Let me stop. Sorry. I'm going to stop reading the signs. You guys, no more signs. It says Desmond's a Sagittarius. I hope they're wrong. No, wait. He's a Capricorn. Oh, I get it then. What did I say earlier? The only sign that I feel the really safe with is Capricorns. If a Capricorn bisexual man who had not made peace with his bisexuality and was trying to fight his inner lust, tried to get me pregnant and got with me at 15, I'd still be with him. Oh, Kristy. Baby, I get it. Capricorns make you feel so safe. Oh, I get it, girl. And they're good at sex. Capricorns, I'm going to say this real quick before we continue, because again, we're sponsored by ADHD. Capricorns are who y'all think Scorpios are. Today's his birthday. Oh my God, his birthday is January 10th. Y'all, we are doing this live on Desmond's birthday. This is diabolical. His birthday is January 10th. I just checked, yeah. I, a Taurus woman who clocked this several years ago, that she and him reminded me of me and my ex-fiance if we had actually stayed together, am now realizing that she's my exact sign. He's the sign that I feel the safest with. And I know the sex was good, child. I'm telling y'all, Capricorns are who y'all think Scorpios are. No disrespect to the Scorpios. Y'all cry a lot. Capricorns are who y'all think Scorpios are. So yeah, if a sexy little 90s fine nigga at 14 found me, was doing all that Capricorn shit, making me feel safe, like we could build an empire together, and they did, and put babies in me, and built a multi-million-dollar empire with me, yeah, I might divorce him in 5 minutes if I found out the whole time he was cheating. We don't know if he likes men. We're just saying that people have speculated because they present like gay besties. Okay? We can call a thing by its name without being homophobic. Okay, let's be very mindful because this is a pro ligga bigga tigga pro LGBTQ plus space. So let's just be mindful. Okay.
She also had no idea what I was talking about, so I just Googled it and sent her a picture. These are the cookies.
So she don't know shit about Pokemon, but she went and had custom Pokemon cookies made for him. She's whispering, which is why I'm trying to translate. She had custom Pokemon cookies made for him in the shape of the Pokemon that he says was his favorite. Very Taurus energy, very Earth sign energy, but Taurus in particular, we like the trick.
I don't know what that means. I don't know what a shiny Pokemon is.
She said, I don't know what any of this means, honey, but he likes it. I love it. I get it.
So then I went and I contacted some Pokemon shop that all these people are obsessed with that like sells out every week, and I said, hey, like, what's considered good? Can you just like guide me in the right direction?
Yeah? All right, hold on. Can you get my purse upstairs?
I'm trying to distract him. Okay. Okay, so anyways, this is what they gave.
Okay, now that I know that she's a Taurus, this all makes so much sense. The nigga likes Pokemon. He said a very specific kind of Pokemon that's hard to get that he likes. And her response is to call China and get him a whole box of them. I feel very seen. This is why I have to be so discerning about attracting opportunists and people who just won't see me as a resource. Because again, Tauruses love to trick on, like we enjoy it as much as you do. Okay, so Kristy's not a victim. Kristy's not a victim. Even if she was dating a low vibrational Gemini homosexual, she might have still done this. Ask me how I know. Yes, Taurus things, okay? This, oh God, I'm so happy y'all told me her sign because I'm like, why does this girl remind me so much of myself? It's actually annoying me. Oh, I totally get it. You brought me peace.
Shiny Pokemon cards.
Not shout out to China.
But apparently it's like sought after and it's all in Japanese, so I don't even know what it says. Let's say he's gonna love it. If you're a Pokemon lover, tell me if I did good. I don't know.
She said, if you're a Pokemon lover, tell me I did good. Now you would think, okay, Kristy, you done had special edition cookies made of his favorite Pokemon that you don't even know shit about. You done called China and wiped out an entire Temu shipment of whatever this special edition Pokemon is. You're already doing the most. He's going to be happy. No, baby. No. You don't understand. That's still not enough. You don't understand. That's still not enough. As a Taurus, to me, this will be an appetizer. It's not enough. Okay? There has to be more. And there was.
I'll keep you updated. I'm about to surprise him with this Pokemon card.
The bitch bought a Pokemon outfit. She said, nigga, you love Pokemons and you love me. I will be a Pokemon. It makes sense to me. Nigga, if you like Pokemon, guess what I'm about to be for Halloween this year? It makes sense to me. Because when I saw it, I was like, oh, you got him with some custom-made cookies and a box of his... No, nigga, what's the rest? And sure enough, she didn't disappoint me. This is the rest. Y'all saying this tweet. I love that. It's the only way that we know how to love, guys. If you've ever dated a Taurus who didn't take it too far, tricking on you, they didn't really like you. They didn't really like you. This is our default setting, if we actually like you.
Pokemon card.
You want to be a mod of something happening? I'll let you know, babe.
I pull up at the club, VIP, gas tank on, even on drink, so right now.
Yeah, you throw kids in the mix. Oh, child, don't let me love a nigga and then we got a kid in the house. Oh, it's about to be a hot mess. It's about to be Raven's World every fucking day, child.
Fresh kicks, fresh white tone tee, fresh NFL head, fresh rolls with the crew, right.
Look at his face. He does not ever react like a husband who is tickled and aroused. He's always acts like a gay best friend who thinks that his homegirl is nuts. Look at his face. He's not like, oh my God, this is so sweet. My dick is so hard. Oh my God, baby, I'm about to put another baby in you. This is amazing. I can't believe you're a Pokemon. I love you and Pokemon best. No, it's just like, bitch, is you okay? Which, by the way, is great for comedy. Okay. But as a woman who likes to be spread low and laid wide, this not enough for me. Why your dick not hard? Somebody said it's giving homies. Thank you. Why y'all saying blue? What? I'm being serious. If I do something sweet for you, you need to do something nasty for me afterwards. I'm not saying that you're a prostitute. I'm just saying you like Pokemon and I like to be folded. So let's everybody get what they deserve, right? Come on, I called China for you, nigga. Seriously, this is your reaction?
Real recognize real niggas don't.
This is how it looks when you are the only woman in the house and have a husband and 2 sons. They're buckling my shoes.
Mind you, she's living the dream, right? She has beautiful boys, a doting chef husband. What did I say on my Instagram stories the other day? I want a nigga who wants to try to cook for me. If it's good, great. Even if it's not good, just the effort. Make me some toast, nigga, okay? I want a man who wants to feed me. Said every tourist woman ever. Their entire relationship is that, oh, now that she's a tourist, that makes sense. Their entire relationship, all his content is him feeding her. That's a love language. Their entire content, when it's not her being fun and goofy, is that the fact that he's a chef and he is feeding her. Marrying a chef who's 90s fine and obsessed with me and has good genes is literally my like best case scenario. Are you fucking kidding me? Kristy was living my dream.
For me. We're about to go to the beach, and this is my outfit of the day. I'm wearing Turks and Caicos, so I feel like the fruit matches the vibe of the island. And then I also have these heels that have little strawberries and bananas.
He looks like he's like, bitch, what? Yes, I'm such a tourist. Why is anybody surprised?
But can you help me put my
Why
heels on?
are you going to the beach in heels and
Okay. Literally, heels for any occasion is always appropriate. And then I also have this bag. It's like a little
By the way, they're really, really diligent about trying to keep their kids off camera as much as possible. Now that I know that they're a Taurus and Capricorn, that makes sense. That level of discernment, earth signs will give you enough to get paid, but not any more than that.
strawberry. And then I'm going to pair it with these shades.
you want to show them what I'm
Okay, show me your outfit.
got the top with the
For those saying she as a prop, I intentionally picked this video because even though the video was about her, he wanted a moment and she gave it to him. It was no beef. It was no weirdness. He was like, I want to show off my outfit too. She's like, go for it. So if he's a prop, it's not because she won't let him take front and center. She's just more dynamic than him when it comes to the camera.
the like opposite vibe on the bottom. You know, I got the business in front, party in the back zone. You feel me?
You got it. All right, so boys, we're going to get some food and then we're going to go down to the beach.
I said, I have not cooked dinner in a month, ladies. There are men who love cooking. Yes, God. Bitch. I'm putting an order to God because I've been manifesting my ass off lately. God, send me a man who wants to feed me, literally, figuratively, sexually, foodly. I want a man who wants to feed me. I've just decided. I've been inspired. Thank you, sis.
I'll take you anywhere.
Take this as your sign to be a boy mom. All right?
There was a moment where he said, I'll take you anyway. You look beautiful. It was only like a half a second, but I like that. I wish we had more of that. Now, after this, right, I wanted, somebody said, isn't he gay? Guys, we're speculating. We don't know his yes, foodly is a word because I said so, okay? I want a man who feeds me emotionally, psychologically, physically, and foodly, okay? So this video, I'm ending for those of you who didn't know who they are, you now do. But I'm ending this little recap of who they are with this video that she posted in August, right when they got their new house. Because they just got a new mansion that they built from scratch. A new mansion with an Alaska king bed. An Alaska king bed can fit 10 people, guys. They have a bed that can fit 10 people in their new mansion. And they built all that through her making content and him being the husband with the kids. Like, so they got this new mansion and she looked at the window one day and she posted this video. I'm gonna make myself small. Sometimes you peep stuff and you say it as a joke and you don't realize that you're actually picking up on something. Let's look at this video from the summer.
Line between cooked and almost.
So she found him one day just looking out the window, staring, and she wondered, what the fuck is he thinking about? Let's play.
Always appropriate. And then
We're gonna play
also
this
have this
again because I want to capture the moment where he's being sexual.
And then I'm gonna pair it with these
Where is it?
shades.
You want to show them what I'm
Okay, show me.
Oh, he wants to show what he's wearing. Okay.
The like opposite vibe on the bottom. You know, I got the business in the
They're a
front,
gorgeous
party
couple.
in the back zone. You feel me?
You got it. All right, Hey boys, we're gonna get some food and then we're gonna go down to the beach.
I'll take you anywhere.
Take this as your sign to be a boy mom. All right.
You see that? I'll take you anywhere. That's as much sexual je ne sais quoi that I was able to find in like the last year. Boy, if you don't put them kids away and let me stop. Nigga, what are you thinking about? These are the moments as a woman where you look back like, when I found him just staring out the window into the abyss in our new mansion, what the fuck was he thinking about? These, as a woman, these are the, actually not even as a woman, as a man who cares about their partner. As a person, these little seemingly funny, random moments from the past, when you find out you've been betrayed, these are the ones that your brain circles around. Somebody said he's probably thinking about his side chick. Oh no, y'all are mean.
The line between cooked and almost cooked is literally death, so.
Kristy Scott has formally accused Desmon Scott of infidelity in court, officially ending the social media power couple's marriage. According to divorce filings obtained from Harris County, Texas, Kristy explicitly listed.
You guys, it actually made me sad. I don't subscribe to couples goals, relationship goals. I don't deify couples. I read too many statistics and peer-reviewed studies. The last time I read a stat, I think it was a couple of years ago, it might have changed, but I read a stat several years ago from a study that said 75% of couples who make their relationship highlighted on social media end up breaking up, whether it's a reality show, content, or just oversharing on Facebook. 3 out of 4 couples who do this do not last. 3 out of 4 couples who do this do not last. But I was shocked as well, simply because, not because I thought they were perfect. I'm never gonna think anybody's perfect. That's why I'm making sure that you see my kitchen the way it actually looks, right? This is how my kitchen looks every day. I'm not doing a fake social media kitchen for y'all. I could have made my kitchen look super fancy, have a disco ball hanging. No, nigga, no. I talk to y'all too fucking much, right? I already know that when something's too perfect, it's fake. And though, I also thought that because they had been together since they were 14, and only about, I think, 4% of high school sweethearts end up being together. They had been together since they were 14. They were very, very young, had built an empire together, and seemed to actually have a great friendship, that alone would convince one, if not both of them, to rob themselves of the ability to explore other options because they were already so deep in. So I'm not shocked that he was cheating. I'm not shocked that they broke up. I'm shocked that she was more like me than I thought. If my future husband or life partner, because not everybody believes in marriage, especially when you're rich, and I plan to be rich someday, not today though, child. Not everybody believes in marriage, but I do believe in long-term partnership. If my long-term beloved sees this, just know that I will trick on you. I will love you. I will do everything for you. If you cheat on me, you will get left. I was obsessed with my male best friend to the point where I called him my gay husband for 29 years. We were best friends for 24 years. We knew each other for 29 years. That is literally the majority of my life. And the day that he disrespected me and I didn't yell back and I said, hey, that's really hurtful. Can you not be so hurtful? And he kept screaming at me. I ended our relationship. Because in that moment, I realized that being right meant more to him than keeping me safe or respecting me. I ended an almost 30-year friendship with the person who everybody calls my gay husband. To this day, my mother still thinks that we were fucking. We weren't. Over disrespect. 30 years. Her leaving after 15, I wouldn't even blink at that. There's no amount of time that you're going to love me where you suddenly have earned cookies to disrespect me. There's no like prize of disrespect because of how long you fucking know me. Issa Rae posted a video recently that said, if you want to learn how to stand on business, look at an earth sign. Not because she's a Capricorn. If you want to see how the person who tricks on you the most will leave you in a heartbeat, go fuck around with an earth sign who likes themselves. You will get left. Y'all talk about the Geminis? No. Geminis can pivot. But nobody will drop you and leave you for dead like an earth sign who tricked on you, loved you, was obsessed with you, and you still played in their face.
Desmond's alleged extramarital affair as the reason for the split, stating that it completely eliminated any possibility of reconciliation. Kristy and
she said, nigga, he has eliminated any possible. I don't even want to give you hope, my guy. They last did a video with each other on December 9th. The announcement was made in January 9th. That means from the time that she found out and filed to the time that we found out, she wants it to make it clear, baby, ain't no hope. This is over. I would cry over a man for 4 months straight and still leave his ass. Yeah? And I'm going to say something that's not popular to say, because a lot of you like to read toxically positive memes. Not everybody's replaceable. Sit with that for a second. She found New Year's Eve. Thank you for letting me know. Their last video together was the 9th. In a month, she's found out, cussed him out, filed, and moved him out, and made it public in a month. Within the month. Child, she's nicer than me. Y'all would have found him before Christmas. Again, not everybody is replaceable. You know, we always say everybody's replaceable. You know that's not true. Nope, not true. Not true. I can't think of a way to tell you how I know it's not true without sounding like I'm flexing, so I won't. You can guess. Several people who I've left for dead have come back decades later and said they were never able to replace me. And I believe them. That best friend of 20 plus years, who I knew for almost 30 years of my life, I'll never be able to replace him. I love him. I'm hurt by how things ended. I've since forgiven him. I actually sent him a beautiful message. It was a heartfelt message. I'm not saying it's beautiful because I'm being self-aggrandizing. Like I was in a beautiful place. He knows Dustin, and I do a show with Dustin, with Carlos King. And I mentioned to Dustin, do you know so-and-so? He's like, yeah, haven't y'all known each other since childhood? I'm like, yeah, we don't talk anymore, but if you see him, send him my love. And Dustin lit up when he spoke about my ex-best friend, because my ex-best friend is a beautiful person, right? Somebody can disrespect you and still be a beautiful person. Again, we don't play victim here. And even when we're victimized, we don't play victim. Playing victim is something very different from being victimized. And I was like, you're right, he is a beautiful person. And I really hope he's okay. And I don't need to ever speak to him again if it doesn't make sense. But thank you for reminding me what a beautiful person he is, Dustin. Right after me and Dustin and Carlos wrapped up the show, I texted my former best friend and said, we haven't talked in forever. You don't even need to respond. Me and Dustin had a quick chat about you before we did our live today. And he said you were a beautiful person. And I still agree with that. You are a beautiful person. I hope you're well. I've gotten diagnosed with autism since we stopped being friends. And it's explained so many of the confusions I had around our relationship and so many of the miscommunications that happened between us. I hope you found a similar peace. I really do hope that you found a similar peace. Again, don't need to respond. I hope you're well. I sent that weeks ago. He didn't respond for weeks. At 9 o'clock on New Year's Eve, he responds and says, I hope you're doing well too. It was a simple, lovely message. And that was fine. I didn't need more. I didn't feel entitled to more. I wasn't disappointed. I was just happy that he was okay. And I hope that him responding meant that he did the work too, because I've done the work since we stopped talking, right? So be clear. You don't always have to demonize people to say our time has passed. And you don't also have to throw away the good memories. Every good memory that I spent 29 years building with this nigga belongs to me. I'm not giving that shit up. He changed my life. That job at Harvard, guys, remember people always say, Blue, when me and Lulu were having our little discussion on that live, and she was like, Blue, where'd you learn that from? And I said, the Harvard School of Public Health. The fuck? I didn't make this up, bitch. Guess who got me the job at the Harvard School of Public Health? Guess who shared my website? Because back in the day, blogs did not exist. Blogging wasn't even a thing yet. We just had websites. Guess who shared my website with someone in his family who was working with the Harvard School of Public Health and said, I know an amazing writer. You should consider having her work with us at this nonprofit. And then I go to the nonprofit. They love my work. And when Harvard says we need a writer, they say, oh my God, you should totally have Blue do it. He's the reason why I got that Harvard job. I will never take that away from him. He's the reason why I went from applying to be a student at Harvard to working at Harvard, right? He was my biggest champion my entire career. And so when things went left, I'm still going to always be grateful for that. A lot of y'all don't know how to end a relationship without still holding on to the good parts. And so I'm saying this because as a Taurus who loved a man since high school for 30 years, watching Kristy, who's loved a man for high school for 15 years, I'm hoping that the level of grace that I'm able to show, despite feeling deeply fucking disrespected and betrayed 30 years in, that she's also able to show 15 years. And now I understand she has children and an empire, so it's more complicated than that. But I honestly don't think it is. The love runs deep. And if you've never been loved deep, find a Taurus who likes you, child. Our version, a Taurus or a Scorpio. Taurus and Scorpios love in a way that I think is slightly scary. Okay, it's a little intense. If I love you, I might shoot somebody for you. I'm not even holding you. If you ever hear that somebody fucked around with Bridget or my sister or somebody or my husband or my kids and I shot them dead, don't be surprised. Be like, that sounds like her. They probably deserved it. That sounds like her, right? If I love you, I will go pretty far. Somebody said that's mature as fuck. Good. Thank you. I appreciate that. I actually felt so healthy. Seeing that reaction that I had to him was like, oh my God, I really healed. And by the way, guys, I don't think I've healed because I say I've healed. I think I've healed because when life throws me curveballs, I'm always pleasantly surprised by how I respond. Like, oh, I like how I handled that. Okay, I see you, bitch. Healing isn't a hypothesis. It's something that has to be confirmed. Yeah? So let's take it back to Kristy saying, fuck you, nigga, stop playing around with me.
Desmond met when they were just 14 years old, grew up together from adolescence into adulthood, married in 2014, and share 2 sons. More importantly, they were not just a married couple, but a tightly bound family content brand.
They were not just some married couple. Look how beautiful they are. I'm going to make this big. And this is not being shallow. It's just me being a Taurus and having eyes. I like pretty shit. Okay? Look how beautiful of a couple they are. They look like they slightly look related. I'm not going to get into that. But they look so happy. They look so well and evenly yoked, right? And he's tall and attractive. Despite having 2 kids, she works out all the time. She does her creams and her potions and her skincare. Shout out to the skincare girlies. She also has brand deals. Like when people make vision boards, and this is not me glazing them, by the way. This is me being objective. When people make vision boards of what they want to happen in life and the kind of family they want, the kind of business they want, the kind of aesthetics they want, the kind of body they want, I hate to say it, this is what they actually ask for. Most people want to be physically fit, in shape. If they're not asexual, they want a life partner that they can build an empire with. If they do want kids, they want beautiful children who are healthy and smart and thriving. They want a nice home and security. They want a savings account. If they have an ego that they're willing to be honest about, they also want to be famous. They want to be well known. They want to go to fashion shows and be with Givenchy and Chappelle and everybody else. They want to be beloved and respected and admired by their community. Literally every fucking thing. Literally every fucking thing that most of us ask for in broad strokes, Kristy and Desmond had. And she still fucking left when he had her fucked up. And he still cheated. Oh, honey, that's not true that nobody wants to be famous. That's the biggest lie I've seen on this live. I talked to Carlos about this. I've talked to my Bridget about this. There are people who are already rich who are paying money to become famous. You could argue that fame is a bigger currency these days than money is. There are niggas who want to be Instagram famous and are not making a single penny. The reason why I only have 40-something thousand followers is because I want highly engaged people that I can build a really, really rigorous relationship with more than I want fame. If fame happens, sure, the cake is impact. I'm a rarity. Most people, if they had to choose between my following and the amount of money I make from my following versus being like Icky, who has 500,000, 250,000 followers, but is like slightly broke and overspending, they would choose Icky over me. They would choose being known by a whole community and being viral all the time over having a small but mighty community that keeps you financially solvent. So it's not true that nobody wants to be famous. Most people want to be famous. We have a friend, I'm not going to share too much, who we thought had an opportunity that was going to make her a lot of money, and we found out that she's not making any money and she's just getting paid in fame. She's not rare. She's not rare.
They built their following through jointly created videos. They also co-owned a production company called Make to Be Films, which specializes in wedding and love story filmmaking. As of now, representatives for both Kristy and Desmond have not responded. But one thing is clear.
Perfect. Thank you. Jeff Bezos is the perfect example of how you could be a billionaire and you still want fame. Because fame is its own currency, guys. Thank you. Perfect example. Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos. There are so many billionaires who have no creative talent who still insist on us knowing who they are.
This breakup is not just the end of a relationship. It marks the beginning of the dismantling of an entire influencer family business.
TMZ were the first ones to break the news. They did obtain the court documents, which revealed that Kristy filed for divorce in Texas and cited the reason as infidelity, saying it wiped out any reasonable chance of reconciliation. The paperwork also said they will soon stop living together as husband and wife. And y'all, this is so sad. They met when they were 14, got married in 2014, have 2 kids together, built a brand together. This is so sad. If you don't know who they are, I don't know how you don't know, because they have like millions of followers on every platform.
Oh yeah, honey, it's real. She filed court documents saying I never need to see that nigga again as my husband. It's real, unfortunately.
But the Scotts shoot mainly skits and slice of life family content. Kristy is especially known for her shenanigans. She's always prancing around, wearing funny outfits, stressing her husband out. While I am not a fan of family and couples vlogs channels, I did enjoy their content.
Because I'm not a family blogger enthusiast, because a part of me is like, keep that shit private before it becomes unsafe. The last time I actually watched, actually I think the only time I actually subscribed to a family blog was Queen Naija, because I was going through a rough patch, and watching Queen Naija and Clarence's relationship evolve was so sweet to me. And then I found out it was toxic, and I stopped watching. So I'm not a family blogger, but again, because Kristy, I see so much of myself in Kristy, and I love her personality, even though I find her annoying, but I find myself annoying. And I recognize, objectively speaking, that she's living the dream on paper. I still am cognizant of them, right? So mind you, I've still never followed either one of them, but I'm still cognizant. The irony is, now that Kristy's single and putting herself first, I might actually follow her.
They were hilarious in my opinion and always kept me laughing. I definitely did not see this divorce coming. And then they just built a house, a huge one at that. And
by the way, for those of you who've never heard of this couple, I guarantee you, whether you realize it or not, you've seen their videos. He's the husband who's always laughing. Ha 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 ha! People are like, oh my God, is he gay? Even if you don't know their names and you never clocked who they were, I promise you, you've scrolled past their timeline at least once.
He's gonna have to move out and I guess stay at one of their other properties. This is why you do not idolize and envy other people's relationships, because you do not know what those people are putting up with. I'm wishing Kristy and her sons the best.
Ain't shit funny anymore, Desmond. You probably heard famous TikTok couple Kristy and Desmond Scott are filing for divorce. Well, she has filed, and apparently it's over infidelity, allegedly. One would think that after 15 years together with his childhood sweetheart, who's a gorgeous woman and has 2 kids and a custom-built home and a multi-million-dollar business, would try his best to...
You guys, you know what's so funny? Ugly women don't deserve to be cheated on, but when a pretty woman gets cheated on, we act like, wow, you cheated on a baddie. Be mindful about how you package that sentiment. Nobody, even if Kristy was 100 pounds heavier in a bonnet, she still wouldn't deserve to be cheated on. I'm just saying.
Keep it in his pants so that he can stay afloat with this relationship. But you know what? That's not the case. And this is why I'm always emphasizing to you guys to stop idolizing couples online. I don't care how cute they are. I don't care all the fun pranks they do. I don't care how much he's showing you how generous he is. You do not know what these people are going through behind the scenes. I just told y'all my most recent...
Yeah, I can't find my favorite lip gloss. And those of you who watch my my natural makeup get ready with me, you know what it is. I can't find my favorite lip gloss. I'm gonna look for it. This one's all right, but my favorite is my favorite. So if you see me disappear for a second, I'm rummaging through my house for lip gloss while this video plays, okay?
Video, stop wishing you had what other people have, because you're gonna get exactly what they have. And I promise you, you would not want what she's dealing with right now.
I'm not going to lie to you. Every man that has been paying attention knew what was happening. We may not have known for sure, but the signs were there.
Now, hold on.
Allegedly, Kristy got cheated.
Wait a minute. What do you mean by that? What does he mean that? Sorry, I couldn't find the lip gloss that's upstairs. One of the problems with having a house that's 3 levels is I'm not going upstairs. Respectfully. If I walk up the stairs, I'm not coming back down. The live is just going to play itself. So I think my lip gloss is upstairs. I am exhausted. So we're just gonna have to deal with this. Yeah, what does he mean that every man knew what was going on? Does anybody know what that means? I thought that was cryptic. Every man. I do have some videos of men because I didn't want this to be, and this is something I'm remiss to, as somebody who believes that toxicity is gender neutral. One of the things I'm going to be intentional about highlighting as content this year is toxic masculine versus healthy masculine, toxic feminine versus healthy feminine. That's going to be an ongoing theme. And I wanted us to make sure that we weren't just a bunch of hens clicking about men and how much they suck, because there's a lot of places you can do that. And there's something vibrational about that, and hypocritical, because I still want to attract a life partner. So I don't want to create a space where all we do is talk shit about men while I'm out looking for my nigga. There's a hypocrisy in that doesn't make sense. And my spirit guys be watching me. So when I'm a hypocrite, they don't give me stuff, and I like getting stuff. So we're not going to act like this is a man bashing video. What we are going to do, though, is at some point we're going to let men pontificate and speculate on why they think men like Desmon cheat. I wanted to hear it for them, because some of you are going to hear women say the exact same thing and say that we're just a bunch of old dusty bitches who can't pull a nigga. All right, so what happens when the men agree? Right? It's harder to dismiss a valid point, even verbatim, when it's said by a man to a man. So we're not going to be in men's business. We're going to let men talk to niggas like Desmon in a second. But right now, we're going to hear from the ladies, okay?
Cheated on with a man. Her husband cheated on her with a man. Source, TikTok. Not a reliable source, but in this current day and age in 2026, would you really not believe that? But also in 2026, are y'all still believing the bullshit lie that just because you see people smiling in videos that last 1 minute, that they're couple goals?
Oh my God, absolutely. There's a video I posted yesterday about how I was always told as a kid, you can't wear white because it makes you look the fattest. And so I spent most of my childhood and young adulthood avoiding white. And then 2 years ago, after the Icky and Jeff and Lulu thing happened, when I was just like, nigga, I know who the fuck I am. I'm a bad bitch. Fuck y'all. I went and got the whitest dress that I could find as a sign of purification and starting over, and did a photo shoot. This was 18 months ago. Never shared anything from this photo shoot until yesterday. Okay. Because it was for me. It wasn't for y'all. And I put on the whitest, most unslimming dress I could find. I still look fucking good in, by the way. And I wore it to a photo shoot and did a whole spread in this white dress as a way of reclaiming how much space I take up in the world, right? And because the idea that you have to shrink to be desirable, I'm not saying you can't lose weight or be healthy, but the idea of always wearing black so that less of you appears, I'm like, I'm gonna wear white. You're gonna see all this shit, right? I posted the video yesterday because somebody said, hey, Blue, not Blue. It's so funny. In my head, people are always talking to me directly when I read stuff on social media. Someone said, hey, big girls, I need to see some pictures of big girls looking happy and joyous. And I see all these videos and pictures of big girls looking happy and joyous. And so I post the video clip that I had actually never watched before, because after I did the photo shoot, I never looked at the pictures again. I saw a clip of myself that was 38 seconds of me in the white dress listening to, and they're playing Beyonce in the background, and Gia, the photographer, is like hyping me up. And I was like, oh my God, bitch. You heard, I love this for you. I post the clip 10 seconds after I'm seeing it for the first time. I've never seen this clip before. I post the clip and everybody's like, oh my God, Blue, you look amazing. You look great. And you know, hyping me up the way people do on Threads when they really care about you. I said, I wonder what other videos from that photo shoot I had never seen. I wonder what other videos from that photo shoot I haven't watched yet. Because I just posted this thing about I reclaimed my body by wearing this bright white dress to show that I love all of me. Every fucking dimple and cellulite and whatever, I love all of it. And I really do. I've had sex with men who be like, damn, you really like yourself, huh? This is not for social. I really like myself. It's a little obscene. So I was like, I wonder what other videos I missed. Do you know? I didn't remember this until I watched it last night. I go in the videos, and right before the video that everybody was clapping for on Threads is another video of when I first got on set, and I'm in this beautiful white dress, face beat, and I'm like, yo, guys, I feel like a jug of sexy milk. White is not slimming. I feel like a jug of milk right now. And they're like, no, hush, you look good. I forgot that moment. That moment didn't make the reel. That moment didn't make it on Threads yesterday. Wasn't none of y'all clapping for that because I didn't even know that. I forgot it existed, right? In the middle of the moments that we clap for, even the most confident person, there's these moments that we don't post. I was stunned to see it. In fact, the part of me was like, I'm going to repost this video. But when I post this video on YouTube and Instagram, I'm going to post the other video too. I'm going to show you what it looks like when I'm having a moment of fleeting insecurity. Because we all have insecurity, but we're not all insecure. Let's repeat this. Insecurity is a moment. Being insecure is a character trait. I am not an insecure person, but I have insecure moments because I'm human. You could literally see me going, oh my God, I look like a jug of milk. That's why I used to say in high school, I can't wear white. I'm going to look like a sexy jug of milk, right? I'm going to look like a big tittied, wide hip, hourglass jug of fucking milk. I said it the day that I was taking my power back. Right before, I was like, nah, bitch, who the fuck are you? Don't do that. And then I went right back to being confident. But it still happened. If a secure person can move like that, imagine what the insecure people are doing. This is me calling bullshit on myself. Even the most secure person you know, has moments in their reels, in their phones that you've never seen, where the part of them, even if it's fleeting, that is the opposite of what they're presenting still gets to show up. Now I'm going to read this comment. Somebody said, Blue Theans 12:4-7, never be jealous of someone's life and success when you haven't walked that path. It's true. I just don't want to be anybody but me. So there's also that. I don't want to be none of y'all. I love y'all. I don't even want to be Beyonce. There's nobody on this earth that I want to be other than Bluecentric. And being able to say that and actually fucking mean it is probably why I'm not a hater. Usually when people are acting like haters is because they wish they were something or someone else. The easiest way to kill the hater within is to figure out how to love exactly who the fuck you are while still making improvements to like yourself even more.
Because you see a picture of two attractive people that are smiling in a photo that literally took 1 millisecond to take, that is a reflection of how strong and how good their relationship is.
Yeah.
When the woman is the star of the show, she's going to get cheated on. I mean, you being a woman and you...
When the woman, let's shake the table. This is the shake the table part of the live. When a woman is the main character, she's probably going to be cheated on. And I hate to say it, she's not wrong.
You are in a heterosexual relationship, there's a 99.9% chance that you're going to get cheated on. But when you are the star of the show in the relationship as a woman, you're for sure going to get cheated on. It's guaranteed that you're going to get cheated on. And not only are you going to get cheated on, you're going to get cheated on in the worst way. Right? He's not going to go cheat on you with someone that's like at the same level as you. No, he's going to cheat on you with an S worker. Of course, I'm pro S work. So I'm not saying this.
If I don't know what S work means, she means a sex worker.
To demean S workers, but what I'm saying is that how most women view S workers, they're really going to be like, what, you paid for it? Mm-hmm. Or they're going to cheat on you with a man, or they're going to cheat on you with a transgender. Like, it's going to be somebody that is...
Okay, let's just say this is a trans affirming space, but I do know what she understands, what she means though, because we are pro trans here. A lot of times a man will do something sexually deviant and outrageous because subconsciously, if you catch him, he wants you to be as embarrassed as possible. We're going to get into that in a second.
So out of the norm because they have to make a further point to go out of their way to humble you, because they just can't cheat on you with just like a regular day.
Even if she was a narcissist, cheating is still a betrayal and a breaking of a covenant. So let's get out of the habit of using somebody else's actions to be an excuse for the feelings of other people. Even if she was a narcissist, he's still a coward and a cheater. We don't do that here, babe. We don't do that. A man cheats because he lacks integrity. Because a man with integrity, if you were a narcissist, would just leave you. There's no excuse for cheating, guys. There's no excuse.
Other woman, no, like they really, really have to throw a curveball and really fuck up your self-esteem to the strongest level. And so they're going to make sure that they do that in the worst possible way by cheating on you with a group of people or a person that you would not expect to be cheated up against. Because
guys, this happens a lot. And other men, my guy friends are the ones who hit me to this, which is why I included this. A lot of men who I'm very close to have confessed that they or their homeboys have intentionally not just cheated, but cheated in the most embarrassing way possible. And after therapy, introspection, and just calling bullshit on themselves, admitted that the extra layer of embarrassment was intentional. Not all my clients are women, guys. I have a lot of male clients. And I attract powerful men for some reason. I think men who do not feel powerful are scared of me for some reason, but most of my male clients are alpha males who everybody would think is a high value nigga. So as somebody who high value niggas confess things to all the time, I am telling you, even high value men who have gotten therapy and help and come to me for coaching and done the work have admitted to me ad nauseum at this point, that if a man cheats in an extra embarrassing way to a good woman, and the way that he cheats is as audacious as the cheating itself, it's very rarely by mistake.
As a woman, I mean, imagine putting your self-esteem up against a man if that's who you got cheated on with or a transgender, you know, like that would be a lot to swallow for a woman because it's not the norm. But enough about his cheating ass and more about the fact that she decided to get a divorce despite the fact that they just closed on a house. She decided to divorce.
Let me tell you, I don't give a fuck if I just had your baby 5 minutes ago. Security. I'm going to tell you right now, anybody who dates masculine energy, so that's for the queer community and for the lesbians as well, how you doing? Because them studs be, I always say, a toxic stud will always act like the daddy who didn't raise them, okay? So if you date masculine energy in any capacity, right? Toxic masculinity, which is a systemic issue, which is why I talk about toxic masculinity, not toxic men. Point of nuance for the newbies. We don't talk about toxic men here. We talk about toxic masculinity. We talk about misogyny. We talk about the systems of oppression that are meant to make masculine energy feel like it makes sense to dishonor everybody else, including themselves, right? We don't attack people. We attack systems of oppression. If you're new here and haven't noticed that, I don't speak ill of men. I speak ill of misogyny and toxic masculinity. Big fucking difference. That's probably why men feel safe around me. I don't attack them. I attack the systems of oppression that they either can opt into or opt out of. Yes? And if you date toxic masculine energy in any capacity, you know for a fact that there is an assertion of dominance that will always happen even in the most beta-ass man. They will do things to embarrass you as a way to passive-aggressively assert their dominance because they can't fight you directly. Ask me how I know.
Tim, most likely as soon as she heard this news. She divorced this man despite the fact that this is the only man that she's ever been with because they've been together since they were 14 years old.
Yeah.
This is the only man that she's ever been involved with.
Oh, I'm so happy she's a Taurus. This girl said, "You're the only nigga I've ever been with. You fine, you tall, we make lots of money, you cook amazing meals, we have an empire. I will still leave your ass." Kristy, the woman that you are. Kristy, I hope Kristy sees this. Kristy, the woman that I have never been prouder of you. Actually, let me go follow this bitch right now.
She's beautiful. She knows her worth. She knows her star power. She knows the influence that she has. And she takes it seriously. And she values it enough where she was like, I'm getting the fuck out of there. That's the most important thing out of all of this. But the fact that we're in the year 2026 and y'all are still believing that because you see people smiling in a photo and you see people goofy on videos that that's a reflection of their relationship is crazy to me. They're content creators at the end of the day. You can't go to your 9 to 5 and complain all goddamn day. You can't go to your 9 to 5 and be miserable all the time. They're going to look at you and be like, okay, why do you want to be here then? Why?
Yeah, she has been there together longer than they've been alive. They made a video about it. She's like, I've been with him more years than I haven't in my entire life. I'm now following Kristy Sarah. I love it. I'm following Kristy now. I am. I think she's earned my respect enough for me to follow.
Why do you want to work here then? You go to work and you put on a fucking goddamn happy face to collect the check. Most people are doing the same goddamn thing to be able to keep their relationship. But shout out to Kristy and the fact that she just left. Despite the fact that they were closing on a house, despite the fact that they have 2 children, she didn't make all these concessions. Oh, we need to stay together for the kids. Oh, he's the only person that I've been with. Oh, we've been together for so long.
Oh, she's Trinity because I know that her is her cousin and they're besties. So she's Trinity. That makes sense. Caribbean women are... Somebody posted on Threads, have you ever seen your mother be violent? I said, I'm Caribbean and my mother has a machete. Caribbean women... How do I say it? When you have to toil the land... I'm always saying this, that Caribbeans and Southern Black people are the same person in a different font, okay? So anybody who has Southern Black family and you're not Caribbean, you still understand what I'm talking about. If you have to toil the land for survival, you will die. It builds a certain fuck around and find out in your spirit, yeah? Okay? Because Caribbean women historically had to be in the fields, we didn't have a, housewife at home baking. No. We didn't have that, okay? Having a machete is a rite of passage. In fact, the fact that I don't have a machete in my new house was like a failing. I need to go get me like a custom machete, like a little bougie machete. So coming from a line of women who have machetes, it's literal and figurative. We'll cut you, literally and figuratively. I remember being 9 years old, and my one of my uncles, because my uncles were whores. When you're raised without a mother and your sister's raising you, it makes you entitled and a little whorish, and you expect a woman to do all the work. Okay. And one of my uncles was dating this woman who was fresh in the mouth. Well, she's talking to my mother crazy. I remember being a child like, yo, you talking to mommy really crazy. I was like, hey, mommy is like not scared of you. You should be careful. I think I told her one time, like, hey, be careful. Mommy's a little crazy. Lady didn't listen to me. One day I'm in my room and my mother runs past me. No, the lady runs past me. I'm like, why is she running through the front door? My mother comes running right after her with a machete. That lady ain't talked crazy to my mother ever since. She's still family. She had a baby with my uncle, so she's still family. And here's the thing that's so funny. The child she had after my mother chased her with a machete came out looking more like my mother than I do. Scorpios are different. Just leave Scorpios alone. She said, bitch, not only am I going to chase you down, you're going to give birth to me, okay? My cousin looks more like my mother than I do. It has become a family joke. This lady hated my mother so much she birthed her, okay? So yes, this is a tangent about Caribbean and Southern women and the machetes. Just, if Kristy really is Trinidadian, and this is, oh my God, this is making so much fucking sense.
She said, fuck it, I'm out of there. Good for her.
And okay, so Kristy and Desmond Scott are divorcing. Crazy. But I'm just like so curious because the fact that she filed for divorce and she said there's no chance of reconciliation.
No chance.
After 14 years and 2 kids, it made me think something. Okay, so infidelity, okay. But was it a man? I was curious.
Y'all, a part of me would feel better about this if Desmond was queer and came out and said, I hate the way that I went about it. I dishonored my wife. And I'm also living in my truth, and I hope I can make amends with her and co-create a family. I would actually prefer that than him just being a basic nigga who couldn't keep his dick in his pants because he wanted to assert his dominance. I'd actually prefer that, guys. So I don't think him being gay would be the worst case scenario. I almost feel, maybe because I'm pansexual myself, that it means that it was always supposed to happen. It's just the way that he did it was fucked up. You know what I mean?
You know, because of that, but also like, doesn't he kind of give like the gaydar start going off a little? Yeah, I'm just really curious. Anyways, I know her career is going to go up.
The question is, we never put them on a pedestal, love. I did a 45-minute intro about not putting them on a pedestal, so you must be late. That statement would make sense everywhere but here. We don't put the people on pedestals. I spent almost an hour making sure that we knew not to put them on a pedestal. So that doesn't, the answer to that question is right now. They're not on the pedestal right now.
Here because it always does when you drop the dead weight. When has it not? I've always seen it for women. For women, it goes up. For men, it unfortunately goes down. I have not seen it go good for.
She's right, or he. I don't know. I'm not sure about the gender identity of this person. They're very pretty and ambiguous. I do believe that Kristy is only going to go up from here because the joke that I always make, and that this last year has proven, whenever somebody that I love and pour into plays in my face, my money always goes up. I have never, in 40 years on this planet, been done dirty by someone and didn't make money afterwards. It's never happened. Never. I don't speak in absolutes often. I have never been good to someone and had them play dirty in my face and taken my power back without there being a check and a direct deposit and a glow up right afterwards. It's never happened. So whenever people do me dirty, even when I'm sad, I'm like, oh shit, I'm going to get a lot of money. Shout out to all my haters. Shout out to everybody who ever betrayed me or played in my face. In some respect, you helped me get this house as well. Yeah? And the reason for that is when you betray someone because you are jealous of and envious of their power, what you don't realize is when they find out all that extra power they put into your relationship, they get it back. And if they are me, it turns into money. I know for a fact the obscene amount of money that I made in 2025 would not have happened if Ike, Jeff, or Lulu was still in my life. All that energy I put into them, I put it into me, and it got me a bag. Yeah? So just know, the way to stop yourself from playing victim after you've been victimized is to pivot and turn all that power inwards. Because when somebody breaks your heart, we don't talk about this enough. We do talk about it in my class. Shout out to those of you who are going to be in class in 2 weeks. I'm so excited. But in class, we talk about after you mourn and process a betrayal, and then you step away from the person to create distance for space and safety, then I want you to take your power back, because every bit of energy you put into that relationship, even if you're mourning the loss of it, you actually get that shit back. Somebody was like, oh, that's cold-blooded. Oh, okay, sure. If being securely attached and not crying over spilled milk makes me cold-blooded, then I'm the coldest bitch to ever live. I will cry about you on the way to the bank.
But yeah.
Desmond, I hope you know they're about to call you gay. They're about to say that you've been down low the entire time.
Not this man being Negrodamus. He said, Desmond, they finna call you a homosexual, brother. So I haven't seen this video. That first sentence made me insert it because he wasn't wrong. He wasn't wrong.
They're about to call you a loser and say that Kristy should have never built you up. All because you fucked up. And listen, if you did cheat on her, you definitely fucked up. Ooh. Because from the outside looking in, it looked like you guys had the perfect relationship. Yeah. And I think that's the part we need to talk about. These popular social media couples only show you what they want you to see. Because what
we didn't say it didn't hit different, my love. We didn't say it didn't hit different. I said that objectively speaking, if he cheated with a man, there's nothing she could have done to change that. That was his proclivity. And so at least it would have been inevitable. If he cheated with a woman, he unnecessarily broke up their relationship. So I'm not saying that it doesn't hit different. I'm just saying, objectively speaking, objective being the key word. Cheating with someone that I could never be, for me as someone who is healed, is more displaced and objective than cheating with someone who you just cheated with to be disrespectful and you were lazy. Neither is good, but there's a certain peace with, oh, nigga, I was never going to be that. Be who you are. So, yeah, I didn't say it didn't hit different. And also, too, I'm not homophobic. And I don't think men are less than when they are gay, because there's some of that and it hit it different. We're going to talk about that in a second. Women who have internalized homophobia are extra angry when their man cheats with a man because they think being gay makes you less of a man. That's why it hits different if you really want to go there. If you're not harboring homophobia and or you make it a point to address the homophobia that lives within, you say to yourself, I'm not attracted to this nigga because he's gay. I'm also not going to dehumanize him because he's gay. So yeah, you might want to sit with why it hits different.
We see is the end product of the video. It's a perfect take. Everybody's smiling. The lighting is good. Everything went just right. And they posted it. But what we don't see is everything that happens behind the camera. Relationships are not perfect. No matter how much these people try to portray their relationships to be perfect online. They go through issues and deal with things just like everyone else.
I'm going to throw Jessie Wu some bail here and say that I love the fact that she's such a social media girly, and yet she respects the fact that her man is not. And his engagement on her platforms always feels like a loving compromise rather than her pushing him on camera or him hiding and not supporting her. It is very tricky to have that balance. If and when I find myself in a relationship that's serious, I don't plan on telling y'all about him other than his wrist and his finger and maybe the side of his ear. And if I do show him in any capacity, it's going to be fleetingly, and you better watch your fucking mouth. Y'all know I'm not opposed to cussing out my audience, right? Because a lot of people come on social media and think social media means general human rules don't apply. And y'all say stuff on social media that you would never say to my face. Y'all love to say stuff on social media that you would never say to somebody's face. I'm the kind of bitch where if you say something to me on social media that I know you wouldn't say to my face, I'm going to pause and be like, what was that? Pretend this is real life because it is for me. Yeah? And so be very clear that part of the reason why social media tends to kill relationships, whether you're looking at Desmond and Kristy or even Todd and Candy, is because just because I'm immune to how crazy you talk doesn't mean my man is. Doesn't mean that he has the same build up. And it's not because I'm better than him. It's because I've spent 20 plus years building up a thick skin against social media. And so I've earned the right to know that I can pop my shit. And if y'all come at me, fucking God help you, right? I've built the ability to go toe to toe with social media and have people try to cancel me and fucking fail. That is a skill that has taken me 20 years to build up. If the man I fall in love with didn't build up that skill, I'm not going to get mad at him because he had different priorities. I'm going to protect him and us by making sure that you guys only get the parts of us that are even safe enough to share. If you come on as crazy, I will defend my nigga, right? And if he's moving funny behind the scenes because he resents my power, he wasn't the nigga for me anyways. He wasn't the person who was for me anyways. And so it's a tricky balance when you're in a relationship and you and your partner as a collective become popular because you're constantly having to do that dance. Now, I can do that dance now because I was a single hot girl busting it open for a very let me not share my business. I was outside for a very long time, okay? So the way that I look at relationships is because I've had other things. Kristy, this is the only man she's been with her entire life. She's only seen and sat on and played with one penis her entire life. Yeah. And she still left. That's why I'm so proud of her. I'm proud that the bitch who was outside and the girl who stayed inside both came to the same place. It's extra hard to leave this quickly when this is the only man you've been with that we know of. Actually, the only man that you've been with that matters. He's the only man she's been with that matters. I'll say that.
And that's another reason why this is such a shock for most people, because they're used to seeing this family in a good light, seeing them being happy. But now here you have these cheating allegations and that they're getting divorced.
I did not want to believe any.
Those are saying, how do we know that? Because that's what she's claiming. Kristy herself has told us this. So we're saying allegedly if we don't believe her, but she has said this herself. So we're not speculating. It's come out her own mouth.
Anybody when I heard about this, like, I'm in straight denial. I'm pretty sure many of you recognize who Kristy Scott is. She's a really popular TikToker. Well, she filed.
Money makes a difference for some people. I've left niggas raw broke. So that's not true. But it does for some people. For some people, money makes it easier, but child, I was on food stamps and I still love somebody. I was dating a basketball player who everybody I knew wanted to fuck on at the time. So I lost a lot of friends. When you date a man when you date a masculine energy that everybody wants, shit gets real funny with your friends. I was dating a basketball player that a lot of my friends wanted to fuck and were surprised and annoyed that I got instead. And I was on food stamps and unemployment and I still love that nigga. So that's not true. So for some people, it makes a difference, but not for everybody.
For divorce. And allegedly it was because of infidelity. Like, I'm still waiting for her to make a video saying that she's pranking us. TMZ reported it yesterday after they obtained a copy of the divorce.
Oh shit, me too. Me too. I got engaged at 19 and 21, I think. It's been so long.
And Kristy has been posting videos of her cooking meals for herself, which you usually don't see.
Kristy always posts videos of him cooking for her. Before she made the announcement, suddenly she was in the house in the kitchen burning food trying to cook for herself. Girl, I get it.
Desmon is a chef, so he's usually posting the cooking meals. Kristy is usually like pranking him or just showing family-friendly content all the time. They've known each other since they were 14, and they do have 2 small children together, and I'm pretty sure they just bought a house, like a huge house. And in 2024, they celebrated their 10-year wedding anniversary. Those who watch them are in complete shock because they've built this whole content creating business together, and they're always posting videos with one another and never showed any signs of anything like that. But at the end of the day, we always have to remember that influencers or creators only show what they want us to see. I honestly feel so bad for Kristy, but I'm glad that she's walking away if those allegations are true.
Please don't end us.
Now, this is bittersweet seeing this now because my biggest gripe with Desmon, and it's something that I always quote Toni Morrison for with parents and children, but as I get older, I realize that that quote that they say that the creative is the child that survived. If you're a creative, that means your creative energy is the child inside of you that survived. There's something very childish and pure about creativity. As a creative person, it doesn't surprise me that the Toni Morrison quote that I heard about parents and children is actually now applicable to me with partnerships, because that child that survived in me is loud and big, okay? But Toni Morrison once told Oprah, and I've talked about this often, so those of you who have been following me for years, if not decades, because some of you have been following me since the entire 20 years, is that she said, Oprah, I have learned that the best way for a child to know that they are loved is when your eyes light up when they walk into the room, right? Most parents are scowling and making sure that you have your clothes and that you have your mittens and that you have your homework, and they're scowling while making sure that you have everything that you need, and they think that that's love. Actual love conveyed to a child is when every time they walk into the room, your eyes light up and you non-verbally signal to them, I adore you and I'm so happy that you're here. And it's not lost on me. My mother, I used to joke back in the 90s that my mother was fanatical about me to the point where she reminded me of when Michael Jackson would go to Japan. Whenever you would see videos of Michael Jackson going to Japan, there'd be people in Japan and Asia just passing out. They'd see like, oh, Michael, I love you. And they pass out. They loved him so much they couldn't breathe. My mother coming home from work was the same shit from a double shift. She'd be like, oh, my baby, my shishi, I love you so much. You're the best girl ever. Like, my mother was so obsessed with me. She would light up so much whenever she would see me. I'd be like, damn, bitch, you all right? You know I live here, right? Like, I'm going to always be here. What's crazy, though, is I saw a video recently of a woman who taped seeing her child every day. And this is going to come back to Kristy. This tangent is on purpose. But she was showing videos of how whenever she would see her baby, she's like, hi, baby. And she would do it for like every day. She would tape it, right? One day when the baby was about to hit 1 year old, she opened the door. And before she could say it, the baby was like, hi, mommy. The baby immediately started imitating her. Because in the baby's eyes, when you love somebody, you light up and you show it. It's not lost on me that my friends make fun of me about this. Whenever I talk to a man who I think is a good man, you know how you could tell? I turn into a 5-year-old. Hi, Cheech. Every time me and Bridget are having a serious conversation and we're debating politics and Cheech walks by, hi, Cheech. Like, I turn into a 5-year-old. It's embarrassing. To the point where Bridget has now learned to just wait for me to get over it. Her husband walks by and then we keep talking. Yeah? And I can't help it because in my brain, if I love you and you make me feel safe, that's the only way to show it. Right? When Bridget walks in, hi, Rike, like I turn into a child. I don't care how serious you think I am. My mother baked that into me, that when you love somebody, let your eyes light up and show them non-verbally. Well, they should know because I bought them a this and I did them a... No. That's cerebral. Let your entire body show how much you adore them. And the thing that always bothered me about Desmond and Kristy is, and now that I know that Kristy's a fellow Taurus, this makes sense. Whenever Desmond would do something nice for her, she'd be like, hi, baby, I love you, right? Not baby voice to infantilize herself, but sincere childlike joy whenever she would see Desmond. Desmond was always trying to look cool and annoyed. The lack of his eyes lighting up has always bothered me. I don't want a nigga who is too busy being cool to show how obsessed he is with me. Nigga, get hype. Get excited, my nigga. I walked into the room, get hype. Because if you love that I get hype when you walk into the room, why are you okay not giving it back in any capacity? I have dated some stoic people. I have befriended some stoic people who think I'm wild and crazy and like, Blue, you something else, Blue. I know what that means. I'm a colorful bitch. I get it. My name is Blue, right? And it never fails. I don't care how stoic they are. I don't care how masculine they are. I don't care how too cool for school they are. People who really fuck with me get giddy when they see me after a certain point because they're mirroring me. When me and Bridget see each other now, hey, friend, we both do it now. Right? I'm not going to pretend that I don't fuck with you heavy. And so, yes, I'm sad about this love story. And though, it has reconfirmed for me that you will never catch me investing someone whose eyes don't ever light up when I walk in the room. Just saying.
Did you know that I loved you? I trusted you, but you never cared about me. I don't feel you appreciate me.
Do you see who's doing most of the smiling? The only time he smiles is when he's laughing at something crazy that she did. She smiles just by looking at him. Those little, now mind you, this is social media. Maybe he smiles at her all the time privately, because somebody's gonna say this. Well, Blue, this is social media. How did you just play a video that we can't judge based on a minute? And that doesn't take away from my argument. What you choose to show to the public while watching what I choose tells me something. That actually makes it worse. If you are someone who lights up when you see me privately, but you're trying to be too cool for school and stoic on public, that means you care more about your persona than being honest about how much you love me. That's even worse to me. That's even worse. Why? Who are you putting on this persona for?
I hate it when you're not around, and the fact that you didn't call.
Usually influencer/celebrity couple breakups don't shock me, but these two shocked me. It's also noting in the TMZ article that this is going to likely blind.
I understand that's their norm, guys. So just because something is normalized doesn't make it healthy. I don't want it to be normalized that my man plays down how much he loves me. Ever. in any capacity.
Blindside fans. As somebody who follows them pretty loosely, like I wouldn't say I'm absolutely committed to following every piece of content that they put out. I was very shocked when I saw the news because they portray themselves to be very happy on social media. Now, of course, like people always say, you cannot believe everything you see online. And it's very, very true here because I would have not seen this coming. They have also been together for such a long time. I believe since they were like 14 years old. And they have 2 kids together. Not gonna lie, you guys, this one had me shook. I saw the TMZ article and I was like, wait a fuck.
This is a fair comment because I want to be fair, right? I didn't, because I do think it's fair to say that when people first saw them and did not know anything, they thought that they were gay best friends because of the friendly platonic energy. She's the one who made it clear this is my husband, right? And someone said, I honestly don't even think Desmond was gay, but I did think that neither one seemed to be all that in love, if that makes sense. They always come off as besties, never saw an embrace. Well, we just showed a bunch of embraces, so that's changed. I do think that lesbian bed death, which is a term that has been coined for when lesbian relationships turn into best homegirls, right? When you have a same-sex couple that has been socialized to see their same gender as homies, when gay people who are on homosexual relationships where it's 2 men or 2 women, start to die off, they do very quickly, subconsciously revert into being homies. They call it lesbian bed death with the girls. I don't think they call it anything with the boys, child. They just call it breaking up or an open relationship. But when the girls, honey, stop being in love and just love each other, they do have something called lesbian bed death, where you stopped being the person who I want to eat out when I come home, and we just, going in the movies and hanging out and kiki like homegirls. Yeah? Lesbian bed death, I've always said, we need a term for the straight version of that because it happens to straight couples as well. You can get to a point where if you're not pouring into the romance, this is just now your favorite person who you happen to be doing life with, and you're having sex with occasionally because it's an obligation. It happens to straight couples as well. If you are not, people are like, Blue, you're always trying to talk about you can't date a nigga who's not romantic. What if he's not romantic? If he's not romantic, he's my friend. I have never in my life seen a couple be successful in a way that I appreciate, because you could be with each other for 60 years and still have a horrible fucking relationship. I'm not clapping because you wouldn't leave. A lot of y'all clap just because somebody didn't leave a miserable situation. I'm not clapping because your grandparents have been together for 50 years and they hate each other. I'm not clapping for that shit. I'd rather they be together for 10 years and love each other and then end amicably. But I don't clap. Ooh, 50 years together. But what kind of 50 years though? And there's a fucked up part of my brain that's very autistic that I'm just like, I don't clap for being a coward. Like, why am I clapping that you were too scared to leave a fucked up situation? I don't understand the clapping for that. So when I hear somebody been together for a long time, while everybody else is clapping, I'm waiting for the rest of the fucking sentence. Okay, but what kind of 50 years, right? And so be clear, so many couples have let the romance die because they think romance is just for newlyweds. One of the things that Jeff used to always say that made me feel close to him, because he's also a Taurus Gemini rising, is that his honeymoon stage lasts the entire relationship. Same. My honeymoon, even with my best friend of 29 years, I was obsessed and lit up every time he walked into the room for the entire 29 years. This idea that the softness of romance has to die at some point because we're doing real life now. Who the fuck told you real life had to be devoid of romance? Who y'all talking to? Oh, right, your miserable grandparents who are still together, who y'all throwing parties for, even though you would never want a relationship like theirs. So yeah, that's a great hypothesis. They might have just been 2 heterosexual people who fell into the friendship trap of lesbian bed death, whatever the straight version of that is, right? That is also a hypothesis because we don't know if this man is gay or not. It's a speculation that I want to make sure that I constantly temper it with a note about not falling into homophobia. But either way, you don't get here by still feeding the romance. I'm not saying that women who are fucking on their men all the time don't get cheated on. I'm saying romance. Romance is not just about sex. There's a song by Janet Jackson that I love called 24 Play, where she says the first 24 hours before we have sex, all of that is foreplay. You taking out the trash and putting the laundry in the bin and making sure that you check on my mom and making sure that I have what I need and asking how I feel and listening for the answer. That's all foreplay. Romance isn't just flowers and fucking spending a lot of money on capitalism on Valentine's Day and then being an asshole for the rest of the 364 days of the year. Romance is an energy. There's a certain way. There's a video that I posted. I think I need to repost. my friend Brittany. I think this is the second time I've said I need to repost it. So this is God telling me to listen to myself, where I talk about the spirit of wetness and how having a spirit of wetness is why I personally, when I'm in a relationship, I am soft until the very end. And that spirit of wetness is romance. If you are my nigga, no part of me is going to treat you like you're my homie. No part of me. I think it's inappropriate to only treat your partner like a friend. People say, well, you have to be best friends. Sure, be best friends. And I want to fuck the dog shit out of you later. I refuse anytime. One time I was dating this guy and he said somebody, this is my friend. I said, oop, hold on. Nope. The thing I did to you last night, I don't be doing that to my friends. I don't, it was nasty. My jaw still hurts. I don't do that to my friends. Mm-mm. And his friend cackled. But I meant that shit. No, I'm not your homegirl. The fuck? If me, you, and your homegirl and your mama and your sister are all going out and people can't tell that I'm not them, we have a problem. Houston, we have a problem. Somebody said spirit of what? I said spirit of wetness. Oh yeah, I'm going to repost that video. I think we need to revisit the spirit of wetness, honey. We're going to revisit that. All right, let me play the video.
Fucking second. There is no way. And it was because he cheated on her? No, she deserves better.
So you're telling me if he's gonna cheat on her and they've been together since they were 14, she got the rich and famous, granted he's a famous chef, but I'm saying like she made him like a household name, and he cheated on her back in December, and she's fine.
Yeah.
She has to his kids. Like, it gets to that point where it's like, what are you looking for?
Men who cheat are just as happy as men who don't.
That's what the research says in terms of their relationship satisfaction. Yeah.
So the last girl just asked, why did he do this? And so this is the answer. This is the part where we're going to let men talk about men. Yeah. In the same way I get nervous when men talk about women too much and they have all these blind spots because you're not a fucking woman, right? If I'm going to be talking about men for a long time, I'm also going to make it a point to find other reasonable men to speak to the men who are watching from inside the house, right? Because I'm still on the porch. I might have binoculars and I'm in the window and I'm zooming in, but I'm still on the porch. I'm not a nigga, right? I'm a girl. As a girl, yes? So this section is where men are talking real shit to other men about why they cheat. This man is saying that they've done studies that have shown that men who cheat and men who don't cheat are equally happy in their relationships, and that happiness in relationship has nothing to do, statistically speaking, with cheating. Somebody right now who got cheated on needed to hear that, so I'm gonna let that sit for a second. Oh yeah, I'm as much in healthy relationship business as you can be while still being single, child. I'm in all the fucking tea. Okay. So yes, let's discuss why being happy in a relationship has nothing to do with if a man cheats or not. Absolutely fucking nothing.
There's no statistical significant difference between those two groups. However, there's an enormous difference in relationship satisfaction between women who cheat and women who don't.
It's women who cheat because they're unhappy. Let them use you. Okay, let the science use you. Men who are happy in relationships are just as likely to cheat as men who are unhappy in relationships. It is unhappy women who use that as a reason to cheat. That is us. We're superimposing woman shit on men and then being confused. And then you say, but Blue, what about men who are good men in horrible relationships? I have my homegirl, she treats her nigga like shit. So when he cheated, we all understood. You just described a coward who's performative and likable. That's still not about her. He was a coward before he met her. So anybody who's about to tell me a long story about their horrible girlfriend who cheated on a man and so they don't blame him, why wouldn't you blame him for his own actions? Anytime you try to tell me that you're not going to blame somebody for their own fucking actions, be prepared for us to have a courageous conversation about how that's not how math works. A man of integrity in a horrible relationship will work on the relationship and or leave. Don't ever tell me what she did to justify his choices. Gender neutral. I need you to understand that misogyny, the system of misogyny, makes sure, especially in romantic relationships, that men and women are not equal. A matter of fact, not opinion. So you agreeing or disagreeing is actually really irrelevant, right? There's thousands of years of data that are bigger than you and me. So because the system of misogyny makes it a point that men and women are not equals in relationships, they're not. Argue with your mother, they're not. When a man is in a relationship or getting in a relationship with a woman, he likes that inequity. He likes that I'm the leader and you're supposed to be submissive. And this is about heteronormative leaning relationships, and the gays do this too. So this is not just about straight people. Okay, how you doing? If you're in a relationship where one person is established as the strong masculine and one person is established as the divine feminine, and you subscribe in any degree, in any capacity to those gender norms or those gender identities, even if you're in a queer relationship, you can't subscribe to it and not admit that there's a level of inequity built into it. We're going to pause on this. Anytime you subscribe to any form of masculine, feminine, normalized hierarchy, you are also subscribing in shades to the inequity that is inherently built into that. That's why I say I'm anti-misogyny, and also I'm honest about the forms of misogyny that I am okay subscribing to. And I always say, well, Blue, people are like, Blue, what do you mean misogyny? You're the most anti-misogynist bitch I know. I love chivalry. Chivalry is a sexy form of misogyny. Chivalry says that as the man, I want you to protect me and open my door and stand on the outside of the street in case a car comes and treat me as if I am a damsel to some degree while still respecting me as your equal and blow my back out. That there's a hierarchy based in that. We're not equals. If we're equals, then why do you need to open the door for me? If we're equals, then why are there certain rules that I have for you that I'm okay not having for me as the woman? We all, to some degree, unless we are asexual and have no heteronormative at all leanings, even in our queer relationships, we all, to some degree, subscribe to palatable versions of misogyny and the hierarchy that inherently tells us that we are not fucking equals. Right? So why is it you want to subscribe to us not being equals when he's being chivalrous? You want to subscribe to us not being equal when she's making you a plate with the big piece of chicken, when it's sexy, yeah? But then when it comes to cheating, now you want to pretend that we're the same thing. Oh, now we're equals. When it's time to fuck up, men and women are the same thing. Fuck out of here, bro. That's bad math. You can have a healthy relationship with chosen consensual gender norms that are heteronormative, whether you're gay, straight, or queer, and still call out the bullshit, but you have to first admit what you're subscribing to. There are rules that I have for my man that I don't have for myself, and vice versa, and I make sure that they are things that are not harmful and that we are both subscribing to. Yeah? We joke all the time that Bridget is my boyfriend because if she's over my house, she's taking out the trash, child. I'm not taking out the trash. I'm not touching it. I'm not touching the trash. And Bridget always laughs because she's an Aries, and Aries women are mostly tomboys. I have never met an Aries woman who was a little bit of a tomboy. Bridget put up the LED lights on my TV. She hung a shelf for me at the other house. She helps with my trash. Bridget is the kind of person who I love her because we both subscribe to gender norms to some degree, but they're opposite ones. So they click in very well together. Yes? So Bridget's the kind of person who she'll make Cheech dinner. She'll also build a bookshelf. And Cheech is an amazing cook. He'll cook dinner and he'll also let her take the lead sometimes. There's a fluidity in their relationship that I love. I have the same fluidity in my relationship. And my nigga, open my door, baby. Please open my door. Take out the trash. I love you so much. Yeah? And so because I recognize that men and women are not equals in romantic heteronormative relationships, I also recognize what they do and why they do it are not the same. A woman who is living in a system of misogyny, which is the entire fucking globe, except for a couple of remote islands who have no Wi-Fi, so I'm not talking to them. Yeah? A woman who is living in a modern world where misogyny is baked into everything, and no matter how woke she is, to some degree, she's subscribing to it. Yes? Every time you call a man zesty, you're subscribing. If you've ever called a man zesty or spicy, you're saying, my nigga, you're not playing along with the rules of misogyny and heteronormativity, so I'm going to clown you. You're subscribing, right? So when I'm with a relationship with a man and a woman, and I'm looking at the relationship, I know that she, because of how she's been socialized, is going to think that I would never cheat on this nigga unless he didn't treat me right, and I felt sad and lonely and disempowered, etc., etc. And this guy at work is making me feel safe in the way that my husband isn't. And I, still selfish, both people who cheat are selfish, but I, in this selfish space, am going to put me first and get from him what I'm not getting from my husband, because as a divine feminine, I have been told and deeply believe that I deserve a partner who protects me. Is her cheating wrong? Of course it is. Cheating is wrong because it means that you're being a coward who's dishonoring a covenant. It's wrong. It's also different. It's wrong and it's also different. Science, social sciences, therapy, studies have shown that not because we have better personalities, ladies, so this is not me saying that we're amazing, although we are amazing. The reason why women cheat emotionally isn't because we're built differently, it's because we're socialized differently. We are socialized that even if a man that we don't like treats us good, he might grow on us. The world is full of women who have let a man grow on them because he treated them well. And we're being told that because of misogyny, we're not safe. And therefore, finding a partner who makes us safe subconsciously is wired into our brain. Damn, he's short and he was my best friend for all these years. And I didn't really like him like that, but he's so good to me and he cooks. And my friends keep telling me I'm going to die alone. Let me give him a chance, right? We're socialized at some point, not all, but most of us will find ourselves recognizing that safety is hyper important, no matter how progressive and woke we are, because the world is not safe for us. We didn't make that shit up. But the same misogyny that tells us that we need to protect her is also the misogyny that we need to be protected from, right? So misogyny means that women naturally are socialized to subconsciously want to be safe. And that when we cheat, a lot of times, if we are in a marriage, it's because we felt unsafe and now we're seeking that safety elsewhere. Men are the opposite. Men are socialized that they provide the safety and they provide in general. And when a man is dating a woman who he believes is a better provider than him, when a man is dating a woman that he believes is a better provider than him, who he thinks is fulfilling the roles that misogyny have told him are his duty better than him, he's not cheating because he's unsafe. He's actually extra safe. He's cheating because he resents her for taking the spot that he was told belongs to him. A man who is insecure with an abundant woman is going to resent her because he was told that's my job. They cheat and it's wrong, but the reasons are extremely different. Not because their brains are wired differently, but because they've been socialized differently. And misogyny mandates and dictates that they buckle under different structures. Make sense? So ladies, we are the ones who are more likely to cheat because we've been mistreated. It's still wrong because you could have left that nigga. I'm not making excuses. I'm just having nuance, right? When they cheat, though, stop being confused that you were in an amazing relationship and he still cheated on you. You just explain the reason why. An insecure man in an abundant relationship is more likely than not to cheat because it's unnatural to the misogyny and to the patriarchy that we've all been spoon-fed since birth. When a woman cheats, I think, damn, he might not have been doing what she needed. And she was too scared and ill-equipped to be moving in a space of integrity. And she was sneaky and found it elsewhere, which is not a great thing. It's still bad. So I'm not throwing anybody any bell. When a man cheats, I'm like, she was amazing and he couldn't handle it, huh? We are more likely to cheat when things are bad, and they're more likely to cheat when things are good on our terms. If things are good on their terms, they might still cheat because now they feel invincible. But we're not socialized the same. This is not because men are logical and women are emotional, because can we be honest, guys? Cheating when you are mistreated is actually more logical than emotional. And cheating when you're being treated well is actually more emotional than logical. A man is more likely to cheat because he emotionally feels inferior, even though logically he's doing well. A woman is more likely to cheat when she is logically not doing well. So all this bullshit that we're the emotional ones, that's not what the stats are showing me. And the anthropologist, you know, the white men, the straight white men who told us that our brains make us emotional and that men are logical, I'm calling bullshit till the day I die. And it's part of the reason why I'm working on my book. Cheating when things are good is nothing but emotional. There's no fucking logic in that. Desmon cheating on Kristy, there's no logic in that. I thought y'all were supposed to be the logical ones. In fact, the most logical men that I have ever met in my entire life, and y'all know I know a lot of fucking niggas. I know a lot of niggas, okay? Melissa Ford used to make fun of me. She's like, where do you get all these niggas from? Why you always got niggas around you? Because I see people as people, and therefore men feel safe because masculinity can sometimes be heavy for them. When a man is being seen as a person and not just a man, he feels safer. That's the cheat code, guys. It's no big secret. And I'm going to be honest with you. The men that are the most logical are the men who are in touch with their feminine side. And I don't think that's a coincidence. If I see a man that's too masculine, I immediately know that he's an emotional wreck. If a man is hyper masculine and cannot show any vulnerability, I know that he is a coward and he is weak, and it will be very easy to offend him. If a man is secure in his masculinity, which includes tenderness and all the things that y'all call feminine, he is probably 10 times more of a man than the nigga who's beating his chest. I have told Mike and a couple of my guy friends that being around securely attached gay men has made it harder for me to date insecurely attached straight men, because as a bitch who's attracted to masculinity, why are these gay niggas more masculine than y'all? But y'all make fun of them for being feminine. And the irony is them being more in touch with their femininity makes them more masculine than you and safer than you and more secure than you. Awkward. Are you not embarrassed that the niggas y'all made fun of in high school and shoved in lockers on Saved by the Bell are more masculine than you in the objective sense than you hyper masculine men who cry if a woman rejects you? Let me play the fucking video. Sorry, I went on a tangent.
And that's part of why I think that men tend to compartmentalize sex better than women. That for women, sex is more bound up with emotional outcomes and reasons than for men.
It's something they have to gatekeep. So
it's something they have to gatekeep. Yeah, they do. And they're more likely to open the door for a man that they feel authentically attracted to.
So I get multiple people that ask me this question on a regular basis. If this person is truly not happy within the relationship, if this person continues to cheat, if they continue not to change their behavior for the betterment of the relationship, why don't they just leave? Let me give you my answer. They're afraid of gambling and losing. And that is the hard truth.
Being afraid of gambling and losing is called being a coward, guys. I'm going to keep using the proper term even if it triggers you, because triggering means that you're getting a ping about where you need to do more work. So if you see me say something and you feel away, good. That's what the work is. I'm being logical as fuck. My full autism logic is right now. There's no emotion in me right now. In fact, there's no water in my chart, right? So this is not me being an emotional woman. I'm being hyper logical. I'm being logical in the way that you claim men are. So you should be easy to follow this, right? If you will not move with integrity and do what needs to be done in order to maintain your integrity, integrity means being incorruptible. Your word is bond. If you won't keep your word about the covenant that you set in your relationship because you're scared to gamble and let go of what doesn't belong to you in order to take a chance finding something else, you are a coward. So what he's saying is men cheat and still stay in the relationship because they're cowards. Yeah? Oh, I can't wait for class to start in 2 weeks. We're about to have fun.
They know their partner. They don't know this person. They're not willing to leave the known for the unknown because they can't go back to the known if it fails. That is the hardcore truth. That's why I tell men as well as women, if your partner leaves you for another person or you find out they left you to be with somebody else, no got it. Done. Block and move on to somebody else because they know that you're a valuable person. They know that you can get somebody else. They're hoping and banking that this is a miracle person. Yes, it's exciting. You don't know that person, so of course you're excited. But what you got to realize is if this person was great, why were they single to begin with? That is.
Now, I disagree with that. He said when a man is cheating on a girl, He has to ask himself, if this person was great, why was she single to begin with? She was single because she had discernment. Not everybody is single as a failure. Not everybody in the couple is a success. Some of you, your relationship itself is a failure. You just being with that nigga means you already failed. So I don't agree with that part. I'm going to repeat the relationship hierarchy one more time for the folks who have not heard me repeat it a million times. Happy New Year. And I've been saying this for over 10 years. It's almost 15 now. Because the first time I said it, was it 2010? Oh, that's 16 years. Shit, it's been 16 years. I've been saying this since 2010, and I'm working on a series of books, and one of them hinges on this, so please don't steal it, although some of you have already tried. In relationships, there's a hierarchy for those who are not asexual. If you are asexual and don't believe in relationships, don't worry, this is not about you. And I'm going to go very quick because I've said it so much, the audience already knows this. I'm going to put the comments up because you guys already know what I'm about to say. First place for those who like to be in romantic relationships is two healthy people together. You're healthy, I'm healthy, and together we are enhancing the healthy experience that we wanted to create for ourselves in our lives. We're building a healthy future together. Two healthy or more, if you're in a throuple, is the best case scenario for those who believe in romance. Second best case scenario is being healthy by yourself, because it means I have done everything within my power to be an amazing person, and all that I need right now is a partner to reflect that back to me to build even more with. Second place is being healthy alone. Third place is being unhealthy by yourself, because at least you're minding your business. Right? You're unhealthy, but you're not making anybody else's problem, right? So if you imagine the Olympics, right? Y'all like to have the oppression Olympics. Let's do the relationship Olympics. Gold goes to happy, healthy individuals who have found each other. Silver is people who are healthy by themselves and have yet to find their partner. The bronze medal, you barely made it onto the podium, honey, is people who are working on themselves but haven't gotten there yet. The people that didn't even make it onto the fucking podium, people who are in the audience towards the back next to the bathroom, they can smell shit from the toilet, is unhealthy couples. When two unhealthy people are together, you have fucked your life up, and now they fucked their life up, and y'all about to fuck each other's lives up. You don't get a medal for that. So again, as a bitch who is in second place, who is very healthy by myself, thriving by myself, enviable on my own, the only people who can tell me shit is the niggas in first place. Right? Because math. Fuck feelings, math. Second place can learn from first place. Everybody else can learn from second place. That's why I, a healthy, thriving, securely attached single woman, is constantly helping out couples because they're in the fucking stands. They're not even on the stage with me. Second place is completely equipped to counsel fourth place. That's why a single healthy woman is completely equipped to be any sort of relationship counselor, because y'all have to figure out how to be me on your own before you can even think about finding somebody else. Yeah, second place is higher than fourth place, guys. It's just math. Stop asking thriving, happy, successful, well-attached single women why they are counseling insecure individuals and toxic couples. There's somebody else for us to help. Everybody else is above us. Y'all are exactly who I'm supposed to be helping. And guess what? This is not an ego tantrum. When I meet a securely attached, healthy couple, I shut up because I still respect the math. I'm in second, you're in first. I want to listen. Respect the fucking math, guys. Stop asking people in second place why they're helping out niggas in third and fourth. You sound stupid. And by the way, if you hear that from anybody else, they stole it from me. It's been 15 fucking years of me saying this on the internet. And I'm sick of you hoes with bigger platforms stealing my content. That's why I'm writing the book this year. Let's continue.
Part of the brain that people do not use. So once again, they devalued you in their mind because they thought this other person was valuable enough for their time. Once you observe that, keep it pushing.
Is the question.
Why do guys cheat when they are happy?
Yeah, so why do guys cheat when they're happy? Because they're insecure.
Yep.
They cheat when they're happy because they have a hole inside them. They're trying to find the value in themselves, and the only way they find value is by dominating and hunting down primal instincts called sex. So they can't help themselves. They want to feel as if, look, I still have it. You know, because when they're with somebody for so long, even though they're happy with that individual, it doesn't satiate their void because they have a hole that will not be.
Hierarchies are BS, so is capitalism, and yet you have to pay your rent every month, yeah? Hierarchies are BS, and so is capitalism, and you have to pay your rent every month. Time is a social construct, and yet you have to show up to work on time. Just because something is man-made or BS doesn't mean it's not impactful and relevant. Just want to point that out.
Fulfilled without work. So they cheat even though they're happy because they're really trying to make themselves feel worthy. They're insecure. Their insecurity is the problem. That's really why happy dudes cheat, and or they're just fucking pigs. Why do good men, happy men in their relationships cheat anyway? Well, they cheat because they have a hole that they're trying to fill, and they're trying to remember that they're worth something, and they.
Now, I'm doing this to humanize men, not to chastise, because this is already pre-existing, right? I'm not reinventing the wheel with this one. I will tell you right now, in this season of my life, I refuse to date kind men who are deeply insecure. The younger, more naive version of me said, "Oh my God, you're amazing." And if only, I actually wrote a haiku or a poem one time. I was like, "He's so beautiful. I wish he could see that everywhere that he sees scars, I see wings." It was some sappy shit about how I was dating these men with broken wings and who I just wish they could see themselves the way that I see them. And then I had to learn the hard way repeatedly until I learned it for the last time ever, thank God, that a man who does not think he's good enough for you is right. A man who sincerely does not think he's good enough for you is right, not because he's objectively right, but because he's going to go out of his way to prove himself right. If you think that I'm amazing and I'm something that you have never seen before, the only healthy response to that is to rise to the occasion so you can meet me where I'm at. That's the only healthy response. But if we spend more than 5 seconds talking about how I'm too good for you and don't spend no time about how you about to make up the gap, you could, my car's outside, nigga. You've known you longer than I've known you. Godspeed. I'm not doing this with you. Because you're either capping and think you're good enough for me, if not better than me, and you want me to stroke your ego, which means you're actually more of a loser than you realize. Irony, 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 right? Because if you need that from me, that means you actually don't like yourself enough. If you need me to give you fake compliments and glaze you, and you're pretending to be insecure to do that, you're not pretending, baby. You are insecure. You're not pretending. Oh, it's like Inception. You think you're pretending, but you're really just seeing yourself clearly. Yeah? So a man who will pretend to be insecure, more insecure than he really is, to bait you into glazing him and making up for his incompetence, actually is only lying to himself because he's actually as insecure as he's pretending to be. He's not pretending. Yeah? A man who is like, yo, you're fucking amazing. I got to step my shit up, huh? Step my shit up. That's the only kind of guy I'm looking for. Or a man who's like, yo, you match my fly, let's go. But the minute a man, a nice man, he's a good man, Savannah, he's so nice. The minute a nice man starts talking about all the ways where I'm too good for him, my first response moving forward, and I've already tested this, is, oh wow, well, you know you better than I know you, so that's unfortunate. You got any friends? You got any friends? Wait, what you mean? That's fucked. No. I have learned to believe men. Not talk about believe women, believe men. You just told me that you ain't got your shit together. You're not good enough for me. X, Y, and Z. I thought you were dope, but you know you better than me. Do you have any friends? Never again when a nigga tell me he's not good enough for me and hear anything other from me than bet. Do you have any homeboys who look like you, but who like themselves more? What's good? Yeah? Because here's the thing. No man who likes himself for real, no man who's committed to working on himself for real, no man who's safe for real would even think to utter those words because he, fuck respecting you, he respects himself too much. He just met you, you're a stranger. Men who have gone through dark night of the soul say stuff like, yo, I used to be on some bullshit and I just like got tired of myself and I started doing the work. I'm in a good space now. I'm just really picky about who I let around me because I want to make sure I preserve this and I protect this. And I really like your energy. You seem mad dope. I loved our conversation. You see how in that exchange, he and I are both amazing. But when a man's like, yo, I ain't never met a girl like you before. I mean, you wild. I'm not sure I could handle all that. Like, you know, you something, huh? And I say, what are you? Are you something too? Nah, I'm just that sucks. Cause you know, I want a nigga who matches my fly, and I thought you did, but you don't seem to agree. Stop falling for nice niggas who don't like themselves. They're not gonna like you either pretty soon.
Use the I like to say dominance, because it's really, you're chasing women to satisfy a hole inside you.
Yep.
And obviously the copulation is the climactic arrival of you saying, see, I'm worth something.
See, you guys, I said this earlier, but sometimes you need to hear it from a man to men in order to believe it. A nigga who cheats is a coward who's trying to assert dominance. Well, somebody wants me. You might not have, you know, you make me feel small, even though you glaze me and make me feel amazing. I feel small, so I'm going to tell myself, you think I'm small. If you think your man is amazing and he doesn't agree with you, he's going to resent you for not agreeing with him. She keeps acting like I'm that nigga. She knows I'm not that nigga. She must be lying to me. That's a conversation with self, guys. The biggest upgrade in the way that I currently date is I don't just watch how men treat me. I watch how men talk to themselves.
I can still get a girl to hump me. You cannot be happy with just one girl because you are not happy with yourself.
If you've ever wondered why men get in relationships and then cheat on a good woman who they're in a relationship with, this is the video for you. Sigmund Freud famously quoted, "Where such men have no love, they have no desire. And where there is no desire."
By the way, do you know how hard it was for me to trace down a nigga talking about Sigmund Freud? Because I wanted to make this point myself. I was like, no, Blue, let the men speak to the men. Let the men speak to the women, because we're talking about man shit. It was so hard finding a man who could eloquently describe the Sigmund Freud item that I had on my itinerary. For those who don't know, these lives are not casual. I spend hours creating a run of show, doing research, looking up studies, and then finding clips that go with those studies. And so this was the hardest clip to find. So shout out to this creator for being the only nigga I could find on the internet who properly explained it in a way that I thought would be compelling to this audience.
They cannot love. Essentially, what he's talking about is another form of the Madonna whore complex. And what that is a man viewing women as two distinct polar opposites. So
Madonna whore means, in a man's mind, there are women who he fucks and enjoys sexually and can feel dominant to, and there are women who he respects and feels inferior to. The dominance and inferior part, I don't think Freud added that part, but I did. Okay. A man will look at you as a Madonna. Oh my God, she's so pure. She's wifey material. Oh my God, she makes me feel like I need to be a better man. And if I'm insecure, I'm only gonna like that to some degree, right? Then there's the whores. I'm gonna fuck on her, do all this crazy shit to her, tell her the truth because I don't respect her. You guys really have to remember, for those who missed my sex work story, I was a phone sex operator for almost 2 years. The shit that men confessed to me when I was a sex worker and the shit that men confessed to me as an EQ coach are the same shit. So I know for a fact that whore that you can't stand is getting the real him. In fact, I could honestly say they were more honest with me when I was doing sex work. They were more honest with me when I was doing phone sex. Yeah? And so men will tell themselves when they're deeply insecure, I can only tell the truth to the ain't shit gutter butt baddie, because if she ever tries to make me feel ashamed, I can already shame her. I already have an extra strategy about telling this hoe that she's nothing but a hoe. So I can keep it a stack with her because I don't fucking respect her. They are wired when they're this insecure that only bitches they don't respect get the honesty from them, the truth from them. The women they do respect make them feel insecure, and so they get the glossy mask persona from them. And because nobody, man or woman or gender non-conforming, can pretend for forever, if being a good nigga and pretending to be a good nigga with my wife starts to feel suffocating because the real me has not shown up in weeks, I'm going to find me a hoe that I can talk to. Shout out to the men out here who are going to watch this and co-sign because you're telling the fucking truth.
on one end, he'll view a woman as wholly virtuous, very wifey material, so to speak. And on the other end, it is the exact opposite. A woman
Exactly, Selena Powell. Selena Powell gets more honesty from niggas than their wives do, and there's a reason for that.
who's promiscuous, a woman who's fun material, a woman who he sees as only through the eyes of his lustful desire. And that's the kind of desire that Freud is talking about, where he says that where there is love, a man cannot desire. And this is the irony of it all.
Where there is love, a man cannot desire. I will make a caveat to Freud, because Freud had blind spots as a white man, and say, where there is love, there is the responsibility attached to desire. I do think that you can love a woman as a man, as a divine masculine, and desire her, but that can only happen if you deeply respect her and yourself. If any of those factors are missing, it's a slippery slope. When a man respects himself and his woman, love and desire can tongue kiss each other all night long, baby. Okay? Okay, they can dry hump each other all night, hunching. Okay, love and desire hunch the fuck out of each other. If a man respects you and him, if a man only respects himself, or if a man only respects you, and one of you in the equation is not being respected, he is going to show his ass.
Men will say that they'll never wife up the girl who has a BBL, the girl who wears makeup, the girl who has extensions, the girl who wears eyelashes, the girl who has lip fillers. They won't wife her up, but they will cheat on the wife with this girl. And that is because they have that Madonna complex. And that is an issue that is deeply rooted within them through their fucked up perception of women. This is objectification at its finest because they view the woman who's physically appealing and physically aesthetic as an object of pleasure. And the woman who they're with at home, the woman who they are committed to, so to speak, because they're not really committed, the woman who they claim to be committed.
Are they really honest if they have a side chick? They're being honest as much as they know how to the side chick. Let's embrace the nuance of that full sentence. A man who is a coward will be as honest as he knows how to his side chick, but he's not actually honest with anybody because he's already lying to himself. So he'll be as honest as he's capable of. I wouldn't call it honest, but he would.
To, they view her also as an object, but not an object of pleasure, rather an object to where they can get benefit.
Caveat, I'm not saying that men ain't shit. I'm saying that insecure men are dangerous to themselves and others because of misogyny. Insecure women are usually only dangerous to themselves. Usually, not always. There are women serial killers, all 7 of them. Insecure women will weaponize nurturing. Insecure women will be toxic mothers, manipulative homegirls, martyrs. They'll take care of everybody while making them unsafe, but at least you're being taken care of. Insecure men are a danger to themselves and others. Patriarchy and misogyny have demanded that be the truth. The most insecure bitch you know is still somebody's mama who probably made them a plate. She taught them all the wrong shit, gave them the wrong ideals, but she kept the roof over their head and fed them while completely destroying them psychologically. And then wondering why they don't call on Christmas. Yeah? So toxic femininity, again, men and women are equal, just different. We have been socialized to show our dysfunction differently, even though they're all impactful. We're equal but different as humans. We're not equal but different as impact. Men and women do not have the same impact, guys. Men and women do not have the same impact. Men and women do not have the same impact because misogyny and patriarchy demands that we don't, and has always weighed us differently and made our impact different. So I can call out a toxic man and I can call out a toxic woman. I will never pretend that they have the same impact because I study and I read too much.
From not all men are like this. The only kind of men who are like this are men who are misogynists.
Thank you. You see how I'm not attacking men, I'm attacking misogyny. I am not attacking men, I'm attacking misogyny. And do you know why I'm attacking misogyny and not men? Number one, because men are humans and my podcast is called Humanized. So I'd be a fucking hypocrite if I dehumanized men under the guise of sisterhood. I'm attacking misogyny rather than men. Number one, because it's intellectually more honest. And number two, because misogyny lives within women. So if I make this about men ain't shit, what happens to all the ain't shit women who subscribe to misogyny even more than some of their male counterparts? If I attack misogyny instead of men, some of you hoes get called out too. Shake the fucking table. I'm not doing this men ain't shit with y'all because some of y'all ain't shit either. Because you act like men. The worst parts of men that you've been socialized to cape for. That's why I refuse to say men ain't shit. Because some of the men that ain't shit have vaginas in our women. Some of the men who ain't shit are your mamas.
Which is a lot, but not all. This is also exactly why men still continue to go to strip clubs. They'll go out with their boys and have a boys' night and cheat on their girl back at home, even though the girl back at home is doing damn near everything for him. Cooking, cleaning, doing the laundry, every single thing that he could possibly ask for, the woman is doing at home. But he cheats on her because he doesn't have any physical attraction toward her. He has physical attraction toward these other women who he views through a lustful lens. A lot of men, not all men, but a lot of men will get with a woman just because of the things that she is able to provide for him.
Oh, Oh, I love when men call themselves out. A lot of the men will get with a woman because of what she can provide for them and still want her to call him daddy. Ooh. I'm not a plagiarizer because I've been plagiarized way too fucking much. So I'm going to give credit to the person who coined this phrase because it wasn't me. I call y'all out when y'all steal my shit, but I also refuse to steal your shit within reason. Yeah. Lutasha Bradley, my old co-star on my podcast, once said, I don't understand why these niggas want us to be submissive breadwinners. Lulu, I will always give you credit for saying that. And I sat down like, wait, what happened? She said, Blue, they want us to be submissive breadwinners. Like, you want me to bring home the bacon and then fry, like, you want me to do everything. And I was like, fuck. I've been dating a bunch of men who want me to be a submissive breadwinner. They love that Bluetooth can get them in VIP. They love that I know insert their favorite childhood star. They love that I just got a random invite to this fucking event that they've been wanting to get to. They love that I have black cars picking me up wherever I go. They love that shit. And yet, I'm supposed to hop on one leg and bark like a dog like Vanessa Bell Calloway from Coming to America. As if I'm not actually playing Eddie Murphy's character, not hers, in the relationship. And guys, this is not about finances, because there are men in this world, I know it's hard to believe. Shout out to Stedman Graham. I will always give now that I've met Stedman, I'm like, damn, that's a man. Stedman is so masculine. I like it. It made me a little dizzy at first. Like literally made me a little dizzy. There are men like Stedman Graham who make less money than their wives, but are fucking men. And Oprah is his common law. I know they're not legally married. They're fucking men, okay? They are secure. They're not competing with you. They want to make sure you're safe. They're not threatened by giving you your space. They don't need to be your all. They allow you to have home girls and a career, and they still know you can't emasculate them because their masculinity isn't up to you. It's up to them. Yeah, they exist. So I'm not talking about money only. Oprah and Stedman are a perfect example of you can make way more money than your nigga and 90% of the fucking earthly population, and he's still a man.
And the benefits that he can get from her. Sometimes they don't even like her. There is no chemistry, no physical attraction, and that is exactly why they go cheat with the women who they're over here trashing. Oh, she's got a BBL. I would never wife that up, but you would hit it. And that is because in these specific types of situations, there is a Madonna whore complex present, and sometimes men don't even realize it.
This is why cheating is a good thing.
He said, and some men don't even realize it. A lot of men who are going to find themselves watching this video, because I feel like this video is going to get to who it needs to get to, are going to watch this and be angry and then take a shower and then take a nap and be like, fuck. I don't want to believe this bitch with the red locks, but if she was right, that would explain a lot. You guys, I want to do a quick prayer with y'all. I know tomorrow's Sunday, but to me, I talk to God every day, so I don't care. I pray that this year, and this is more important to me than fame. This is why I always seek impact more than notoriety. I pray that this year, that every human, man, woman, gender nonconforming, and whatever in between, who needs to hear these messages that we have the luxury of hearing and conversing about in this space. I pray that in the year 2026, the reach and the impact of what we have co-created, I'm not speaking French, I'm giving credit, right? Because without y'all, this doesn't happen. Yeah? I'm hoping that the space that we are co-creating in 2026 will multiply tenfold in reach and impact, because we're in a season now where we're about to lose a lot of good people to propaganda and bitterness and sadness and predatory powers that be. A lot of good people who are sensitive, broken, and easy to manipulate are going to be pulled into the shadows because the coolness of the darkness feels better to them than the glaring sunlight that they haven't been equipped to acclimate to yet. And it's going to be really, really important that if you've ever learned anything from me and this space, that you be more evangelical, but not disrespectful. right? Be persistent. Actually, I don't want to use the word evangelical because the evangelicals didn't respect boundaries or consent when I was growing up. So let me change that word. I want you to be more mindful and thoughtful about anybody who you think can get a word from anything that we discuss, because unfortunately, there aren't enough of us having these conversations. And I'm not judging them, right? In a world where arguing and being catty and attacking celebrities and all that noise can make you millions, and while the economy and democracy is burning outside of our windows, I'm not going to judge you for surviving in the way that you're equipped to survive. I've been equipped with a little bit more than that, though. I've been equipped to survive and still pour into my community. And I want you guys, number one, if you're going to quote me, please give me credit, because you guys know that I'm a small creator who gets plagiarized a lot. I'm going to keep repeating that because in the last week, I've seen so many big names steal from me. And I'm working very hard not to be bitter about that, because God has put it on my heart to just work on my book and do it that way. But like, share. Don't be greedy. Don't try to be the smartest bitch in the room because you didn't want other people to know about these conversations we're having. Because we're not just having a conversation where I'm preaching. I'm highlighting men and women who are sharing things in a nuanced way that the algorithm tries to bury. We just spent the last 15, 20 plus minutes watching reasonable men call out other men. TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, even YouTube would have you believe they don't even exist. Right? Social media would have you believe men who can call out other men and make sense don't even exist. Oh, we have 2,022 people in here. That 22 is my angel number. Oh, that makes me happy. But like, they would have you think that, oh, people like Blue and a couple other folks make sense, but these niggas ain't shit. No. It does not behoove me. It'd be great for my wallet, but it'd be bad for my soul. It doesn't behoove me to gatekeep good, decent humans who exist. And it doesn't behoove any of us to say that we want to find a good man while being convinced that they all suck. I also want to make it popular for men to keep calling each other out, because we're tired. And I also want to make it popular for securely attached, healthy feminine energy to call out toxic femininity. Because it's really, really hard when I'm doing my research and I'm going to the red pill arena, I'm going to the MAGA arena, I'm going to the trad wives arena, and I'm watching people who are steeped in bigotry make valid points because some of you bitches can't take accountability. It hurts me. Do you know how much it hurts me? I'll be like, damn, you are a bigot, but that shit actually is not false. Yikes. You know what I mean? So make my job easier by let's call each other out lovingly before you start giving the bigots a fucking valid point, because a broken clock is right twice a day, right? Charity starts at home. This is the year where I want my audience, I want the Blue Crew, as you guys have started calling yourselves, I want y'all to get into the space of recognizing that I got to check me before I check anybody else. And any compassion that I wish I had, I'm going to extend to others within reason. And I'm going to do all of that without setting myself on fire to keep you warm. I don't want any martyrs. I want evolved human beings who spread the message. All right, let's listen to what this brother has to say.
You got to realize right now, baby girl, is that cheating is a reflection of him and how he's dealt with himself and how he's regulated with his damn self. There's nothing you could have done. There's nothing you could have said. Oh,
I do believe my auntie's presence is with us because she's the reason why 22 is my angel number. Thank you for remembering that. Don't make me emotional, guys. All right, let's continue.
I rubbed his feet more, if I kissed his forehead more, if I packed his lunches more, if I was just sweet and nice and wore that lacy thing that he liked, then he wouldn't do it. Hell no! Cheating is a direct symptom. We focus so much on the action itself. We think he just wants some coochie. That's not it.
It's not it. Somebody said, I gotta check me first, Lucius. In fact, men are actually, I would think a lot of men are not as sexual as we think, and a lot of women are way more sexual than we think. How you doing? I've lost count of how many times I've been talking to a fuckboy who let his guard down because I made him feel safe unintentionally, who said, I'm not even that much of a hoe. Sometimes I just do hoe shit because I'm lonely. The male loneliness epidemic is not new. It just has Wi-Fi. I believe that men have been going through a loneliness epidemic for centuries because, again, I cannot state this enough. Misogyny hurts everybody, including men. I need to put that on a list of my t-shirts for the domesticated wild thing line. Misogyny hurts everybody, including men. There are a lot of men who are lonely, who only know how to connect with a woman sexually. And so rather than say, I need a friend, they'll just say, I'm gonna fuck my homegirl, because they don't have the language. and they don't have the capacity, they don't have the framework, they don't have the emotional intelligence. In fact, one of my biggest goals for the rest of this decade, because we only have like 4 years left, is to have more men come to my workshops. Every time I see a man in my workshop, I get so excited. It's only usually like 2 or 3 of them. I get so excited, and they're usually with their wives who drag them in there. But I get so excited when I see men in the workshops because it lets me know we're chipping away. We're chipping away.
He wants validation. He wants escapism. He can't deal with his damn self. He can't formulate and regulate his emotions. He just projects, he just gets defensive, he just shuts down, and he runs away because he doesn't want to deal with his damn self. And if you don't know how to deal with your damn self, and if you haven't faced yourself in your deepest, most insecure ways, then that suppression will lash out in a lot of different uncomfortable, unhealthy, destructive, sabotaging action, like cheating. So when we look at a man and we find him in bed with this woman, or if we even look at womanizers who cheat constantly, I don't see a man, and you're hearing it from a man, I don't see a man that's just a player and got it like that. I see a man that is actually really scared. He's really scared of vulnerability. He's really scared of losing his sense of identity. He's really scared of losing his independence. And he's really scared of giving his all to one person because then he loses himself.
He's a coward. He doesn't trust himself. And so he doesn't trust himself to not lose himself if he gives himself to someone else. That's a coward.
And all he knows is his self-worth and his escapism and validation has came from one thing, and it's been external validation. And notice how I didn't say the spicy time.
At what age, somebody said, at what age do men normally start taking accountability for their actions? Whatever age that they're sick of their own bullshit. That's when. A man will not take accountability for shit unless he's sick of himself. Unless he's like, nigga, this is not working. We have to do better. He won't do it for you. You might inspire him as like a spark, but he'll only continue it for himself.
I think it's the actual physical action is why it's so terrible. And indeed it is. It's really all those decision makings that lead up to the action of cheating. He had to find this woman. He had to text her. He had to schedule, and he had to lie to your face over and over and over again. What does that say about his psychology? It's more than just booty. And why I say it's a great thing is that you're seeing a human being for who he is and what he can't be.
I always say that if you're going to do me dirty, do it early. Do it early. If you were a piece of shit, do it as early as possible. I've had so many 10-minute long relationships in the last year because I prayed to God, if this is not my nigga, let me see it early. Let me see it early. And God has been listening. I have been seeing shit super early. And guess what? This has been my mantra all 2025, and I'm going to bring it into the rest of my life because it did me so well. I always tell myself, Blue, you're allowed to feel what you feel, and though, always honor what's being revealed. I could love you so deep if it is revealed that you are an unsafe coward who's a people pleaser, which means you're a pathological liar. You're a people pleaser who rather be liked than keep me safe, who rather stroke their ego than keep me safe, who rather be right than even acknowledge my lived experience. I want to be honest with myself about that as soon as it's revealed, and how much I love you has to be irrelevant. I am obedient to what God is revealing to me, even if it breaks my heart. And being obedient to what's revealed, regardless of how I personally feel, has saved my life more times than I can count.
And that is being a safe, secure partner for you. Deal with the pain. Cry, please. Don't suppress the emotions like he did that made him lash out in an unhealthy way. You face those feelings and emotions. But hearing it from a man, you're hearing it from the source, there's nothing you could have done.
Nothing.
And I'm so happy that we're here right now. Because you could have wasted more time with someone who never could give you the love that you were meant to receive.
Kristy wasted 15 years. She could have wasted 20. Congratulations on the clarity, my love.
So let's pick ourselves up. Let's wipe our tears. Let's take some new action. And let's never end up in this dusty-ass situation again.
Most men cheat out of insecurity, if we're just going to be honest. A lot of women get cheated on and they tend to blame themselves. And even though they may play a minor role in it, the majority of it is that man is not where he wants to be in his life. Fact is that when a man doesn't have legitimate income coming in, and he doesn't have his own affairs in order, we'll tend to turn toward, well, I can still pull this type of woman to validate.
There is nobody who can pull more women than a nigga who's broke and or hates himself. Asserting dominance. Misogyny demands that a masculine energy that is toxic and ill-equipped to be emotional. If you are a masculine who has not made any sort of peace or penance with your softer, tender, compassionate, vulnerable side, you will always be trying to figure out how to assert your dominance, even if it's something as simple as fucking your girlfriend's sister.
Us, and we'll end up leaning on that instead of going to go actually accomplish the things that we want to accomplish. So, women shouldn't take a man cheating on them personally. I'm not saying that they should stay, but you got to understand, most men cheat out of insecurity. It's not anything that you did.
Men often have other women because...
Now, I don't platform this lady a lot because she she has some controversial hot takes, but I've told you guys right now, broken clock is right twice a day, and right now it's 6:15 where she lives, okay? Her clock is accurate right now. She's about to share something that I do agree with, even though I don't watch all her content because I know she's a polarizing figure.
Their main woman sees too many flaws in them. And instead of fixing the flaws and improving upon themselves, they do not take responsibility.
You hear what she said? She said a lot of men will cheat on their woman because she sees their flaws. That's why a man will let you build him up. A divine masculine, I don't even want to say man. A divine masculine will, it's not even divine. A toxic masculine, language matters. A toxic masculine, an unevolved, lacking emotional intelligent masculine will let you build him up and then resent you for seeing him while he was being built up. Well, I'm that nigga now, but she knows where the bodies are buried. I want to be that nigga in the eyes of somebody who doesn't know that I used to not be that nigga. So now that she's built me up, I'm going to start fresh with somebody who only knows me as that nigga. It happens all the time. When somebody said assertive breadcrumbers, I love this. A man who wants a submissive breadwinner is usually an assertive breadcrumber. He wants to stomp his chest while you're paying the rent, right? He wants to assert his dominance while you're planning all the trips. He wants to take all the credit for his glow up, even though you were the architect who drew up the blueprints. Hey, Gia. We're about to wrap up, Gia, so you're going to have to watch the recap, my love, but I'm happy you made it. So she's right. A lot of times, these insecure masculines will intentionally pick a woman who only knows them as their best self that you help them become because they don't like the fact that you have the receipts.
And they will just go and find another woman who they can be with until they start seeing their flaws too. But eventually, all the side chicks will probably fall away because they'll be tired of waiting. And then
eventually, all the side chicks will fall away because they become tired of waiting. It's so funny. Whenever I disengage from a toxic masculine, I know for a fact this happened with Icky and it's happened with several men before him. No men after him, because that lesson I never need to learn again, is they will convince their girl bestie, their homegirl who they're fucking on a little bit, their fuck buddy, that the secure feminine who chin checked them is nuts. This bitch is crazy. She's obsessed with me. She's only telling these lies because she's obsessed with me. And every time he says obsessed, what he really means is she clocked my shit. Yeah? And I couldn't scare her. Yes? They'll convince all the other women in the ecosystem that they feel like they're smarter than, that the woman who outsmarted them is crazy. And when the crazy girl has been slandered, demeaned, but not, all these things have happened to her because she had the audacity to just tell the fucking truth. When she's out of the way and no longer can be blamed, suddenly those women who called her a crazy bitch and were helping him slander her to other people, they're now in her position where he's now talking shit about them. And eventually it never fails. They're like, maybe Blue wasn't crazy after all, because this nigga is a little bit of a liar. And now you find yourself in the same position as the girl you were helping take down. And guess what? If she's a bitch like me, when she sees you, she knows. When she sees you, she knows. Hey, girl bestie, how you doing? He still lying to you? Ask me how I know.
they'll see his flaws and they'll be like, you know what? I see why you cheat on your main chick, because she probably sees all this stuff too and constantly nags you to fix it, but you can't afford to leave because y'all have a house or y'all have kids or y'all are married. So y'all are stuck together, and now I'm getting what she's probably disgusted about, you know? So they watch.
I'm getting now what she was disgusted by. When you defend a nigga who's convinced you that a woman who otherwise is known for making sense is crazy only when it comes to him. When you disparage her and she loves herself enough to disengage, and you're stuck with this prize, you're going to get all the bullshit that she was too good for. You won. You won.
Up eventually, and they see, you know, all his flaws. So then he has to go find new side chicks. But basically, certain men, because I'm not going to say all men cheat, but certain men cheat because they don't feel like a man.
Some men don't cheat for the pleasures or the thrill. They cheat to wound you.
Oh, let's talk about this part now. We done spent about a half an hour talking about how women are socialized to cheat when they do not feel protected or provided for, because we're socialized to think that we have to be protected and provided for because we're unsafe. And misogyny has made that true. We are unsafe. So we're not making it up. It's actually true. Yeah. So because misogyny makes women unsafe, it also teaches women that you have to find somebody who makes you safe because you're unsafe to begin with. Men are taught that they are providers, and therefore, when a woman that they're dating or in a relationship with is a provider herself, in their subconscious misogynistic mind, this is unnatural. She's playing the role that I'm supposed to play. We up because of her, not me. But my only value is in making sure that we're up, but she's doing that. So I have no job. I feel insecure. I feel like less of a man because I was never taught how to actually be a man to begin with. And so I'm going to assert my dominance by embarrassing her. I'm going to assert my dominance by finding a sex worker, a young girl who's much younger than her, because it's never lost on me how the men who I leave always pick women who are insecure or younger than me right afterwards, because these bitches are going to fall for the shit that I wouldn't. Yes, it's never a coincidence. In fact, what's so funny is the girl that Icky went to Mexico with is young enough to be my daughter. That young lady is young enough to be my daughter. You were such a fucking basic nigga, you have to find a bitch that I could have birthed because only she would fall for your shit. Yeah? And so what happens is they assert their dominance by trying to embarrass you with their other conquests. So cheating isn't only because he's insecure. A lot of times, if you are a woman who is doing all the things like Kristy did to make your man happy and he still cheats, he wants a lick back. Brother, ew, I love that meme. It's personal. When you are an abundant woman who has main character energy, who is not dating a secure masculine like a Stedman who doesn't need to be in the spotlight in order to love you and keep you safe, but I'm more so dating somebody like a Desmon, allegedly, who is mad that he couldn't be the main character and now resents you, but he still needs you because you're paying for this house. More often than not, them cheating is, even if it's subconscious, it's a lick back at you. Oh, you might be everybody's favorite. Oh, you at Fashion Week without me. Oh, you got all these brand deals. Oh, you paid for most of this house. However, she sucked my dick while you were at the park with the boys. You ain't so smart now, are you, bitch? Yes, it's a humiliation ritual. It's personal. Men don't just cheat because they're insecure. A nigga who's a bad bitch who's competing with you wants to dominate you by embarrassing you. Another reason why I don't date male baddies.
They want to level you, to humble you. They want to remind you that no matter how confident or beautiful you are, they still hold the power.
That's why Offset, who Cardi married first, then had a child with, which is literally the most traditional thing you could do. Dating a man, marrying him, and then having his babies is the most traditional thing that you could do. And when they broke up, what did he call her? He called her a baby mama. He said, well, you still my baby mama, though. He tried to call her a chicken head hood rat, even though she probably has one of the most traditional relationship, like chronological orders in hip hop history. I dated you, married you, then had your children, then bought a house with you, and rinse, repeat. And I forgave you when you got caught cheating. That's literally the trad wife handbook. But when you don't get what you want, you still want to reduce me to a baby mama. But men are emotional, right? Women are emotional and men are logical, right? So logical, so fucking logical.
No matter how accomplished you are, they still can hurt you.
Yep.
That kind of man sees your confidence as competition. Your self-assurance threatens his fragile ego. Deep down, he feels small next to a woman who doesn't need.
Cardi B grew up in an Afro-Latin family, which is incredibly traditional. Latinos are probably one of the most traditional people in the world. In fact, you could argue that Latinos are the kind of traditional that white folks pretend to be. And I do know that Latinos is an ethnicity and white is a race. I understand. But Latin Americans are the kind of hyper-traditional that white Americans pretend to be. They actually are it. So Cardi being in the traditional setup before it blew up in her face doesn't surprise me at all.
Him for validation. He cheats as a form of psychological warfare, not because he can do better.
He cheats as a form of psychological warfare, not because he could do better. The last nigga who played in my face literally said, I never took us seriously because I thought you were too good for me. He said that to my face. When you are a securely attached woman, men who are insecurely attached are scared of you, but they also find themselves confessing to you like a therapist. So much of what I say is not a hypothesis. I'm not going to take credit. It's just men confessing shit on my way out. This is coming straight from them. Okay? So am I a smart woman who can analyze things? Sure, I'm smart and I can analyze, but I don't have to analyze a lot of this. They're just confessing this shit because they're like, oh, snap. I didn't think she was going to actually leave. Another t-shirt idea. My Uber's outside. What did you do, my nigga? My Uber's outside. I can't tell you how many breakups I've had where I'm trying to leave and they're still talking and trying to convince me not to respect myself. And my car's outside. There's a black SUV with New York license plates waiting to take me to the airport. What are you doing right now? Get off of me. Go call her. She can have you.
To prove you're not untouchable. When he sees you as strong, you're secure, you're growing, he feels inferior. When he sees you crying, you're questioning yourself, you're comparing yourself to the other women. Now all of a sudden he feels powerful again. It's emotional domination.
Did you hear what she said? When he can make you cry, he feels dominant again. In my viral story time about that nigga, and I love that he's coming up because I think that he's a great case study in how you can be chill and still trigger a toxic masculine. When he could not make me cry, when I said nothing but bet, this nigga went and lied to everybody and told them that I cried anyways. He needed to cry so bad, he made it up when it didn't happen. Even though he's the one who cried and sobbed all throughout fucking Brooklyn. Yeah? They want to know that they can break you. And if they can't break you in real life, they'll break you afterwards in the epilogue when they lie to everybody else. Somebody, and this is not about men, this is about everybody. A toxic person who resents how confident you are. An insecure coward who resents how confident you are. A fan who is misguided, because I'm clear that only a fan acts like this. For you to be this obsessed with somebody and this hyper focused on somebody, even if you're talking shit, you're a fan, right? I have way more fans than followers. A fan who is misguided and their admiration has turned into resentment. When they realize that they have zero power over you, when they realize that they could hurt your feelings and still not break you, not even close. When they realize that your self-esteem is not something that they have any impact on, it will fuck with them so bad. The only thing left to do is to lie about you after you've left the room. If they can't break you, they're going to break how everybody else sees you. When this man cheated on Kristy and she found out, whether he wants to admit it or not, and I hope his therapist will help him unpack it, there was probably a part of him who was like, "Oh, you're not so fucking perfect now. Let's see how your audience who thinks you got it all thinks about you now." I promise you. I promise you. I promise you. I promise you. If Desmond did cheat, I promise you there was a small part of him, and I'm being nice, it could have been a big part of him. At the very least, the kindness I will say is there was a part of him that was like, "Oh, not so perfect now. How are you going to explain this to your audience?" I cannot tell you how deeply I know this. I feel it in my fucking bone marrow. Whenever somebody hurts a strong woman, because women being strong outside of being in service to others is considered unnatural in the eyes of patriarchy. It's unnatural. I'm unnatural. I should not exist. A woman who is middle-aged, plus size, racially unambiguous, not rich and not famous, being as fucking audacious and confident as I am, and you have the nerve to be fat on top of that, liking myself this much, I am a threat to the entire system. And if you move like that, so are you, right? It's unnatural. I'm a fucking unicorn, basically. I'm a big-titted unicorn. When you are a unicorn, as a feminine, as a divine feminine, I promise you, everybody, men and women alike, are going to always take a sick little pleasure in saying, "Oh, you're not so perfect, huh? What happened to all that EQ shit? Huh? I thought you knew every fucking thing, Blue. I thought you went to college and knew every fucking thing. I thought you'd be doing all these workshops. You'd be flexing on YouTube. Look at you crying." Yeah, the response to that is to cry in public. Like, yeah, that shit hurt my feelings. I'm so that bitch, though. What's up? That's the response. The response isn't to deny their impact. No. Only cowards lie. If somebody I love hurts me, I'll be the first one to say I was hurt. They hurt my feelings. I really love them. I really, really love them. I fucked with them heavy. I was naive. I missed the signs. I was blinded by attachment. I kept hoping I was wrong. I should have known better. And now that I do, I will do better. Also, I'm still that bitch. I got a live coming on at 3:00. See y'all then. What's up? actually more powerful to admit someone has hurt you than to pretend. The reason why the way Kristy is moving give me a lady boner. I have a lady boner thinking about Kristy's handling this because Kristy is not hiding. She's like, no, that shit is devastating. The only man I've ever loved, the man that I've known since I was 14, cheated on me. And what's up? I have a new fucking brand deal. I'm about to figure out how to cook for myself because my nigga's not cooking for me no more. What's up? We up. Do you know what that signals? That I'm not conceited. Conceited people need to lie to maintain a persona. Confident people have good days and bad days and still think they're that nigga. I would only lie if I was conceited. The reason why my sister always tells me this, and I love her so much. My sister Mel is always saying, Blue, it is so interesting being friends with a confident person with no ego. Some of you are going to be like, Blue, bullshit. No, my sister brings this up all the time. Myers-Briggs, human design, my therapist, the lady who checked me for autism, the number one feedback I get from every clinical person who's ever, or every person who's into psychology or anybody taking a quiz online, the number one result I get in all my tests is that I have no ego. I have a very abnormally small ego. Now you're about to be like, now bitch, you've been talking all this shit for fucking 3 hours and 40 minutes. How the fuck do you not have an ego? Ego means that I need to be something other than myself to think that I am valuable. And therefore I need to maintain a persona in order to be valuable because all of my value is externally focused. This is some free game, guys. Ego means that what's out there tells me what's in here. Confidence is the complete opposite. Confidence means I don't give a fuck what y'all think. It's cool if y'all like me. I need to like me. It's cool if y'all think I'm right. I need to be able to sleep at night and know that I was right. I don't want to get over. No. I need to be exactly who I think I am for me. All the values in here. And if y'all happen to notice and agree, oh my God, thank you for staying. I love that so much. I didn't need it, but I enjoy it. I appreciate it. I'm deeply grateful for it, but I'm still me without it. Confidence is internal because that's the heart. Ego is external because that's performative. The reason why I love y'all, appreciate y'all, cry with y'all, and yet I'm quick to tell y'all, you could be out if you need to, is because you are the icing. I have to be my own cake. Yeah? Kristy, when she broke up with this man, showed, I love this nigga. I built a life with him, a home with him, had these beautiful sons with him. I am still my own cake. And I'm a pound cake. And anybody who's ever had pound cake tastes just as good, if not better alone. Right? A nice little lemon glaze is great if you're in the mood for it, but you can eat pound cake naked. Let's play this video.
Guys, is infidelity. It's not about love or lust. It's about control. He wants to humble you. He wants you to dim your light because it makes him feel more confident. If you stop believing in yourself, then he suddenly gets to go back to feeling superior, even if it's just for a moment.
The person says, what is your Myers-Briggs personality? I am too, because I'm an ambivert, and Myers-Briggs is flawed because it doesn't make room for ambiverts. So I am an INFJ and an ENFJ, depending on my mood. I means introvert, E means extrovert. I'm an ambivert. And so my real answer is I'm an ANFJ, right? I'm an ambivert and FJ, but Myers-Briggs doesn't leave room for that.
Real love doesn't compete with your confidence. It celebrates it.
This is the reason I picked this video. Real love, if you don't get anything from this live today, real love does not compete with your confidence. It celebrates it. I knew that I had tapped into agape love, the purest form of love, when I was completely down. Like all my shit was going left. Everything sucked. And somebody I cared for deeply got a blessing that I wanted, and I didn't center myself. I was so happy for her. I centered her in her own moment. And rather than be resentful or feel inferior, I was inspired. I was like, oh, that's so fucking dope, bitch. Fuck that shit up. Go for it. And I need to step my shit up a little bit. Let me be more consistent. She got to remain centered in her own shit. Even though all my shit sucked. That's when you know that you've tapped into agape love. Yeah? And if I ever see someone who I don't think deserves something, like, damn, she is not good enough to get that book deal. That's interesting. I clock it like, Blue, you might think you're a better writer than her, which is subjective. She outworked you though. Work harder. And clap for her for outworking you. Work harder. I've done that before. There have been people who have gotten book deals where I've gotten calls from literary friends who have been like, how the fuck did she get one and you didn't get one? And I'm like, because she outworked me. Don't play with her. She outworked me. I might have more talent, so to say, but that bitch is something I didn't. Let's clap for her even harder. Seriously, it's happened. So I'm not saying, oh my God, I'm never jealous. No. If I feel any sort of ping of, ooh, why not me? I answer, why not me? Bitch, you didn't work hard enough. Or you weren't what they were looking for. Or she outmaneuvered you. I am honest when I am bested by others, and I'm not bitter by it. I'm like, well played, bitch. Well played. You did your big one on that one. And what you find is when you are able to be inspired rather than resentful, you clap the loudest, even for niggas you don't like, because you can objectively give them their credit. There are so many people that I personally do not fuck with who I will always clap for because, bitch, you did that. Insecure men hate that, by the way. Insecure people hate that, by the way. An insecure person who has told themselves that you are only a good person because you're up, and then they watch you be down and still be a good person, you've now taken away every excuse they've made not to improve themselves, and they're going to resent you for it. Make peace with that.
Only broken men will try to destroy what they're too insecure to match.
Only broken men will try to destroy what they are too insecure to match. My God, today. I need to sit with that for a second. Okay, somebody said coming in at 4 hours will be too good to us. I am, and I'm thinking this live is going so much longer than I expected. I might have to do the members only live tomorrow because I really do need to get back to the candle shop. Get them orders in, y'all. Okay, I am hand pouring hundreds of candles this weekend because I want to do a ritual tomorrow night. Yes, guys, every candle that I make, I don't just hand pour it. I actually do a blessing ritual. That's the reason why Bridget and Mel, even though I love them, they can't always be in the shop. They'll be like, ooh, we had so much fun in the shop yesterday. How early are you starting? And I'll be like, I'm starting at 8. I'll see you at 11. There are certain hours where nobody, not even my best friend and my sister, are allowed in the shop because I do rituals. So I'm doing a ceremony on Monday night, probably. No, Monday I might be on Carlos's show. I'll probably do it Sunday night. If you want to be part of this ritual, I do rituals every 2 weeks. I'm doing this ritual tomorrow night. And so any orders that I get before tomorrow night, because I pre-pour some of the vessels, you'll be in on that. If not, you'll be in the ritual, the last ritual that I do in 2 weeks before we shut down completely. But we're shutting down completely on the 14th, guys. I cannot stress this enough. After January 14th, you will not be able to book anything with me as far as sessions or workshops or one-on-ones. You'll not be able to buy candles from me. The entire Bluecentric shop ability to engage with Blue Tulusma is going to be on hiatus for at least a month. At least a month. I love y'all so much, but if you missed the reason why, watch the beginning of the video.
Another thing I'd like to add to this Kristy Sarah filing for divorce because of infidelity conversation is that despite us not knowing the couple personally and not knowing the ins and outs of their marriage and what they might have struggled with, that still doesn't make the fact that they are getting a divorce less sad. Like,
I'm saying this for those of you who came in here to be like, y'all so stupid. Why do y'all care about these strangers? Have you never been a part of a community? Have you never been inspired by Maya Angelou or Toni Morrison or James Baldwin? You need to know somebody for you to care about them and learn from them. It's so fun to mock human nature, isn't it? It's so fun to be above it all. It's so fun to be a contrarian and call everybody stupid when they're just having a human emotion during the apocalypse when most of us are trying not to be dead on the inside. It's so fun, huh? You're so superior. But for the rest of us mere mortals, we care about other human beings to inspire us. That's why we care.
Like, that is sad. A marriage has been broken up. We can be sad for Kristy Sarah about that. We can be sad about that. I'm even more sad about it because that's a Black couple. I love Black love. Like, I love and support.
I love Black love. That's why I'm doing this live, because I thought it was an excellent opportunity to talk about Black love and the way, all love, but in the ways that we can protect it, and also how we can protect ourselves when love is not present and it's actually this ego attachment. That's a whole different life. But I will say this, and my clients who've been with me for a while know I always say this. I have very rarely had a client who had a broken heart. Most of y'all just have bruised egos. Broken hearts are incredibly rare.
when Black people love each other, where they grow families, where they grow a lifestyle together. And that's what they did. And I think a lot of us looked up to that. We did. And I think a lot of us have empathy for Sarah in the situation, knowing how long they've been together.
If you think empathy is lame, you probably should not come back to this page. If you think that people are villains and angels and that the flawed human nature that actually exists for most of us is not real, and that you don't have bad guys and good guys, and you're mad that I'm not destroying someone who you don't like, or you're mad that I'm calling out the bullshit in your fave, you probably want to skip this page for 2026, because we humanize everything and everyone. We humanize everything and everyone. We don't excuse bad behavior. We believe in compatibility and discernment being a great, great, great replacement for judgment, right? When I discern if you're compatible with me, I don't have to judge you or malign you to say that you're not for me. I can just say it's not for me. Just because I don't like it doesn't mean it doesn't work for you, right? So we're in a space now where we hold everybody accountable more than most, but we're vitriolic much less than most. If you are someone who conflates cruelty with accountability, you might want to leave, because I'm going to annoy the fuck out of you, respectfully. I think that's why when I make Nigerian friends, the first thing I tell them is, hey, I know y'all always joke that Nigerians are like raised to judge people. Don't do that shit with me. Because here's the thing. If you judge me, I'm going to judge you right back. It's going to be my turn. And it's not fun when I do it. I think it's fun. Nobody else does. Yeah? I always try to respect cultural norms. So whenever I make a Nigerian friend, a Caribbean friend, a friend from Atlanta, any culture that I know prides itself on being judgmental, I warn everybody, yeah, do something else with me. Make me the outlier in how you talk crazy people. Because again, if you judge me, then it's my turn right after. And I'm not going to call you a fat bitch or call you dusty or make fun of your kitchen that looks normal. I'm going to talk about the self-limiting beliefs and daddy issues that cause you to have crippling anxiety and unable to have any form of intimacy or true love. When I judge, it hits different. Yeah. So let's all just skip that part. If you have a judgmental friend, tell them, hey, I don't like to be judged. And also just know that if you judge me, then it gets to be my turn. It works for me. I have lots of Nigerian friends. And it's so funny. I watch them grab themselves. They're about to say something judgy. They're like, oh, I already know you, bitch. I'm not even going to say that. You like it. I love it. I say, thank you, friend. I appreciate you for reading the fucking room.
Knowing that they have a family together and knowing that they've built this lifestyle that they brought us into a little bit and shared with us, and that's done. And so...
Wait, Blue will read you like a fed up therapist? Wait, no, Orange. Orange, what? Wait, I'm not. It's not okay. That's not a read. Okay, you got me. That's funny, actually. I actually think that an emotional intelligence coach probably is a fed up therapist. So that's actually funny.
I think, yes, we shouldn't get as involved in these influencers and celebrities' lives because we don't know them at the end of the day. But that still doesn't make the situation any less sad.
When a relationship ends, you don't just lose.
All right, so I want to do a quick thing about when a relationship ends. And her voice is very low. Even when we put the volume up, it's very low. So let's all hyper focus. I always say that when a relationship ends, it's a death. It's a funeral. It's a death of a way of life, right? That's why when you look up the top devastating things that have ever happened, and I think there's like a list of the 5 things that fuck with human emotions the most, it's always death, losing a job, a divorce, and moving. Guess who's done the whole list in the last 3 years? Yeah, the list of things that are psychologically damaged, I've done everything on the list recently. Yeah? That's why my friends are like, Blue, I know you work 7 days a week and you're doing all this stuff, but I'm having a bad day. Will you drop everything and be there for me? I'm like, girl, I'm always having a bad day. And I still find a way to make it a good day. No. Right? So I want you to understand that the work that we're doing doesn't mean that your life is perfect. It means that you have a capacity to pivot. And one of the ways that you pivot is by acknowledging what's actually happening. Every time I lose a friend that I deeply love, I don't have any friends that I don't deeply love. If I don't deeply love you, then you're an associate, right? So anytime I lose a friend that I deeply love, a romantic opportunity that I was becoming attached to, a family member who got me fucked up and thinks that they can't get it just because we have the same eyes, I always tell myself, Blue, it's okay to be sad because this is a death. The life that you were committed to pouring into that included them has now died. It's okay to mourn that. Mourn it, learn what part you could do differently next time, and then fucking pivot. And take all the good memories that you made with them with you. I do that because, in the words of my friend Mark, who I worked with in the South Bronx back in 2004, don't be bitter, baby. Nobody likes a bitter baby. The reason why so many of you, until I told you my age, thought I was much younger, isn't because I have great skin. I'm laughing because Bridget's always making fun of my skin dysmorphia. It's not because of my skincare. It's not even because of how I look. It's because I'm not a bitter bitch. Subconsciously, by the time a woman hits her 40s, she's heavy. Her mind feels... Perfect example. Chad Ochocinco's ex-fiance who had that real estate show on Netflix. She's gorgeous. She does skincare as well. Body is snatched. Body is tea. She dresses nice. She's successful. She has a great business. Was engaged to this chocolate ass man that some of y'all like, some of y'all hate. And yet you all thought she was 50. This bitch looked younger than me as far as on paper. And yet all of you thought that she was an old lady because she was heavy. Her energy was heavy. So while I enjoy the compliments, I also recognize that I could get 5 more wrinkles, deep laugh lines, and you would still think I was slightly younger than I really am just because I'm a light person. We associate light with youth because the assumption is life will make you heavy. Adversity will make you heavy. And here I am, lived a lot of life, been through all the fucked up shit, and I'm still light. That's what emotional intelligence does. It keeps you light. And lightness means also making peace with the darkness. So let's talk about how, even though we're proud of Kristy, she's experiencing a death right now, a massive, massive death for her and her family.
As a partner, you lose an entire ecosystem of interaction. The casual text throughout the day, the inside jokes, the physical intimacy, the shared routines that structure your life together. All these familiar patterns suddenly require reconstruction. Think of boundaries.
Y'all some bullshit. Late 20s is pushing you, but I appreciate it.
Not as barriers, but as blueprints. They define what your new reality looks like and how you'll navigate it with dignity. Whether you'll have occasional contact or none at all, whether your social circles or children, whether you share social circles or children, whether the breakup was amicable or acrimonious. Each situation requires a different floor plan for this new relational building that you're constructing, right? Boundaries after a breakup aren't punishments or weapons. They're protective structures that honor both your healing process and the reality of what has changed.
Boundaries are not weapons, they are protection. What do I keep saying during this live, guys? I could love you to the moon and back. Your proximity to me is tethered to how safe you are, not how much I love you. We watched Sinners and screamed at the top of our lungs for people not to let their loved ones in that room. People that they loved more than life itself. We were screaming at the screen, don't let them in. Why? Because even though you love them, they're not safe. I need you all to start pretending that the whole world is like Sinners. I don't care how much I love you. I will only let you in if you are safe. Why? Because I love me the most. And if I'm not here, then every person who's kept me safe, who deserves me, loses me as well. I lose me and they lose me just because I was holding on to you. That's not fair. Right? And guys, it's so funny because I feel like this live today, a lot of people who need to hear it are picking it up. Someone needs to hear this. You need to forgive yourself. You think you're mad at them, but you're mad at you for picking them. Forgive yourself. This has been a very insightful live, Blue. This is just a thank you. Oh, I appreciate it, love. I'm feeling like this year is starting off, and I joked earlier that this year feels like a week full of Mondays. It does. But I feel like a lot of you ended 2025 hungover from whatever the fuck 2025 was. And you woke up in 2026 just drained and vulnerable and introspective. And you're asking yourself, what the fuck was that? And you're also asking yourself, what the hell comes next? And if you're really being insightful or saying, what do I even have to give? Yeah. I'm going to tell you what I told myself when I decided to shut down the business for a couple of weeks. It's time to re-up. Nothing grows in the winter. In my mind, things sprout in the spring. And if I'm going to respect nature and how hibernation patterns actually work, especially in this Western hemisphere that I live in, if you live in Australia, none of this applies to you because y'all having y'all summer right now. But for those of us who are in the part of the world where it's winter, allow yourself to rest and regroup until the spring. Love yourself enough and trust what you are capable of enough to let it all go for a little bit, rest and recuperate. Because pouring from an empty cup is not just hard, it's also impossible. There's nothing in the cup. There's nothing in the cup. It's so brave to stop pouring from an empty cup. You just stopped lying because you weren't pouring. You cannot pour from an empty cup. It's just air. It's just air. Forgive yourself. Whatever it is that you did that you are ashamed of, whatever anger you're directing at other people when you're really just mad at yourself, forgive yourself and rest. Sincerely. And Kristy, if you ever see this, because people have a habit of seeing shit that I didn't mean for them, even though it's about them. Kristy, I hope you're resting, and I'm proud of you. And I know that you're putting on a brave face for social media. It doesn't mean you don't hurt. I laughed earlier about how Tauruses have a deep capacity for love. It also means shit hurts more. Right? The same Taurus who will leave you if you got them fucked up will cry over you the longest and the hardest when they're alone.
Yet many of us struggle with setting them clearly, fearing we'll appear bitter, dramatic, or unable to be mature about the ending. Yeah. Right? Identify your boundary needs, right? In terms of emotional safety, like what kinds of interactions leave you feeling drained or confused or pulled back into old patterns, right? Answer that question. And then thinking about physical space, like, do you need physical distance to process your feelings, or are you comfortable being in the same room? Some people find that seeing an ex immediately after a breakup feels like ripping open a healing wound. So like, take the time if you need it.
And while y'all crying over a relationship y'all did not know about, for real, I had to follow sis because I didn't, honestly. But I love a woman that stands on business. I respect a woman that stands on business. And as a marketing girly, I went over to her page because I did not know what her numbers looked like. She got like 16 million followers. And then I went to her likes and I said, let me go and look at her popular posts. All of
Wait, how many followers? Now hold on, Kristy. I done just joined you, but I didn't know you were popping like that. How many followers Kristy got? Now hold on. Did she say 16 million? Hold on. She has 16.9. She almost has 17 million. Oh, bitch, we up. Sorry. I gotta tell you, every time somebody breaks my heart, I get money. Apparently, Kristy's no different. Okay, bitch. She got 1 million followers since this video that came out 2 days ago.
them are the ones with her ex-husband. Lets me know that she don't play by herself. Because
it's up to 17. It's 16.9.
Because it's easier to stay. It is. When y'all are making so much money, y'all just moved into a mansion. It is so much easier to stay. But she picked herself.
By the way, for those who are saying TikTok or IG, it's IG. And for someone who said 4 million on YouTube, respectfully, I'm going to do a whole video about what I've learned from my first year of being a full-time content creator. 16 million on TikTok is less than 4 million on YouTube. If you've ever wanted to be a content creator, you're just nosy. When we have that conversation, 16, almost 17 million on TikTok is the same, if not less than 4 million on YouTube. YouTube is the Harvard of this shit, y'all. YouTube is if you are over the age of 20, there's no other platform that's going to pay you like YouTube, but there's no other platform that's going to make you sweat and work for every fucking follower you get. I know people who have millions of followers on Instagram and TikTok who could barely get 50 on YouTube. For her to have 17 million, 16.9 million on TikTok and 4 million on YouTube, the whitest, hardest to get, Kristy, bitch. Oh my God, bitch. I have not been this proud of a complete stranger in a very long time. In a very long time.
And she chose herself. And I respect that as a woman. I really do. So while y'all crying and y'all, oh, love ain't real love, y'all didn't even know them for real. Y'all don't know what was going in their relationship.
Girl, we already talked about how you don't have to know somebody for real to give a fuck, but I'll let her cook because I didn't cut this part out.
It was clips. It's always clips, okay? But as a woman, you should support her, because that right there, that takes guts.
Yeah.
That takes guts, because at a certain point, it was no longer just relationship, it was also business, and business was booming
4.9 on YouTube as a black woman. Okay, let me stop. I stand.
when it was together. So I respect it, and I love a woman that chooses herself over everything else.
I have the one and
So guys, this is I'm gonna remove the comments for section. This is the last YouTube that they did. TikTok that they did together. It was December 9th. And so between them doing this and this month, she found out he was cheating and then left his ass. This was December 9th when this is posted. It's the last time we've ever seen this nigga on her page.
only 24 karat gold Labubu. Now, this is...
Isn't that funny that their last TikTok together is him joking around with the fact that he found himself a rare, highly sought after Labubu? The irony is he did in real life. He found himself a rare gem and he still convinced himself to fuck it up.
It's real 24 karat gold.
I was saying this earlier. I'm going to take off the music in case there's copyright. Yes, her cousin/best friend is her. Y'all keep on calling them cousins, but I know how niggas be calling each other cousins, even though they're not related. Like my sister isn't my blood sister, but that's my fucking sister. Yeah. So cousins, I don't know maybe if it's blood cousins, but they are definitely best friends.
I told him to get me brown ones.
By the way, now that Kristy has to cook for herself, Kristy's now making content on her own. And I'm going to post the content that Kristy has been making on her own. Somebody said beige love. By the way, I was thinking about this the other day. I'm going to do a video about desirability politics and how they've evolved over the decades. In the 90s, as a chocolate girl, it broke my heart. And I also had to make peace with the fact that only light-skinned niggas would try to talk to me. Because in the 90s and early 2000s, there was a subconscious thing where light-skinned people went after chocolate people and chocolate people went after light-skinned people. And my entire family looks like that, by the way. Right? My daddy is the color of Dwayne The Rock Johnson, and my mama is the color of Lupita Nyong'o. Yeah? And then they got me. Yes? So, like, I'm so used to that. The first time I saw a beige on beige couple, for real, I think it was Grant Hill and Tamia. I remember being like, that's a lot of beige. So everybody's so pale and raw looking. Like, everybody's so beige. I had to work through that, right? I had to work through that. But I do think it's always interesting that if you're pro-Black and were raised around a certain time, seeing two very fair-skinned people together is always like, huh? So there's no contrast, huh? You just put the foundation on, no contour, nothing, okay? And if you're anti-Black or you just are part of the mainstream, the opposite is weird to you when you see two dark-skinned people together. One of the things that Lena Waithe told me that I'm going to always respect her for this, even though Lena Waithe is not chocolate herself, when she did Queen and Slim, she made it a point to pick two chocolate sexy motherfuckers, okay? She picked the most chocolate, talented, sexy motherfuckers that she could find for Queen and Slim. And I remember I was so fucking giddy about that, I squealed like Prince flicking his nipple. I was like, ooh, ooh. I get so excited when mainstream media lets two sexy chocolate bodies just, yes, yes. Sorry, I need a second. So I do think too, even though them having beige love, to Gia's point, sorry, I time traveled for a second. My pro-Blackness is so obscene at this point. I appreciate y'all for rocking with me. But like, I agree with Gia that them being a beige on beige couple probably helped them become popular with the mainstream. But had they been the same couple, chocolate, I probably would have followed them sooner. That's not reverse colorism, guys, by the way. For those who are going to say reverse colorism, colorism is a system based to deify whiteness. So saying reverse colorism is like saying anti-money capitalism. You kind of missed the fucking point, genius. The same way money is the whole point of capitalism, and therefore saying anti-money capitalism makes you sound like a dumbass. Deifying proximity to whiteness is the entire point of colorism. So saying reverse colorism also makes you a dumbass. I thought you had one. But them dark-skinned girls made fun of me in 96. Okay, that was one person. It wasn't a system. Y'all do understand anecdotal wisdom versus systemic oppression, yes? You can't be that simple. I pray you're not. In fact, Tashina Arnold posted a apology video on Threads about her statements around reverse colorism. And because I love Tashina Arnold, I didn't watch it. I was like, Pam, I love you too much. I'm not doing this with you. Yeah. So me being deeply aroused by black on black love is not reverse colorism. It means that I love my blackness so much, I found a way to love it despite the system being built to convince me otherwise. That's called revolution. You spelled revolution incorrectly. I didn't dehumanize anybody. Okay, good talk. All right, let's keep watching the video of Kristy doing her thing.
This was the best they can do. It's all good because I know how to brown bananas.
We don't have to end reverse colorism because it doesn't exist. We could also end the boogeyman and the tooth fairy, my love.
See? You just gotta bruise it a little bit. And Paris Fashion Week looks so aesthetic, but
by the way, this is Kristy's life without him. That first video of her with the banana trying to cook was after the divorce announcement. These are videos now of what Kristy was doing without him the entire time, and probably explains why, unless you're a very secure masculine, you might feel a way that your wife is out here living the high life even while married to you with 2 kids. Because the men who don't cheat on you to humble you will impregnate you to humble you. Neither worked on Kristy. Neither worked. This is her while she still thought she had a happy marriage. Still living her life, didn't lose herself to the marriage.
behind the scenes is nuts. No matter how early we leave, we always end up running for our flight. But once we got to Paris from Milan, we checked into our Airbnb and instantly it was worth all the chaos of getting here. I had my team with me, so we got a bigger space, and my stylist laid out all of the looks and we instantly went into fitting time. It's crazy the amount of time that goes into prep work for each show, and the shows are like 20 minutes, if that, and then prepping for the show is like 4 hours. And so
Kristy is a wife and mother of 2 sons who's been with her high school sweetheart for the majority of her life, and she still always reminded herself that she was that bitch. I need all of you. Any woman out there who says that I do not want to, this is something I hear all the time. Blue, I know you be talking about how not all men are toxic and that you know some good niggas, but they all taken. So what the fuck does that mean to me? I think the rest of them suck. Why would I ever want to take a chance on a man? What if he embarrasses me? I'm telling you what I hope somebody told Kristy and what I tell myself every day. I can risk believing in a man who presents himself as a good man and risk him potentially embarrassing me because I'm going to be me the whole time. So if he doesn't embarrass me, yay, let's build a good life together. If he does embarrass me, shame on him, I'm still going to be popping. The reason why I don't mind risking a man embarrassing me is because I know I'm still that bitch with or without him, and he's only an enhancement. It doesn't mean I don't appreciate him. It doesn't mean I don't cherish him. It doesn't mean I'm not going to prioritize him. It doesn't mean I'm not going to give the relationship my all, but I didn't start with him and I don't end with him. Which also takes the pressure off of him, because some of y'all are basic witches. I said witches, which is interesting. Some of y'all are basic and trying to wait for a relationship to make you whole. Yikes. If that's you, you do need to be worried. If you're a basic bitch who thinks you're going to be that girl only when you get a man, then you should be worried. You should be very scared, because when he leaves you, or if he embarrasses you, then you're going back to being basic. But if you are popping on yourself, popping with your friends, popping with your business, just that girl in general, and a nigga finds you, you were already that girl. And so you can take the risk because you trust you. The reason why I can trust a man who presents as a good man is because I trust me to be good, even if he proves himself to be a liar. It's not that you don't trust men, you don't trust yourself. We talk about that a lot in class, by the way, and it's gender neutral when we talk about it in class. People who trust themselves take more risks.
since we had so many shows back to back, that's why I wanted to get a bigger space. And Airbnb had so many options I could choose from, but this just gave that Parisian vibe. And we kind of just lived our little Emily in Paris fantasy.
I said, I'm a light-skinned woman. There is such a thing as reverse colorism does exist. I was a child. I walked into rooms, job settings. Honey, I need you to read a book. That's not reverse colorism, because that doesn't exist. That is bigotry and prejudice. There are words that can wholly hold space for your pain without you co-opting a term that is not about you. And you trying to center yourself in colorism when it's not about you shows me that either you're uneducated or maybe you're oversimplifying why those dark-skinned people didn't like you. Colorism is specifically about anti-blackness towards people who are too close to blackness and too far from whiteness. The entire point of colorism is that they deify people who are closer to whiteness. The entire point is the lighter you are, the better you are. So if you are being chastised for being light-skinned, that's not colorism, because colorism centers dark-skinned people. That is bigotry and prejudice and misdirected pain from people who have been marginalized by a system. And the fact that you insist on insisting and centering yourself on a term that was meant to center dark-skinned people, that's actually ironically colorist. You just all lives mattered. If you think someone's an asshole for saying all lives matter while we're talking about Black Lives Matter, insisting on using reverse colorism when it's a term for dark-skinned people, because that's the only way that you can center your pain is by co-opting somebody else's, you're colorist in that moment. So you might want to do some work, my love. You just told on yourself. I'm getting a glimpse into why they probably bullied you. I don't agree with them bullying you, but you're telling on yourself. The fact that you heard an educated scholar explain to you what colorism is and told you that there are other terms to center yourself accurately, and you insisted on still centering yourself in something that was built to acknowledge the pain of dark-skinned people, that's colorist. Making a word used to talk about the pain of dark-skinned people about you because you want to co-opt the severity of their pain, because yours is personal and theirs is systemic. Hitching your personal pain to systemic oppression is what white people do. That's the whitest thing I've seen in this chat in the entire 4.5 hours we've been here. So I'm sorry those 10, 12, even 50 dark-skinned people individually, anecdotally, took the pain that they feel about systemic oppression out on you. I'm sorry that happened to you. That was prejudice, it was unkind, and it is unfair. It is not fucking colorism. Stay in your place. The thing that proximity to whiteness does to everybody is it makes it feel like you have the right to co-opt other people's pain. Whatever part of you convince yourself that you are the victim of reverse colorism, I beg you to kill it off in 2026 so you can actually help the revolution. Right now, you are a hindrance. You are a hindrance. You playing victim in shit that's not about you makes you a fucking hindrance. Work on that. Sincerely work on that. I want more for you. I also want you to stop putting it in the chat before I have to keep on correcting you. You are not the victim of reverse colorism because it doesn't fucking exist. Love you though. Sincerely, I love you. I'm just disappointed that you got into your big fucking age and still think that's a real thing.
Let's see. So after I settle on a look for the show, I get into glam, and then it's just go, go, go time. The amount of times I was running to the sprinter this trip, and then after this point, everything goes so quickly, and the hunger after each show, oh my gosh. And it came in so handy to do the Airbnb chef service and get a private chef. He just came in
Kristy is living the high life. By the way, the reason why I had that tone with her is because I explained very clearly what colorism was, and she still insisted that her personal anecdotal instances were bigger than the system. So the willful ignorance is why I responded with that tone. Had she said that before I explained it, I'd be like, maybe she doesn't know any better. You knew better and you still showed your ass. That's why I had that tone, and I meant that shit.
Whipped up the best food. We needed a little moment since Desmond's not here. We got a menu, he gave us options, and y'all know I'm such a dessert girl, and it was the perfect end to the day.
This is what it looks like when you're that bitch, even when you're a wife and a mother, guys. Anybody who tells you that being a wife and mother means that you have to put away your personal dreams is reading the book backwards. Mind you, I've just spent the entire life clapping for a fair-skinned, more racially ambiguous woman who I think is like Black and Filipino or something. So I have zero pain around light-skinned people. I was offended as a scholar. I actually wasn't bullied by any light-skinned people growing up. None. I don't have a single story of a light-skinned person bullying me my entire childhood. That's why when the colorism conversation happens, I'm not tapping into pain. This is not passion coming from pain. It's the fact that I fucking read. This is not personal pain. What you wrote was personal pain. This is actually not that at all.
Kristy, what's in your bag?
I love this bitch.
Want one?
Kristy, not a hot dog.
Here.
Kristy. Kristy. That's somebody's mother. That's
I
somebody's
only got all
mom.
our furniture in. But I'm not gonna lie, I was looking a little dull. So I'm gonna go to
So for those who are like, well, what happens to Kristy's brand, right? You guys, I'm intentionally doing this last part before we go because I want you to know that life can still be bright on the other side of betrayal. For those who are like, what's gonna happen to Kristy's brand? Her entire brand was family. Kristy still has a family. She still has beautiful sons. She still has her, who's her cousin and her best friend. She still has a beautiful business. She still has great clothes, high fashions, brand deals. We can acknowledge the impact and the pain of losing the love of your life without pretending that like she's still not a person on her own. And yes, I do believe her brand is about to skyrocket.
the nursery, get some vases. We have some plants. We're just gonna spruce the space up a little bit. Beautiful hair, girl. Yeah. Thank you. Teal and gravel is my favorite.
By the way, I'm gonna say this as I play this on mute. I love that she is so adamant. I think I mentioned this earlier. I love that she's so adamant about not using her children, right? We see the side of their face. They often blur their faces. They'll turn their faces around. The fact that Kristy and Desmon have been so adamant that their kids not be as recognizable as they are, and that their kids are allowed to have a childhood. There's a video that I almost played, but this live is already long enough, where they showed their son their brand new mansion, and he doesn't give a fuck. He's like, okay, that's a nice tree. We got trees in the other house. Okay. I mean, this is all nice and everything, but the other house was nice. The fact that their son is unmoved by this mansion and is like, it's a house. I kind of love that. Right? Because when you watch Sean Combs' sons and how they conflate his success with their success and how their entire persona is like, I'm rich, I'm that nigga, I'm Diddy's son, and you nobody. There's a failure in that for me. If I ever made a lot of money and had a child who talked like that to other people, I'd be ashamed of myself. And so the fact that she and Desmon have made children who sincerely don't give a fuck about none of this, that's a win to me. To me, that's as admirable and commendable as having 4.9 million followers on YouTube and 16.9 million followers on TikTok. It means that even though you are that girl, you do prioritize motherhood in a non-performative way.
Don't need up tomorrow. Gotta meet with Audemars. Flawless, flawless, baby, what you call this? If the shit don't involve money, I'm off it. I can be a role model. Give me Hendrix.
Oh my gosh! Woo! Yeah!
Oh my god.
The crazy part is, not only on the show the kids, but they changed it. Well, here's the thing: their kids are very young. How do I say this nicely? A 2-year-old looks like a blob with eyeballs. I'm the kind of person who, if I did show my kids, it'd be more likely to show them when they're infants and newborns and toddlers. The minute their face starts becoming their real face, I'm probably gonna blur them too, unless they beg me to or they have an agent, right? So people who start to show their kids and be like, now that you look like more than just skin and teeth, maybe not so much. I totally understand that. And also something might have happened to inspire them, right? I'm not judging at people who show their kids. It's a personal decision. I am applauding those who could have easily made even more money. They could have, y'all, whatever money you think you make as a couple, you make 10 times more with kids. Kids are a cash cow. I fell asleep watching that documentary about Jody, that lady with the 8 kids on YouTube that went to jail for child abuse. She was literally popping out babies as commerce. She was popping out Mormon babies just to make money. Anybody in this realm knows, and this is something that Ike even told me. He said, Blue, if I had a girlfriend and was into couples content, I'd make so much more money. It's true. You make the least amount of money single. The second most amount of money is a couple because relationship goes. The most amount of money comes from having kids. So the fact that she was already at the height of level 2 and could have easily skyrocketed with level 3 and chose not to, that level of restraint, some of you think you have it and you don't. There's some things that y'all think that you would never do that with the right amount of zeros, you might consider it. And the fact that she had those zeros in her face and didn't, I love that.
Really come with me.
And I said, Blue, I'm ready to buy your book. Your wisdom is needed. You already have manifested your 5 million on YouTube. Oh, I love that. Look, I want to manifest high impact. Fame is extra. My cake is impact.
Romaro's about to drive the ball! Yeah!
Hey, what is happening? How?
By the way, if I went to the French Riviera with my friends, I started saying that I used to find Kristy annoying because she reminded me too much of myself. We're ending in the same way. This is the kind of wild, ridiculous, you blew your somebody's mother, sit down. This is exactly the type, what I would do as a mother and a wife.
Oh my God.
Kristy, oh my God. Oh.
If there's one thing Kristy's gonna do, it's break dance. If there's one thing I'm gonna do, is shimmy my titties. And hers is break dancing.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Thank you.
Wow.
My service is shite.
Yeah.
Woo! You want some more?
Don't.
Before I go.
Right now, somebody going through a breakup, a heartache, a romantic or financial disappointment is forgetting that they still have access to joy. And we're playing this part as a reminder. Some of the worst shit ever could happen to you, and you still have the right to choose joy at any point where you have the capacity to do so. You still have the capacity to choose it. In whatever little shades of joy you can choose. You can always choose a little of joy. I remember I went to a funeral for my uncle. Everybody was devastated. And after the funeral, everybody came to the house and to go check on my mom because she didn't go to the funeral because she and him didn't get along. And I go into my childhood bedroom to get something and I hear laughter. My mother accidentally cracked a joke and people were stunned because they started cackling. And I was like, I'm my mother's child. This nigga is dead and they're still laughing, right? And one of the things that Haitians do at funerals that I didn't know about until I went to my first Haitian funeral 5 years ago, instead of saying my condolences, when somebody dies in Haiti, they walk up to you and they say courage. Courage means courage in Creole. And I remember when I went to my aunt's funeral, which is a devastating story. I'm not sure when I'll be able to talk about that. But when I went to my aunt's funeral, most heartbreaking thing of my entire fucking life. Everybody was walking up to me saying courage. I immediately got pulled back because I remember when I was 27, my mom is a Scorpio. She can be critical sometimes, but very loving. And she said, baby, you know what I've always admired about you and been scared about you? I said, what? She said, I'm scared of, but also now admire. You've always had courage. You've never been a coward. And I remember looking at her like, bitch, you know how to give compliments? When did that happen? Right? And so I just want y'all to know is I have an anxiety disorder. I'm scared of everything. And yet I'm not a coward. I can't swim. I'm scared of closed spaces. I'm scared of heights. I have a crippling anxiety disorder and I'm still not a coward. Not being a coward doesn't mean you're not scared, right? It means you're scared and you figure out a way to do it anyways. You're scared and you still run towards life with your arms open. Yeah? So if an autistic, ADHD, anxiety disorder person with the hormonal disorder and all child, I should have been on somebody's short bus back in the day, to be perfectly honest. Yes? If someone like me is not a coward, despite having every fucking excuse to pretend to be one, tap into the part of you that can figure out how to be scared and do it anyways. I was built with all the excuses and I still refuse to make them. It doesn't mean that I don't show myself grace when my isms mean I need to go lay down. Yeah? It just means that I don't weaponize it against others. And my sister has arthritis. I don't love her. I hope she sees this. She's arthritis. And she's been doing it alone for a long time because we live in different states. And she has all these medications and pills and her joints hurt. She's not even in her 40s yet. She's still in her 30s, but has arthritis that you would expect from a 60-year-old. And every time she comes over, I make sure everything that I built around us doing takes into consideration her physical limitations. And when she gets frustrated because she's having an ego tantrum or she's being a little bit lazy, and she tries to use her arthritis as the reason, I say, don't you dare. I love you, and don't you fucking dare. We already took this into account. You could have told me how you felt and voiced your frustrations without throwing your disability in my face. I love you too much, don't you fucking dare. Because where would we be if I threw my shit in your face? And my list is pretty long. And she always pauses and is like, You're right. I'm just overwhelmed. You're right. You know, that's not arthritis. You're overwhelmed, right? If you're watching this with a disability, I need you to understand people with disabilities are incredibly manipulative, naturally, because you often have to manipulate to get even a semblance of the dignity that everybody else gets for free. I get it. As somebody who has endometriosis and has to lay down for 7 days out of the week, you don't think I'm embarrassed when Carlos's team wants me to come on and I can't because of my period? You don't think that's embarrassing? That I have a debilitating condition where I can't get out of bed for a week out of the month? It's embarrassing. Yeah. And I don't use that as a reason not to call myself out on my bullshit. So, for those of you who have disabilities who are watching this, because I feel like there's a lot of different groups who are watching this who I'm picking up on psychically, just know that tell people that not to mistake your disability as a character flaw. I also tell people, hey, I have endo. I can't make this event. I'm not flaking out on you. This is not a character flaw. My womb is exploding and I can't stand up. Yeah? So don't let anybody conflate your disability for a character flaw. And don't let your disability turn into a character flaw. That's the part that nobody wants to say out loud. No. And that's the end of Kristy break. We had to end with Kristy breakdancing. Guys, this concludes today's live. The overall message is you don't get the life that you deserve. You get the life that you negotiate. And if you trust yourself, be willing to take calculated risks. And when those risks don't work out, forgive yourself. Take all the good memories with you and fucking pivot on them bitches and make more money. That last part is about survival in this economy. Okay? Trust yourself to take a risk. And if the risk doesn't work out, forgive yourself and fucking pivot. I love y'all so much. This live was much longer than it was supposed to be. I thought it was going to be a quick live, but so much energy was coming into the room. And because I read energy, it was hard not to respond to the energy I was picking up. So the young lady who got chin checked about improperly and willfully insisting that colorism is something she has access to as a light-skinned woman. I hope that on the other side of you calling me whatever names you probably wanted to call me, that you hear the fact that you've centered yourself in something that's not about you and that there's other ways to talk about your pain without co-opting other people's words. Yeah? But that's very white of you if you're still doing that after this live. And to the white folks who watch this show, I hope that you're taking notes and learning about how to be better allies without centering yourselves. To the people of color who watch this show, I'm rooting for everybody pro-black. Not everybody black. I'm rooting for everybody pro-black because some of you niggas hate niggas. Yes? And for the new folks, if you felt safe or enlightened or tickled or entertained, come back. Just keep it cute. All right, guys? Now I have to go make some candles because as of next Wednesday, I won't be selling them anymore. I'm going to miss the candle shop. We have so much fun in there. I'm going to miss it. I'm really going to miss it. This is the right decision, though. I know it is. All right. I love y'all. And if you want to engage with me before I shut down the shop for hiatus, go to bluecentricshop.com for a session with me. Go to bluecentricshop.com/readings where you can book a session with me. I really, really recommend you get a 3-pack. A 3-pack means that you can book with me before I shut down, but I will hit you up to book the other 2 from the 3-pack even after I'm shut down manually. If you want to buy any products from me, go to bluecentricshop.com/shop and you'll see our intention candles, our spiritual baths, which are our #1 seller. I have a candle shop, but spiritual baths for some reason are my #1 bestseller. Mike just hit me up the other day talking about how the spiritual bath cleansed him. Do not take a spiritual bath unless you are going to be in a sacred space for the night and where you could just sleep and be peaceful. You can't take a spiritual bath and then go to the club after. Okay? You take a spiritual bath and then you go to bed or you sit on the couch. You can't leave the house after a spiritual bath because you are open. You're very open. And if you are just a follower and have not joined, our members only lives be lit. We are having another one. I'm going to check in with myself about how I'm going to do the members only live because the time that I was going to use for that, I've already used for this. So if I don't do it this weekend, I will do it on Monday. Because I think I might be doing a show with Carlos on Monday. So if I don't do it this weekend, I might do it as an after show on Monday. But I'll keep you guys posted about it because I want to do it in a way where I'm full and not pouring from an empty cup because as we already talked about, empty cups don't pour. All right. Love y'all so much. Bye, family. Oh, and like this and share this. And the last phrase, because y'all know I love a recap phrase. If you want to have a recap phrase in the comments after the live is over, let the phrase today be, congratulations on the clarity, Kristy, onward and upward. Congratulations on the clarity, Kristy, onward and upward. because that's what I would want to hear if I was in her position right now. All right, I love you, and I'm leaving for real this time. Bye.